How is everybody? Welcome back to Truth and Transparency. Today, we have a long lineup. We're going to start with TurtleBoy's criminal case. Aidan Carney takes the L. Cosgrove remains as special prosecutor. We have an order on the motion to disqualify. After careful consideration, the defendant's motion to disqualify Special Prosecutor Cosgrove is denied. As the basis, therefore, the court relies on the following. This has to be really embarrassing. First, the defendant's reliance on United States v. Held is misplaced. Held stands for the proportionate, or the proposition, rather, that disqualification is required when a prosecutor's personal interest as the defendant in a civil case will be furthered by a successful criminal prosecution. Well, the counterclaims, in quotes, brought by Gaetani against Special Prosecutor Cosgrove were part of her answer to a lawsuit filed by Aidan Carney in Worcester Superior Court, alleging libel and slander against Gaetani as a result of her statements/writings implicating Aidan Carney in sexual assaults. Gaetani's counterclaim against Special Prosecutor Cosgrove centers on his production of unredacted materials to Aidan Carney's defense attorneys in the instant matter, which detailed/supported Gaetani's allegations that she was the victim of multiple felonies perpetrated by Aidan Carney. That is not good for Aidan. And when the judge is writing these things. Next, on February 12th, 2026, just about a month ago, Aidan Carney and Lizzie Gaetani filed a joint stipulation of a dismissal, releasing each with prejudice from any claims brought in that matter. Aidan Carney now is eliminated as a party and in all probability as a witness, in that case. As such, the court concludes that there is no reasonable basis to believe that a successful prosecution against Aidan Carney for witness intimidation against third parties in Norfolk County could assist the special prosecutor in defending against the counterclaims brought by Gaetani. I mean, it's just critical thinking meets common sense, meets I don't buy into your gaslighting. Second, leaving aside the question of how Gaetani might surmount the formidable immunity defense available to Special Prosecutor Cosgrove, her complaint is flawed, likely fatally, procedurally. Good morning. See Mass Rule Civil Procedure 14. Further, even if her claims were properly lodged, no return of service has been filed. And the time for doing so has long since passed. As such, her claims are effectively dead. Effectively dead. Who writes this? A judge. Again, see the Mass Rules of Civil Procedure 4. Thus, the Worcester counterclaims present no meaningful threat to the special prosecutor or his ability to be fair and impartial. Third, the Commonwealth has indicated that an alternative special prosecutor will be available to examine Gaetani in the event that she is called as a witness. See paper number 131 of the instant matter. Thus, any conflict, this theorizing conflict, this theory, this imagination made up by Mark Betterow, which might arise if Special Prosecutor Cosgrove were to cross-examine Gaetani in the Norfolk prosecution, has been eliminated. The words like fatal, the words like eliminated, the words like, dead on arrival, that is what this judge is using in his order. Has been eliminated. It's like we're watching, Survivor or Squid Games. Player 432 is eliminated. Accordingly, given the court's application of Held 668, the irregularities, flaws in the Worcester matter, and the remedial measures taken by the Commonwealth and Special Prosecutor Cosgrove, the circumstances before the court cannot survive the close scrutiny required before taking this very substantial and exceedingly rare step of disqualifying counsel. Rare. I mean, now, so Aidan takes the big L there. Cosgrove remains a special prosecutor. Lindsay Gaetani is not going to be a witness by either one of them. Let's not kid ourselves. But let's take a look and listen. Back 6 months ago, Aidan Carney decided to read and give his opinions on his own mega motion, which that's the second part of today's episode, which is I have to reschedule my schedule now because Aidan will not be in court on March 26th, 27th, whatever the day was, for his big mega motion. Instead, it'll be in May. It's gotten pushed back to May because, his lawyer is defending Kelsey. So, but here, take a listen.
Mr. Carney, the latter of which included her audacious defamation and exploitation of Chris and Colin Albert to further her insatiable urge to embarrass Mr. Carney. I cannot wait for Doolin to read all this. Keep in mind, Doolin has no idea, probably, what a crusty panties is. He has no idea.
Doolin is not reading this. So, number one, Doolin is not reading this, so he will be disappointed, I guess, and he knows this. Now,
he just knows that I'm like a controversial guy on the internet who, makes faces in windows and, has a show where I make jokes. I'm a satirist, he calls me. And that's it. That's what Doolin knows about me. But he doesn't know about the crust. He doesn't know to trust the crust. And he doesn't know all about her background. But he's going to find out because she is central to these indictments against me.
Dude, he is so lost. And so is his team. Their angle is that Kate Peters is central to this for him being prosecuted. Okay. I mean, just the stupidity. Any criminal defense attorney knows that you can use anybody you want as an informant to say, hey, you know what? You should go take a look at this, YouTube channel and look at all of this shit that he does. He thinks because if somebody did that they're central to an investigation and they're central to prosecuting him.
Miss Peter provided D.L. Tully and Mello with video and audio evidence, including edits from Mr. Carney's lengthy episodes, which she believed evinced Mr. Carney's intent.
Okay. Now, when you want to say the word edits here, including edits, no, the word should be clips. But Cosgrove or Betterow is using the word edits. It's like you're changing something. Nothing's being changed. They're using a little clip of just like what I did right here. Did I change anything? That's not an edit. That is a clip, a preview, a trailer, if you would. And Aidan Carney was over here like, no, the jury needs to see everything. The jury needs to see everything because you're not going to get my context without seeing everything.
To intimidate witnesses. As detailed in the accompanying affidavit of Courtney Healy, according to Tully, Miss Peter directed him to specific timestamps of Mr. Carney's episodes, which he located and edited, rather than review.
Do you see writing these? Like, I cannot believe that Mark Betterow really wrote this, which he located and edited. This is a waste of the court's time. This is misleading the tribunal. There is nothing edited. To use the word edited is absolutely misleading. Editing. There was, you guys, copy, cut, and paste is not editing. Sorry.
The linked files provided to him by Miss Peter. So they're stuck with this lie. There's no way that's true. There's no way that's true. Tully got sent a whole bunch of videos by Krusty, and they want us to believe that he was like, where, that he didn't click on any of them, and that he went back and watched the episodes himself, that he would ask Kate Peter, what episode is that from, and go back and watch it. But we don't have a single email from him responding to her and saying like,
exactly. Now, this is where I get to have fun with this. You guys, cops don't respond to you when you send them things for tips. Okay. That's like in the McKee case. I sent tips in. Okay. I gave all my footage from when I was walking around. showing where cameras were, taking pictures of where these cameras were and how you could just see right into the bedroom up there on Huckleberry. Do you think that I got a message back, an email back from the cops asking me anything? No. So there's going to be no email back to me because they're not including me in their investigation. I'm providing information to them. Then they go off and do their thing. That's what cops do. They don't email you back and say, well, hello there, Lana. Thank you so much for sending this tip in. Now, I went ahead and clicked and viewed everything you sent me. Can you send me more? You get what I'm saying? Or where can I find these? Did you put these on your YouTube channel? Like, no. So for them to even be bringing this up to say, we find it hard to believe that Tully did not email Kate Peters back. Then you're not an attorney, Mark Betterow, Tim Bradle. You're not an attorney. Okay. This is a criminal case against your client. The cops do not share they don't talk about anything that they do ever. And I'm sorry, but that to sit here and like literally spread this, you guys know how I get about corruption, but this is just flat out fucking laughable and false. Okay. For Ann, did you ever hear Ann Taylor emailing, writing in and saying with Discovery stuff, talking about, Kate Peter isn't a witness, by the way. She's providing information. The same thing that I did in the Tepe case. I didn't witness anything. I didn't see no car roll up. I didn't see no man walking around. That's not what I did. I went around the area and located cameras, and I located a very interesting camera that was up top. You could see right into the bedroom window, and I zoomed in. I did all of that, and then I showed where there was camera footage that if you went and got, I believe if somebody was staking out that house, you would potentially be over here, but there's cameras there. Like maybe you can catch them doing this back about a month prior to or something like that if they were casing the place.
Where can I find this? Like that? No, unless they're withholding discovery from us, we haven't seen anything of the sort. Find this like that? No, unless they're withholding discovery from us, we haven't seen anything of the sort.
Where can I find this? Everything is on your channel. They've been watching you. They arrested you off of your channel where you live stream everything. What do you mean? Where can I find this? You think they're gonna hit up Kate Peter and say, hey. And then what blew my mind is that they're the ones that take down the Scanlon. He takes down the Scanlon video that he put up for like 13 minutes. And they literally had the audacity to argue and say that it's a dead link that was given. Well, no, it's a dead link because you took down the video. It's crazy.
D.L. Tully apparently renamed the edits he made from Mr. Carney's episodes such that they didn't accurately reflect the names created by Mr. Carney and saved them in folders that he created, which included at least one folder named Intent. So that's big. So they renamed all my videos, all my shows. They call them episode this, whatever. And they make it sound more nefarious than it actually is. All right. And we always
they make it sound more nefarious than it actually is. So you're admitting that it's nefarious. Like, what a fucking idiot.
Always assumed that it was Krusty that did it, right? We always assumed that Krusty had renamed the videos and sent them in. And I still believe that. And so about 2 weeks ago, someone from our team speaks with Brian Tully, and he tells her that I did it. I renamed the videos. He pulls a Spartacus. Okay.
He pulls a Spartacus. Listen to this man. They are dude, the shit that goes, like the shit that they're trying to spin is just pure fiction. It is. I mean, if this goes to trial, it's going to be one funny fucking, like, get your fucking popcorn, man.
I am Krusty. I am the crust. I am the crust. I am the crust. They're all crust. They're all taking the fall for her. And why would he do that? Because that's deceptive. To take intentionally deceptive. Like you're trying to prejudice the jury into thinking. Titles are very important, folks. Titles are very important because it's like when I title an episode, that's what the overall theme of the 3-hour show is. It's what people will search for. It's the primary topic. And so they would take one random quote out of context and make it the title. And it makes it seem like, and they would take like the most dastardly sounding thing that I said, and they would make it the title. And then they would say, oh, look at him. He's so dastardly. He's proud of it. You know, it definitely prejudices the jury 100%. So we assumed Krusty did that, but Tully's like, oh, I did it. I'm the crust. Why would he do this? And I get it. In my opinion, this has been a mystery amongst great thinkers about why.
This has been a mystery amongst great thinkers. So such a mystery that you didn't write in your first motion to dismiss. This is all getting denied on its face. It's ridiculous. It's going to get denied on the day that it gets talked about. I mean, he may say, I'll take it under advisement for the... No.
He is taking the fall for this. And the only conclusion that I can reach is it's just too embarrassing to admit that this whole thing involves the crust. Like, that's embarrassing. Like, Tully pretends like he's like a real police detective, like when he's on the stand and he's like, got a suit on, he's actually serious. He's like so matter of fact and proper and blah, blah, blah. It's like, bro, you outsourced your investigation to something called Crusty Panties. He can't admit that. Like, he can't admit it. He doesn't have it in him to admit that, like, yeah, we're kind of running like... He
outsourced his investigation, and there would be these emails back and forth, right? And there's just not. That's the part of his great thinking that he doesn't get. He outsourced his investigation, so then therefore you would see, hey, go do my job for me. Nope, it's just not there.
Like a clown show here. Like, we just outsource our work to Crusty Panties. He was like obsessed. Like, he can't admit that would be professionally embarrassing. And so he has to act like, no. She just gives us some tips. She's a source. And then I did it. I renamed them. Okay. Sure you did, Tully. The edited and renamed file, and I'm a private investigator. And he was inside that house, and he was attacked by an ATF agent. He knew that there was an ATF agent in there and the nephew. And that was the first time that the Reed defense team became aware of the existence of Colin inside that house. And it starts clicking with Karen. That was the first, because she was kind of like confused before that. Like, how could this happen? How is he dead? Could I have hit him? What the hell happened? I didn't hit him. Like, did I not realize it? Like, she's like, things are going through her head. Like, how did this happen? And then this guy comes forward and he's like, tells him what happened. It all clicks. And I talked to...
You hear how absolutely insane that is? How did this happen? She doesn't need to think that hard. How does this happen? He's with Higgins, who could have told my boyfriend that I'm trying to fuck and hang out and just do whatever. I mean, absolutely ridiculous shit right here. Just to hear this shit, like, to try to recreate history here.
Then they ask him to sign an affidavit, and he gets cold feet, and he just bounces on him.
Oh.
So I called Scanlon.
In
June of 2023, and I spoke with him. I interviewed him. And, he told me, he's like, oh, yeah, he's a real crowd pleaser. If you had the TV, he's like, oh, yeah. I called, I went to them, and it just didn't seem right. What didn't seem right about it, Scanlon? Oh, yeah. He goes, the injuries, they just didn't match up.
How did you ever seen that?
How did you know about what the injuries were on February 3rd? There was no autopsy report out yet. Like, there's no pictures of him. There was no dog bite. Like, nobody knew about any of this shit yet. Like, how did you know what the injuries were on that day? And he goes, I learned it from your reporting. He goes, my reporting? I didn't report on it until 15 months later. Oh, no, you did. Oh, no, I learned, I call it. Yeah. It was just so obvious that he was lying to me and covering something up. Like, he was kissing my ass. At the end of the call, he goes like, hey, just one more thing. He goes, keep up the great fucking work. Okay, Scanlon. And he's a snake. He knows something's up. He came forward. He just didn't want to snitch on Brian Albert. He didn't want to be known as the snitch because he knows Brian Albert. And so he didn't want to be known as the guy who snitched on Brian Albert, big guy Brian Albert. But he knows things, man. That guy knows what's up. I'm telling you, that guy knows what's up. I don't know how. Nobody knows how. He wasn't there that night. Some people, like, was his daughter. I think he's from Sharon. And maybe his daughter knows somebody. His daughter wasn't there that night, but like maybe his daughter runs in the social circle and people were talking. Who knows? But yeah, he could have been a hero. Instead, he chose to be a clown and a witness at a grand jury. Because as you're going to see, a tape was presented to the grand jury by Crusty Panties of Steve Scanlon and I talking. We're going to get to that. Okay.
Exactly. So then listen to what the fuck that he says about this.
Mr. Mello and Tully misled the grand jury by limiting evidence of Carney's intent to Tully's edits of his episodes to Cosgrove in December of 24, showing his communications with Crusty Panties. And we didn't have those when we filed our motion to dismiss, but Cosgrove had it and withheld it from us. So he gave it to us in July after the motion to dismiss failed. So he's literally holding on to evidence that we'd already asked for, that he said didn't exist. And then we filed the motion to dismiss. We didn't know any of this stuff. They literally just hide. Oh yeah, sorry about that. On September 4th, 25, the defense learned for the first time that Tully apparently edited and renamed Carney's content, and that this altered evidence later became the exhibits. So again, he's taking the fall for Krusty because it's too embarrassing to say that he outsourced.
Again, you see how he moves right past it really quick? Nope. You could not learn that for the first time that anything was renamed. You know what your episodes were named when you fucking got all that shit. That's what they're forgetting there. Okay. That's all going to fail. Let's get to the right here. Let's get to the Scanlon thing.
Regarding the assistance that she provided Tully immediately before he accessed Carney's actual episodes and edited them, changed their name. So again, Tully claims that he got sent these video clips from her, but being the real thorough detective that he is, he's like, wait a minute. I need to know what episode this came from. But
no, what they do is they don't click on links. They don't click on links for virus purposes, right? So unless you can prove that they all happen in a Dropbox versus emails, okay, then he would just go, he would look at what it said and then go on his own and click.
The problem is there isn't a single email from him asking that.
Exactly, because he did it himself.
So,
just stupidity.
Private links containing discoverable information about Mr. Carney that Miss Peter provided to Mello and Tully has since been deleted by a private party, Miss Peter, so she destroyed evidence. The Commonwealth has represented that Tully has never opened any unsolicited links emailed to him by Peter. Notably, they have not and cannot say the name. They say the same about Mello, who not only opened private links sent to him by Miss Peter, but sent them to Tully for him to review. Yep. So he gets a lot of stuff from Krusty, and we have the communications. Therefore, discoverable and evidence that indisputably was in the Commonwealth's actual possession is no longer available. So they destroyed evidence. Carney has been prejudiced by the non-disclosure or destruction of exculpatory and
You guys, if Kate Peter sent links that were from Aidan Carney's fucking channel and he deleted them or made them private, the links would not work. Kate Peter isn't fucking deleting, and they're not destroying evidence. This man is absolutely fucking off his rocker. Okay. What's up, Josie? Josie's on a vacation far away.
Discoverable evidence because the defense has been deprived of critical, substantive, and impeachment evidence in the support of the claim that the DA's biased and shoddy investigation relied upon unvetted and possibly tampered evidence from a source with a patently obvious motive to falsely accuse Mr. Carney and with a track record of doctoring evidence against him on at least 2 occasions. Krusty. Mr. Mello's communications with Tully and Miss Peter regarding her relationship with and production of evidence to the prosecution, the likelihood that he will contradict Tully's claim that he never reviewed private links sent by Miss Peter, his knowledge of Miss Peter's motive to falsely accuse Mr. Carney, and her overall lack of credibility, his knowledge that Tully edited and renamed evidence that he later introduced to the grand jury, and his conduct before the grand jury, which included eliciting false and misleading testimony from Tully, supports Mr. Carney's defense and will make him an essential defense witness at trial. Like, bro, not even kidding. If God forbid this actually ever makes it to trial, which I doubt, our star witness is Ken Mello, like without a doubt. So he better not die on us. All right, he better not pull that. Okay,
he didn't, dude. Nobody gives a fuck about who your witnesses are. You don't have any witnesses, okay? All right, you want to talk about how procedurally what they did? You want to poke holes at what they did? You guys, that is not what this case is about. Okay, this is not an investigation. There was no investigation. There was no, I have to collect this evidence. And I got to make sure this evidence is pristine condition. The evidence is Aidan Carney. Aidan Carney's channel is the evidence. There is no, I was at a crime scene and I had to collect blood samples. I had to make sure I had my booties on. I can't trample through this crime scene. That is not, we're not dealing with a homicide here. Okay. We were dealing with somebody that literally used his channel and recorded everything that he did. And then after he does that and puts it out, then he comes out and he talks about everything that he did. I mean, this is not a whodunit case. There is no getting evidence and that we're going to be able to show the jury how they obtained illegal evidence or they obtained something illegally or that Aidan isn't the one behind them, the curtain. Okay. It's absurd.
All his ass in there. I don't care. Tubes and everything. He's going to free TurtleBoy. Mello is. You best believe.
Mello is going to free TurtleBoy. You best believe. He's telling his people this. He's telling the world this shit.
Goes on to say, Mr. Mello's communications with D.L. Tully and Miss Peter regarding her relationship with and production of evidence to the prosecution. No, I already read that. Mr. Mello has also made himself a material witness when on November 5th, in his official capacity as Mr. Carney's prosecutor, he called the police, advocating on behalf of witness Chris Albert. Remember that? When the Canton Nine were protesting outside of D&E Pizza Shop? Who did he call? He called the police? No. He called Mello, 1-800-MELLO. And Mello called the police for him.
And guess what they're forgetting here? Aidan Carney had already been arrested in October. If Aidan Carney had not been arrested yet, sure. Aidan Carney was arrested in October. This takes place in November, which comes after October. Okay. So people would be contacting him. And then Mello would be, Mello is the prosecutor to then contact the police and say, if this man has a stay away, whatever, and who's ever doing whatever, and if he's there inciting, which, I mean, this has absolutely nothing to do with nothing.
And he thus made himself a witness in that. And they're suggesting Mr. Mello's conduct and credibility will be key issues at trial, and it would therefore be improper for him. There'd be improper.
This is why this is a mega motion, because they're doing like a disqualification of Mello in this. They're doing we have the grand jury proceedings were fucking flawed. We got all of this. That's why it's called this mega motion. And the judge actually was like, Mr. Betterow, what the hell are you doing? I get that you're from New York and you don't understand how we work here in Boston, in Massachusetts here. But none of this shit that you filed is technically even a motion. So you need to stop filing shit like this. These rebuttal shit. Yeah, no.
Proper for him.
It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing for a lawyer when you're being admonished by the tribunal.
To represent the
all that's happened in this.
Commonwealth.
And so he writes 88 pages basically for the purpose for Melanie Little to go out and read this.
Defend himself as an unsworn witness. Mello must be disqualified. Under Rule 3.7, which says that lawyers shall not act as an advocate at a trial in which the lawyer is likely a necessary witness. He's already been disqualified from the Gattani case, the fake victim case. Accordingly, for the reason...
Hear how he just read about, rules? It's funny that he wants to read about rules. You guys know how much I love Alan Jackson and David Unetti. Well, we could talk about some professional rules in that case because it happened.
It's detailed in this affidavit. Its exhibits and accompanying... Ms. Roberts did speak to the FBI, as revealed in her testimony at Ms. Reed's trial.
This isn't a defamation case. This isn't a defamation case. So basically, they want to come out here in this mega motion and talk about the fact that Aidan Carney had all of his information right. That's why all this is redacted. On April 10th, 2023 at 12:03 p.m., Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCade, we have to they talked on the phone or some shit like that. Who knows? Ms. Roberts, guess where he got all of this information from? Who did he get all this information from? The defense. The defense who is claiming that they knew nothing about a federal investigation. That is what, what's his name? David Unetti says to Auntie Bev in open court and in a motion, which was a flat out lie. Flat out lie. And it gets caught. The mega motion also just shows that that's a lie again.
I've been rattled by the FBI. Ms. Reed's defense filed the...
Look at, on April 12, 2023, just 2 days after Miss McCabe had been rattled by the FBI, Ms. Reed's defense filed its lengthy motion, which, among other things, alleged that significant and reliable evidence implicated her and Brian Albert in Mr. O'Keefe's death. And then, lo and behold, who writes right after that? Who somehow comes out and writes an article immediately after the witnesses here were dealt with by the FBI? Aidan Carney. And if you don't think that was planned, well, I think that you're a fool. I think that you're a fool. They did their homework. I believe Alan Jackson them did their homework.
90-page motion.
This guy attacks people. He doesn't attack investigations. He attacks people. And he admits that he attacks people. In fact, there's a clip where he's saying, I wasn't attacking so-and-so. I was attacking Jennifer McCabe. And I'm just like, what a fucking idiot. He uses the word attacks. Like, you just can't. Like, so I was supposed to be in Boston or Massachusetts here at the end of the month. And this fucking thing gets pushed to May. May. I know it's because he's scared of land. I'm just kidding. His lawyers actually have to go to a trial.
That got my attention in alleged significant and reliable evidence that implicated McCabe and Brian Albert in Mr. O'Keefe's death. Ms. Reed's motion accused Ms. McCabe of Googling how long to die in cold. Ms. Reed's defense further alleged it had uncovered significant evidence Ms. McCabe had taken affirmative steps to delete and tamper with evidence, and in good faith belief Brian Albert had done the same. Suffice to say that between April 10th and April 17th, one day prior to my first publication of the Can't Cover Up series.
Yeah, but not before his first publication of writing on Facebook and talking about that he was going to be talking about it and covering it.
Ms. McCabe and the Alberts had strong reason to be concerned about their legal situation and the adverse impact on their public reputations that would result from media coverage of scrutiny. That would result from media coverage or scrutiny. So that they're worried. Again, if you're Jenny McCabe, everything's going good.
Nothing. No, but this is okay. Now this is where he's an idiot. Ready? That was from a federal grand jury. Nothing that would ever be leaked from that. His reporting, TurtleBoy's reporting, is from leaked federal grand jury that came straight from the lawyers of Karen Reed. You understand now? So the writing and going at these witnesses was after they testified at a federal grand jury. Immediately after. And so it's one thing if you want to talk about the Karen Reed case, it's another thing to see the ironic time frame that, wow, what could possibly happen here? And then this idiot comes out and admits it all. He admits it all, that Alan Jackson gave him all this stuff and he's such a fucking genius and blah, blah, blah. It's just like, dude, this guy blows up your spot left and right.
Good, right? You got away with murder. And then on April 10th, the feds show up for some fucking reason. You're like, what the fuck? What is this all about? The feds are here, ice cream truck, what the hell's going on? And then on April 12th.
No, the only person that said an ice cream truck was Lana. That's how you could be funny. I sent an ice cream truck down during jury deliberations. Okay. Learn about it. This shit, this is unethical as fuck.
This affidavit gets filed in court, alleging that Jen McCabe did the Google search. And she's like, you would think of what she was feeling at that time. She got away with murder. And then they figured it out. They figured out her dirty little secret. They knew what she did. She's like, fuck. 15 months later, she thought she got away with this. She thought, I deleted the Google search. I Googled it again in 624. I'm good. We got away with it. And then this filing comes out on April 12th. And they know everything. They figured out everything. They figured out John was in the house, going up and down 3 flights of stairs. They know about the dog bites. They figured it all out. They cracked the case. Okay. But so they're shitting their pants. And she Googled herself on February 2nd. Picture how much she was Googling herself on April 13th. Like, is anyone talking about me? Because it said sister-in-law. It didn't even say Jennifer McCabe in any of the reporting. It didn't say Brian Albert. No one was saying their names. No one. And that's where Daddy came in. Okay. And it did some real reporting. Naming names. Because it's in the filings and the media was too gutless and too scared to report on who these people were. I wasn't scared of them. So I put their names out there and I made Jennifer McCabe a household name. Okay. Nobody knew who Jennifer McCabe was before this outside of Canton. Right. She was a normal mom, right? That's all she was. A normal soccer mom who covers up murders every once in a while. But I made Jennifer McCabe a household name, which is what she feared more than anything. She's not.
This guy's dumb. I'm just let it play here.
In physical fear, fear of physical harm, or anything like that. She's in fear of being exposed for what she is. So they were worried about the impact that the reputations would receive that they got and that they received from the FBI and or from the Reed defense's allegations of their complicity in Mr. O'Keefe's death. Footnote 4. We got a whole bunch of redactions here. Okay, so again, this is about Miss McCabe being nervous. Miss McCabe was concerned with being publicly associated in any way with Mr. O'Keefe's death. On January 30th at 8:06, she Googled BPD and John O'Keefe. On February 1st, she Googled John O'Keefe. On February 2nd, 2022, this is the day John O'Keefe is, that Kara Reed is brought. She's arrested on the night of February 1st. She spends the night in the State Police Barracks in Milton, and then gets hauled into Stoughton, and she is arraigned at around 9:30 or 10, probably 10 o'clock. She's arraigned, and it's a 30-minute arraignment, and Jennifer McCabe is there. And let me show you something. You guys want to see it? Have you guys ever watched that arraignment video? Because I got it queued up here. All right, let me cue this up for you guys. Video's gone. I had it all queued up. Oh, that's shit. No big deal.
Without bail. Morning, Mr. Genetic. Morning, Mr. Lely.
Morning.
All right. Mr. Lely.
Your Honor, the court commission could I just pull masks?
The masks, like the masks.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth is requesting the court set a cash bail on this matter by Your Honor to the defendants, as well as conditions that she stay away and have no contact with the deceased victim's family, that she stay away and have no contact.
In a text message to her daughter, blank. So you don't get to see what Jennifer McCabe told Allie McCabe at 10:54. You don't get to see that. But you do know that it happened right after court ended, in which Jennifer McCabe was wearing a pom-pom hat in court to disguise herself and not be seen. Okay? She did not want to be seen. And so she sends her daughter a message while her daughter's still in school telling her something. On February 2nd at 11:37 a.m., she Googled Jennifer McCabe. Because why? Why would she Google Jennifer McCabe? People was like, why would she Google herself? Because her name was just mentioned a whole bunch of times by Adam Lally in court. And now she's freaking out because she's like, oh, fuck. Are they talking about me? Do they know about me? The last thing any of these people wanted to do was have their names in any of this shit. They did not want they didn't even, they should have thrown them on the Asian line. Then there would be someone else's problem. I don't know why they didn't do that. Right. But yeah. So anyway.
You're an idiot if you don't know that.
Goes on to say, despite their concern about being mentioned in the growing media coverage, less than 72 hours after Mr. O'Keefe's death. Oh, this pains me. Miss McCabe and Miss Roberts, yada, yada, yada. Like, bro, again, this redaction right here, I can't get into what's in that redaction. It is the best. It's the best. It is the fucking best. And you don't get to know what's in there. No one does. Karen Reed hasn't even seen that one. And it is the best. And it's going to come out. But just remember this, page 19 in the footnote, the redacted part, you don't get to know what Miss McCabe and Miss Roberts talked about. Again, context clues here. Despite their concern. So what does that suggest is in this? So despite their concern about their names being mentioned in the growing media coverage. So despite not wanting to be famous, right? That's what they're saying right there. That's what Better was saying. Despite their concern about not wanting their names out there, because they're very concerned about having their names out there, right? So that's...
You're talking about who's going to play them in the movie. Is that what that's about? They're talking about who's going to play each other in a movie.
Suggests that whatever is redacted, right, in this, we're doing context clues together, would suggest that they are not concerned with having their names out there, that they have some sort of ulterior motive. I wonder what that could be. Maybe we'll find out someday. Anyway, back to this. Hopefully we'll find out soon, because I think the public has a right to know what they said to each other. Okay. On April 18th, Ms. McCabe's and the Alberts' concerns were amplified when Mr. Carney, citing the publicly filed defense motions, blew the lid off the Reed case by publishing his first Can't Cover Up article. After Carney posted his first story about the Reed case, the DA sought to muzzle him in response to numerous complaints from Ms. McCabe and the Alberts.
The DA sought to muzzle him in response to numerous complaints from Ms. McCabe and the Alberts, who had substantial access to and influence with the DA. Listen, Aidan Carney was not arrested for writing any fucking piece. No piece that he fucking wrote. His articles, no. His articles were used as exhibits to show that, and then he comes out and talks about it, the fact that, yeah, I knew about all of this stuff because Karen Reed was my source, and so were the lawyers, and they gave me everything, and then I wrote about it, and then they then used me as a source to be able to talk about the federal investigation to Auntie Bev, and then act like we had no idea this was going on. It didn't come from us. And that's what Yannetti argued. And now come full circle, they only had speculation until TurtleBoy comes out and admits it. It's all true. What a fucking idiot. And he just did it weeks ago, like literally just like a week or two ago. He comes out and he talks about how genius it was of how Alan Jackson basically leaked the federal material to him. He goes and talks about it. Then Alan Jackson cites his written work in the motion and then argues that, hey, the media is talking about it. We don't know anything about a federal investigation. We have no idea the feds are involved. We have the media telling us this. And that's the first time on when they try to get, this happened because it was about a gag order back then. And Auntie Bev denied the gag order because of the way that Yannetti argued it. Yannetti's like, we have no idea about any of this. We cite where Mr. Jackson didn't say anything about a federal investigation and break that in this courtroom. He cited and read TurtleBoy Sports blog episode read the article, and that's what he's referring to. And and that's what happened. And then this idiot, they just had pure speculation until this idiot comes out and admits it all 2 weeks ago. What an idiot. What an absolute fucking piece of shit. Right? Now that TB admitted it, will Alan Jackson and Nettie get in trouble for that? We know they did it. I don't like it, but it is what it is. See, Monkey, remember when you're like, Lana, why are you saying this? Now do you understand how it all played out? Because I love that you were because I defend Yannetti and Alan Jackson. I love them. I absolutely fucking love them. And I'm just like, but hey, if I got to be real with myself and real with all of you guys and explain how this actually happened. So, I am not the one, says, you are so pathetic. I know Aidan Carney is so pathetic. I know. I just can't even believe that he did this. I know. Aidan Carney disgusts me. Says justice for all. I always knew that TB would throw Karen Reed under the bus. Yep. Hi, Lana, longtime viewer since Idaho 4. Please tell me that beeping in yesterday's interview and MPD's fire detector, not yours. Yes, it was MPD. It was ISP. It was ISP. And you guys never knew this, but Aidan Carney, if you go back and watch his earlier stuff, I did a little bit of a troll of him with the fire or with the beeping. He had that all the time in his productions. Okay. Well, then, so I left it once or twice just because of his past, like how he used to be. And then it was actually my Mox, my carbon monoxide beep, which was inside my wall. It was, they wired all of the smart wiring. Anyways, long story short, my troll turned into a backfire. That's why none of the viewers really had a problem with hearing my beep and couldn't say anything about it, because Aidan just would do all these lives with just that beep, beep, beep. Anyways, I thought it was hilarious. And I could tell people in the chat, I was like, why are you watching with me? Well, because we're so used to this through Aidan shit. Anyways, go back to the first trial in the beginning and you'll see. Anyways,
we had substantial access to and influence with the DA right after I started writing about this. Let's see what the police chief, Ken Berkowitz. Kevin Albert was and is a Canton police officer. Chris Albert had recently been elected to the Board of Selectmen of 2023. No doubt concerned about the viral dissemination of Mr. Carney's article. So this is 2 days after I write my first Canton cover-up story. Miss McCabe, blank. So no doubt, again, the context clues, no doubt concerned about the
April 20th is the day that he wrote the article about the feds.
Viral dissemination.
Guess what happened on April 20th? Guess what they have evidence of? April 20th to May 1st or 2nd. That's when the communications directly on the phone began with the lawyers and Aidan. That's why it was all circumstantial. They couldn't prove that the defense was the leak of the federal material. all they could use was the phone records to say, hey, on April 20th, Yannetti and Jackson both talked to Aidan Carney on the phone. That's all they had. And they say they had, one of them had, I don't know how many phone calls with them from April 20th until May 1st or 2nd. And then the other one had X amount of conversations with him from April 20th until May 1st or 2nd. That's all they had. Okay. And so what they were able to do is they circumstantially were saying, hey, the article came out on this day, and these articles all about the Fed stuff came out on this day. We have proof that beginning this day to this day, this is how many phone conversations there were. Okay. That's all they had. That's called circumstantial evidence. Now, until Aidan Carney just recently comes out and tells the world that he got it from Alan Jackson, David Yannetti, and Karen Reed. You absolutely, like, when you want to talk about blowing people's spots up, and then ask me this question, Lana, do you think he's that dumb that he just says it not realizing what it implicates, or do you think that he said it on purpose? I think, first of all, it doesn't matter. I think that he's an absolute idiot, but me personally, he did that one on purpose. It was all circumstantial to that point. It was all circumstantial to that point. What really got the TurtleBoy movement going, and there's a difference between the Karen Reed movement and the TurtleBoy movement, in my opinion. TurtleBoy harped and harped and harped on this, that the feds were involved and the feds are coming for these people. Okay. That came at the hands of the defense team. That broke my heart. That broke my heart. Lana, why are you doing this? Because my channel is called Truth and Transparency. Truth and Transparency. Okay. You do not beat corruption with corruption. You do not need to. Okay. I think the biggest mistake, and they will admit it, that David Yannetti and Alan Jackson ever did was ever speak to that man. Okay. They, I believe, did their research, but they never knew that, like, you would think that somebody has, like, okay, they're not going to do this, or they're not going to do this, and they're not going to do that. There's no way that he's going to do this. He is like that bomber that will put on if he's going down, he's taking as many people as he can with him. And that's what this shows, is that I don't believe for a second that Alan Jackson, Karen Reed, or David Yannetti told him to do anything that he got arrested for. He was provided material as a, this is off the record source. Okay. And then he outed his own sources because he wanted to blow up their spots. I believe that TurtleBoy has been blackmailing them. I believe that you can use the word extortion. You can use the word blackmail. For his situation, it's interchangeable. Thank you so much for becoming a member. But my channel is Truth and Transparency because I fight corruption. Okay, that's the Karen Reed case it doesn't change the fact, because everything that happened to Karen Reed happened way before TurtleBoy ever came along. Karen Reed, it didn't matter who was going to be in Karen Reed's spot. Okay, that investigation was flawed from jump because the police take out don't talk about the witnesses. Don't talk about any of the civilians. Talk about the police. The police did whatever the fuck they wanted to. They did not follow protocol. They did not preserve anything. Both Canton and both the Massachusetts State Police. And they worked together just like they did in the Sandra Birchmore case. And TurtleBoy doesn't attack investigations. TurtleBoy attacks people. And I don't attack people. I attack investigations. Because everybody should know this. If you ever read a police report, you guys, you don't get to write up the police report. They write up the police report. The police do. So we can never just say like, oh my God, I can't believe this person said this to the police. We have no idea, unless it was recorded, what the person actually said to the police. You can write in anything, and especially if it wasn't recorded, then it's a police officer's word against a civilian's word, and you don't stand a fucking chance. That's why we have protocols that are supposed to be that you have to record these interviews. Bring them down to the station. Okay. Or you have your phone with you, record stuff. Come on, you're a detective. You're not a patrol person. You have the stuff that you need to properly investigate a case with you when you're going to go and talk to witnesses. Okay. But we have protocols for a reason, and it's to protect us. And when police officers don't do things by the handbook, that's what needs to be shown. Like, and as jurors, we need to start saying to ourselves, listen, when they don't do something like that, ask yourself why. And ask yourself what it then had a domino effect of doing. And that's where reasonable doubt comes in. Because now you don't know things for certain, right? You don't know things for certain. And that would allow you to have doubt. Because why don't you know something for certain? Because these police officers chose to do things away so that I wouldn't one day know this. Because as an officer, you know that in order for ever true justice to ever happen, it doesn't ever happen with the police. It comes after the fact. But I have to do my job as an officer to get that person justice, right? And so why wouldn't I be doing the right things to ensure that? And you don't say to yourself as a jury and as a juror that, okay, well, since the police messed up, I'm still gonna make sure that this is right, and I'm gonna go ahead and vote guilty. That's not your job. And that's how things should be presented in opening statements and closing arguments if you're a defense attorney. I may not have gone to law school, but I'll tell you this. I'll go up with anybody that has a law degree and be a partner with you and do a bunch of the work for our client to have a very, very good chance. The best defense possible, right? That's all we can ask for. So I believe that if Jennifer McCabe was arrested one day, if any of the Alberts were arrested, nobody can be found guilty of this crime because of the investigation. And that was the purpose of it. The purpose of it was so that nobody could be ever prosecuted for it, or successfully prosecuted, maybe I should say. And so they think about this as, was Karen Reed framed, or was the investigation done a certain way so that you couldn't prosecute the real culprit or culprits? And who has access to make sure that that would happen that way? The police, law enforcement. Alana, you said the other day in one of your shows that TurtleBoy lies about lying about lies that he lies. So how come you think he's not lying about AJ, David Yannetti, and EL? Well, I don't think EL had anything to do with it, so that name has never come out of my mouth. Are you talking about Liza Little? But as far as why isn't he lying about that's where he got it from? Well, because I'm gonna guess, this is just a hunch for me, is that he didn't get it from Adam Lally. Adam Lally didn't know about it. I'm gonna guess that he wasn't talking to Josh Levy. His own words would then make the circumstantial evidence complete. That's all I'm saying. Could he be lying about it? Absolutely. But what he just did, though, is he made it so that now that could be prosecuted because he just admitted to it. Everything was circumstantial. If TurtleBoy wants to take himself and those other people down, then basically Alan Jackson and David Unetti would have to go and get attorneys and say how TurtleBoy framed them. And he's just saying this, you know, you get what I'm trying to say, but it would be enough, though, to take that to the bar and to get them to be sanctioned. That's all. Could he be lying about it? Abso-fucking-lutely. He lies about everything, right? Absolutely.
Of Mr. Carney's article.
So the other thing is I want to point out when this was actually broadcast. All right. So if you go over here and you look at the date of this, so it says 6 months ago, but you want to click on it. So September 17th, Karen Reed is completely, acquitted, right? And so September 17th, 2025, this is when he does this episode. What had just happened? The Wilbur already happened. So September 17th, 2025. Remember that date.
What does she do? We just mentioned in the previous paragraph that they have crazy access to the DA. So what do you think Jennifer McCabe could have done on April 20th, besides smoke a joint, 2023?
What did you do on April 20th, 2023? Do you guys see?
And what do you think she would say? What do you think she would say about it? What would a control freak like Jennifer McCabe say? And what would she do? Because that was bad news. I mean, that article comes out. Now she's famous. Now she's the Google search lady.
There it is. That article comes out.
She is public enemy number one. And there
was more than one article. So articles come out on April 18th, multiple ones. He wrote 21 articles by May 3rd. 21 articles. There's not 21 days between April 18th and May 3rd. That's not 21 days. He was writing multiple articles in certain days. On top of the fact that then he was going live on his YouTube channel. So what I created, and thanks to Bella's help with me, we went ahead and we have every single article that he wrote on the day that he wrote it and the time that it was released. Okay. Not just the date, but the timestamp of his release. Okay. Then we took every single video that he produced between April 18th to May 3rd. And we did it because that was his first time going physically to the courthouse. Okay.
And this is a woman who's used to being in control. She is not going to stay quiet about this. Okay. We'll see. On information and belief, in response to Miss McCabe's blank, which would become a constant refrain, the DA publicly stated that it would disprove the Reed defense's allegation about the timing of Miss McCabe's Google search. So in the next paragraph, we see that in response to paragraph 66, the DA's office in paragraph 67 says,
this is Mark Bettero's way of trying to get in front of and help actually Alan Jackson here. Okay. Not help TurtleBoy here. And I'm going to tell you why. Because Cellbrite came out and they said, hey, there was a glitch in the system. Okay. So any report that came out and talked about when a Google search happened, it was on the wrong tab and shit like that. I believe that glitch. I'm going to tell you why. I went ahead and we've been starting to do research over here because we believe that Cellbrite needs to come forward. Same with any expert that used Cellbrite and ever testified in any criminal trial or civil trial for that matter. A divorce, those can get, custody battles. But anything that you would have ever Googled and for it to be given a wrong timestamp on the Google, all right, this needs to be looked into because this could exonerate other people or potentially maybe get somebody arrested. All right. And so I'm of the opinion that why don't you think Richard Green testified in trial too? I'm of the opinion that I've watched a ton of stuff after the fact, after this case, and multiple people. Nobody has come out challenging this. Nobody has come out and said, Cellbrite is lying. I did X, Y, and Z, and I've used Axiom, and I was able to do this. Okay? And that's why I'm really curious to see how this plays out in the civil trial. But I want to know, we need to have these cases where anybody was wrongfully convicted off of a Google search that was attached to a different timestamp. That's automatic appeal and new trial. And there's cases out there that I'm telling you that happened in. And that's what Cellbrite should be like looking into, to see if any expert testified in cases and what it truly implicated.
That they are going to disprove the Google search.
If Jennifer McCabe is adamant, I did not Google search anything that night. Like, this has to be wrong. What the hell happened? What is going on here? Let's just hypothetically say that, like, I didn't Google search anything until, obviously the morning, but there's something wrong. Mark Betterow wants to put this in everybody's ears and to say that Sarah says on information and belief. That means that they cannot prove that. There is no evidence of this. But in response to Ms. McCabe's, reaching out, the DA publicly stated it would disprove the Reed's defense allegations about the timing of Ms. McCabe's Google search. And they're using what? His emails, right? Then he comes out and he says that these people are witnesses and, to basically what has been going on. He comes out and he does like what they call like this hostage video, whatever, of, more. We know all of that. Okay. But don't be rewriting history on why stuff occurred. Or of course it would be on Adam Lally when he would get Richard Green's affidavit to sit down with his district attorney, right? And say, what the fuck is this? We need to look at all this shit. Jennifer McCabe was Google searching this. Like, they would need to get to the bottom of it. And they did, right? So having a discussion would be common sense, that they would have to have a discussion about this. But it's not going to be like, I'm going to set out to disprove, the Reed's allegations. It's like, what do you want him to do? What do you want him to set out to do? That's what his job is to do as a district attorney. It's his case. Of course he's going to say that. Because his case isn't that.
So something happens on April 20th, and then the DA's office says they're going to disprove it. Because
now this should be the argument. The argument should be this. How come Richard Green found it? Why didn't the district attorney? The glitch is there, right? So how about this? This is how you would want to spin it. And it wouldn't be like a spin. So that's a bad word to say. The approach would be to say, hey, why didn't Adam Lally and their experts, the Nick Guerreros, those people, okay? Why didn't they find it? That what we found, why didn't they find? And they came out and said, because they didn't use the version that Richard Green used. They didn't have that version. Okay. So the argument, thank you, Real Nikki. There you go. Another word I was looking for. The argument, right? Thank you so much, Josie. Josie's on a vacation far away. Whoa. Notice the queue has been, did you delete verse question? Did you search? Did it attempt to delete? No, that was what, then who the fuck did? Well, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. But the question should be, and how it should have been posed, in my opinion, is to say, why didn't they catch it? Why didn't they catch it? How does Richard Green see it? Okay. That's it, period. Then they can deal with, make it nefarious on, again, who? The fucking investigators, the investigation. But that's not how TurtleBoy thinks. That's how I would have, if I would have been in TurtleBoy's shoes, that's like me with the Moore case. When I would find something, I'm over here saying, how the fuck is Idaho State Police interviewing Jennifer Drake, letting Jennifer Drake say all these things, and then them not going out and vetting it? Jennifer Drake can say whatever she wants. The problem is that why were the investigators, when they knew the answer was something other than they got on so many answers of their questions? What are you doing after that? And so again, zeroing in on these investigators. You're clearing her by calling up and saying to the life insurance people, hey, yep, she's been so cooperative. What does cooperative have anything to do? Guilty people are cooperative all the time. What does that have anything to do with life insurance cutting her $1 million check within 3 weeks? The same thing that Corey Richards was just literally found guilty on all counts. Jennifer Drake did the same exact thing. And in fact, was repeatedly calling life insurance and got them to cut her a check for $1 million. Her husband was found dead on March 12th, and she got $1 million on April 1st. She called like 10 to 13 times.
If you guys look up this, can't cover up part 3. That's how I knew this was a real cover up. Because I wrote part 1 and I thought this thing's over. This is ridiculous. They have to drop this. They have to arrest the bad guys. Wouldn't want to be in Jennifer McCabe's shoes right now, right? They're fucked. But then, 2 days later, on April 20th, 2023, the DA's office comes out with a statement. And what do they say? We are going to disprove the Google search. That's out there. David Traub releases a press state release on April 20th. On the same day that, according to paragraph 66, Jennifer McCabe, who is very concerned about the viral dissemination of my article, does something. And then, like clockwork, the DA's office issues a press release saying this. Now, I keep seeing
what happened on April 20th, though. He's not saying, why aren't you saying what happened? What did you do on April 20th? What was the first thing? And of course, Mark Betterow is not going to write this in their motion, which is, hey, on April 20th, that's the first day that my client had communications on the phone with Alan Jackson and David Yannetti, and also wrote an article. And what was that article about? Well, Lana, you are the best dot collector I've ever seen. Well, I mean, it's just, you got to take all the information, you got to put it in chronological order. And then you have to see where the different people are spinning and what they're trying to spin. And then you have to say, okay, well, here's the truth. Or here's what happened and what each side is saying, but here's the timeline, and then take a look.
In Whiffen and Hyde. No, they don't contact Whiffen for the first time until, what, I think like September or October of 23? And they don't even...
So the question is, why didn't they find it? But they answer it, and they said that we didn't have that version. Okay, then once you did have the version, then you did find it, right? Okay, then what? You get what I'm saying?
You know who Jessica Hyde is on April 20th, 2023. They don't. The first communication that they have with Jessica Hyde is May 5th.
So that's
they never talked to her for sure on April 20th that they were going to disprove. How did they know that Jessica Hyde was going to reach the conclusion that she did on April 20th? How did they know that? How could they be so sure? What her conclusion? How did they know what Ian Whiffen was going to say when they put out this statement saying that? It's almost as if...
No, they didn't know that. But that's what anybody would say. Like, if a witness is saying, I didn't Google search anything, right? Of course you're going to disprove. You don't even have, that's a nonsense thing. We're going to disprove anything the defense is going to come out here and say. This is why they were going after the gag.
Something happened.
Because this shit's getting put all out there and y'all need to stop. Okay? But the gag didn't work because of the lie that was told to the tribunal. If that lie was never told the tribunal, the gag actually would have worked. And then therefore, the only person that TurtleBoy could have ever talked to would be Karen Reed, because you can't gag her. Okay? But you can start gagging lawyers.
To them. It's almost as if something happened that made them suddenly issue this press release saying, yeah. So I wonder what that could be. Maybe it's redacted, whatever.
Listen to this spin. I wonder what happened that why did this email ever take place? And I'm telling you guys why. Because on April 20th, what did you do, TurtleBoy? What did you do? What was talked about for the first time? April 27th. What'd you keep on talking about?
Something happened.
The feds.
To them.
The motherfucking
It's almost as if something
feds.
happened that made them suddenly issue this press release saying that. So I wonder what that could be. Maybe it's redacted, whatever that is. I don't know. You don't get to know. You don't get to know. You pay for this shit. You work all day. They take all the money out of your salary. They pay all these people. You don't get to know. That's none of your business. None of your business, taxpayers. Notwithstanding the DA's attempt to triage. Oh, here we go. Oh, no. Footnote. Although the DA literally responded to the April 12th, 2023 defense motion, Ms. McCabe didn't demand that the DA do something, in quotes there, until Mr. Carney's reporting of her Google search. Gee whiz, I don't remember seeing anything about do something up here. I don't see do something up here, but I do see it here. So just
Miss McCabe didn't demand that the DA do something until Mr. Carney reporting emphasized her Google search and implicated her in the cover-up of Mr. O'Keefe's death. The DA's knee-jerk defense of Miss McCabe occurred weeks before it hired a digital forensic expert, which occurred on or after May 7th, 2023. You guys, when do you want somebody to be hiring somebody if you don't know of something? So again, the argument is, why didn't they find it? And it's not on the Jennifer McCabe's of the world. It's not on the civilians. It's on the investigation. But hey, attack these witnesses. And that is why he was arrested. Because he was attacking witnesses. He was intimidating them. Okay? He was trying to influence them. He was trying to influence family members. He was trying to intimidate family members of the witnesses. And you cannot do that. You cannot picket witnesses. Everything, go and stand outside the courthouse like you were. Nobody got arrested for that. But guess what? There was not enough court dates. Aidan Carney can't sit still. He has to go live every single morning and do a bus stop live because he needs to feed the what? That's his dopamine.
Jennifer McCabe, and it's in quotes. That means she said it, right? So she's demanding that the DA do something. If you were in her shoes and this comes out, this Google search story, wouldn't you want him to do something? And then what did they do on April 20th? They did something, right? They did something. They put out a press release saying, no, we're going to disprove this. How did they know? How did they know on April 20th that they were going to?
Of course you want someone to do something. It's the same thing what happened in the Idaho 4 case, you guys. Holy shit. Hey, do something. And guess who they wanted? That was when Emily Alant's mom is like, what the hell's going on here? Do something about the fact that the Gonsalveses were saying stuff. Okay? Do something about JLR reporting on the case and talking about Emily Alant having, that there was a fight. All this shit, do something. Do something. Can't you do something? What can you do? Can you do something? Why can't you do something? What the hell is going on here? I'm getting attacked, or people now are calling me a cop killer. Do something. And the whole do something is like, well, who's feeding this man this shit? And then now here's an affidavit with Richard Green. And this is why I think TurtleBoy thought he was always going to be protected, is like, hey, I'm just saying stuff that the defense is filing. Sure, say it. Say it. But that wasn't enough for him because people were actually reporting on this case. The court TV was there. Dateline was there. At the first ever hearing that he went to, he does a live where he's driving and he's talking about the Dateline's going to be there. And he wore the outfit that he did so that everybody can know he's TurtleBoy, in case he wants people to know that he's TurtleBoy. So he wears these ridiculous fucking outfits, okay? Which, hey, they work for some people. Look at Afro Man. What is he wearing as he's taking the stand? Okay. Afro Man, now that's a man of, he calls it like it is. That's in some defamation case, though. He should watch it.
disprove this. They couldn't have known that. They hadn't spoken to Jessica Hyde yet. For all they knew, if they gave the phone extraction to Jessica Hyde, she would confirm what Richard Green reached. Like, how did they know what conclusion Jessica?
They didn't know what conclusion. What kind of spin are you? What are you talking about? To set out to disprove something, it has nothing to do with Jennifer McCabe. That has to do with their own fucking case. That literally a filing just put a big old blow up in, right? So yeah, we need to go disprove that this. So we have to go hire somebody to see what the hell is going on here. How did my guys miss this? That's the article. How does Nick miss this? Just like Sandra Birchmore. That's how, that's what you all should have stuck with. But no, he needs to attack people because that's his philosophy. His philosophy is to go after the weak links. And if you go after the weak links, okay, that's how you can get people to flip, to stop. And all Cosgrove has to show is you don't even have to say their prior bad acts. His philosophy, he writes it, he says it. Cosgrove, read this book. It's all you have to do.
Hyde, who they didn't even know existed, would reach. How could they know? There's no way they could know. Unless they were just told to do something. Do something. Until Mr. Carney's reporting emphasized her Google search and implicated her in the cover-up of death. That's interesting too. Because April 12th, this information comes out. April 12th, the information about the Google search comes out. It's in the, it's in the filing, but none of the media says the name Jennifer McCabe. No one does.
April 12th. That's so funny that you say that date. April 12th. When did you post on your Facebook group that you were going to cover the case before you wrote your first article?
And ask them to do something? Nope. Something. Of Miss McCabe occurred today that DA Morrissey excitedly instructed his team to hire Jessica Hyde. Have those emails come out in the public records request? I forget.
No lawyer writes these words. You're taught not to write these excitedly. You're taught that. You stick to the facts. You don't know if DA Morrissey was excitedly. Come on. You're taught that.
Possible. Blaine says, here's what I think happened.
You're sensationalizing that, and that's ridiculous, and you're inflaming it. And
it's interesting.
First of all, you don't even know. That's your opinion. That's not how you're supposed to write. Now watch.
On April 18th, Ms. Reed's support increased exponentially. Her growing throng of supporters regularly protested and held standouts.
Listen, this is false. After April 18th, 2023, Ms. Reed's public support increased exponentially.
Outside of the DA's office and all these other places. On May 9th, the DA wrote to the U.S. Attorney's Office seeking information about the federal investigation after being notified about the issuance of at least 2 federal subpoenas. How did they find out about the federal subpoenas?
How?
Well, they all got them on April 10th, didn't they? Who do you think would be the first person? Suppose you're Kerry Roberts and the Fed show up and give you a subpoena. Who are you calling? Who do you think Kerry Roberts is going to call?
Her victim advocate.
In that situation, what's she going to do? Obviously Jennifer McCabe, right? But I'm talking about Jan. No, who's she going to call and ask about what to do with this?
The DA.
Besides Jen, I'm talking about. Yeah, there you go. Some people are saying it. Okay, yeah. Who's she going to call and ask them? Let's suppose she calls the DA's office and ask them what's going on with this. Do you think the DA had any idea what was going on? No, they were probably just as surprised as she was. Picture how juicy those are if text messages like that exist. Anyway.
But you're not supposed to be telling anybody about it. But that's the thing. Why aren't you mentioning that? I don't think you're supposed to be telling anybody about that. Isn't it a secret grand jury? So you're not supposed to be going and telling anybody about that.
On May 18th, the DA sought the recusal of the U.S. Attorney's Office. On May 24th, so this is a hearing, U.S. Attorney's Office. On May 24th.
The same day that the launch for Karen Reed's, on May 24th, that's the first day that Karen Reed's defense fund was launched.
So this is a hearing. On May 24th, there is a hearing that day. There is an evidentiary hearing scheduled for May 25th. But Auntie Bev wants a special hearing on May 24th to decide whether or not they will have an evidentiary hearing. And she holds the hearing and decides they're not going to have an evidentiary hearing. That's when I realized the judge was in on it too. So On May 24th, Miss McCabe and Miss Roberts, who are clearly worried about Mr. Carney's growing influence on public opinion, do blank. What do they say? Gee whiz, I wonder. But whatever it is, it has to do with them being worried about my influence. On May 30th, she tries to get a harassment prevention order against.
And now nobody knew this at the time. Now we do know. So on May 30th, 2023, how did anybody know that Miss McCabe unsuccessfully sought a harassment prevention order against Mr. Carney?
Demonstrating her fun.
How? Because of David Yannetti. David Yannetti. Those things don't get publicized. If you don't get it, then nobody never knows about it. So, but here, this is actually worse for Aidan, and he doesn't even get it. If somebody is trying to get a harassment prevention order against you, okay? We're trying to get a harassment prevention. Hey, that means I'm trying to prevent something, right? Well, geez, you're making Jennifer McCabe look like she can see the future. Okay? But nobody should have known about this. And what does he do after? So on May 30th, 2023, Miss McCabe unsuccessfully sought a harassment, which he was not supposed to know about. David Yannetti tells him about it. Then Aidan Carney comes out and fucking talks about it. We didn't know, though, until the release of these extractions from the phones of Aidan that, hey, yep, David Yannetti told him. So now Cosgrove's going to be able to use that if he would like.
On May 30th, she tries to get a harassment prevention order against me and fails. Demonstrate.
Notice how he doesn't say anything about that. How did you know that she did that? How did you find out about that? Sources. My sources.
Her fundamental misunderstanding of the First.
Look at this. Demonstrating her fundamental misunderstanding of the First Amendment. Miss McCabe alleges that on April 18, 2023, the day he first reported on Miss Reed's defense motion accusing Miss McCabe of complicity in Mr. O'Keefe's death, Mr. Carney attacked her character.
Amendment. Miss McCabe alleged that on April 18th, 2023, Mr. Carney.
So that's what she said. How do you know that this ever happened?
Attacked her character by reporting on her. In what amounted to a request for an unconstitutional prior restraint on Mr. Carney, Miss McCabe urged the court to do something so he can't blog about me. It's always do.
Yeah, because she's just using her own language. She goes there to testify. It's just an ex parte. It's just her. And then they went and got the copy of it. They would have even known it happened, though, because it wasn't successful, had David Yannetti not somehow found out about it. That's how they found out about that. But the courts do something so he can't blog about me. If Jennifer McCabe actually was to redo this all over again, she would have taken a lawyer with her to the ex parte and never would have spoken.
Something.
And a lawyer would have spoken for her and hit on all the key trigger words to say, and she would have gotten the HPO.
With this woman, do something. This is like a spoiled child who is used to always getting her way. You have to do something.
This is a regular citizen going and not using lawyer words to be inside the circle to know what to say and how to say it to hit all the key trigger points and to be able to get an HPO.
Something gets to murder. The court predictably ruled that however upsetting Mr. Carney's reporting made Miss McCabe, he was a member of the press and his activity was protected under the First Amendment.
Yep. Because he was a member of the press. And what he's reporting on, he has freedom. That's his speech is protected. It's freedom of speech. What has he done to you? Now, did she say, I'm a witness? And that's where it's like, maybe in, because usually judges will tell you, they'll be like, listen, if you want to file, if he's defaming you, you can go file. There's other measures you can take for you to get, relief. If he would have said, or if you're a witness, if she was using the words like, I'm a witness in this case and this judge could have been like, well, if you're a witness and he's intimidating you, then you want to go file with the police because that's a different. So if this judge was reading off like they sometimes do, different ways that you can be and seek relief, then that's where this whole thing would have come in potentially about the witness intimidation.
On July 1st, Miss McCabe, who frequently asked the courts.
But this is just proof for Jennifer McCabe and what Cosgrove is going to be able to use to say that Jennifer McCabe sought out a protection order May 30th. Okay. For the harassment that she perceived. He's going to be able to ask her the questions, but she's going to show that she went and tried to do that. Okay. And then she was told that she could do X, Y, and Z, and then she went to the police. And so it's not going to come across to the jury that the police sought out Jennifer McCabe or were trying to frame TurtleBoy, because Jennifer McCabe went to the fucking courts May 30th, and they think in their delusional minds that is somehow like, that's horrible for their theory on the case. Nobody was sought out to be weaponized by the Commonwealth to frame Aidan Carney, the same people that framed Karen Reed. No. And I think Karen Reed says it best. Like, I'm not fucking around with these people anymore, Aidan. Ask Karen Reed what that really means. These people are dangerous. Ask Karen Reed what that really means. He just likes to fuck with people. Karen Reed's like, stop, knock it off. I'm not fucking around with these people anymore, Aidan. These people are dangerous.
To do something about Mr. Carney, oddly contacted him on Facebook Messenger and sent him a photograph of a mostly naked man, John Como. Miss McCabe apologized to Mr. Carney and then ominously advised him to have fun in Mashpee, where Mr. Carney was vacationing, which suggested that she keeps tabs on his whereabouts. That was like her being like, so she's real intimidated, right?
Okay, look at that's on July 1st. What happened between May 30th and July 1st? What's being left out of this? No judges like this. No judges like this. When you leave out important parts of the chronological order of events of what happened between May 30th and July 1st. Nothing in June? Nothing happened in June, huh? Huh.
She tries to get an order on me, fails. A month later, she's sending me nudes of a guy.
She didn't send nudes of a guy. Like, what a little fucking baby and liar. Nobody sent you nudes of a guy.
And telling me to have fun, kind of ominously telling me, I know where you're at, bitch.
Ominously telling you to have fun in Mashpee, where Mr. Carney was vacationing. Well, you guys,
Real
he
scared.
fucking talks about where he goes and what he does. Right? Doesn't he just talk? How does Mark Betterow literally have the audacity to write this in when all fucking Aidan Carney has wrote in about is, hey, Chris, I know where you guys were. You guys were down at Sagal, blah, blah, blah. And you guys were people. I got Turtle Riders sending me shit all the time. Fucking life as you know it, blah, 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 blah.
On July 13th, in an email with the subject line blank. Well, we got Proctor has entered the arena. Mr. Proctor emailed Tully, Fanning, Bukaki, and Adam Lally, referencing Mr. Carney as blank. Oh, I got a nickname. He gave me a nickname. God damn it. But you can't read the nickname he gave me. Mr. Proctor informed the group blank. Huh. What could he be mad about? Interesting. On July 16th, no doubt reeling from the perfect storm created by the ongoing federal investigation, Ms. Reed's aggressive defense, and the public's increasing awareness of the growing scandal resulting from Mr. Carney's reporting, DA Moore.
The growing scandal. The growing scandal. By Mr. Carney's reporting. You guys, the growing scandal. What growing scandal? Because the only scandal I see, look at this. No doubt reeling from the perfect storm created by the ongoing federal investigation. Like, they just blew up their spots.
Aggressive defense and the public's increasing awareness of the growing scandal resulting from Mr. Carney's reporting, DA Morrissey, from his personal email address, essentially begged the AG office to prosecute Mr. Carney for witness intimidation. Because he's the DA. Why didn't he just charge me himself? If I committed witness intimidation, why didn't he just charge me? Why?
Because he took it to them because what? Because what? What are they investigating? If you're going to be investigating, if this is a federal investigation going on with this whole case and what people are doing, what witnesses are doing, well, here's what's happening to the witnesses. Lana, you're quickly becoming one of my favorite YouTubers. Thank you, Shannon. Appreciate that. We just keep it real over here.
Because
and we have some humor too.
Those who would look bad. He's like, wait a minute. He's literally accusing us of covering up a murder. We can't arrest him.
Okay, and they use words essentially begging the Massachusetts attorney. Again, Mark Bettero's words, begging.
Do you understand the optics of that? That would look horrible. So let's just have the AG do it. So he emails Andrea Campbell's office, and they don't do shit. They're like, bro, you can't be serious right now, right? Of course, we don't see their response because they've been redacted. But he begged them to do something. On July 21st,
begged.
He again urged the AG to act against Mr.
Again, this is Mark Bettero's language. On July 21st, 2023, DA Morrissey again urged the AG to act against Mr. Carney.
On information
and belief, that means that they have nothing. The AG declined to prosecute Mr. Carney because it recognized that it was inappropriate to prosecute him.
The day before the rolling rally. So this is the day he finds out about the rolling rally. He contacts the AGO again. Does the AGO do anything? No. Because they're like, that doesn't sound illegal. People driving around in cars and protesting on a public street is First Amendment protected, fat boy.
Listen to what he thinks.
People driving around in cars and protesting on a public street is First Amendment protected.
That's not what you did. You didn't drive around on public streets. That's not what you got arrested for. Yeah, you're allowed to drive around, okay? You are allowed to drive around on public streets with your phone in your car and do whatever the fuck you want, right? You parked those vehicles. You got out of those vehicles, and then you did what, motherfucker?
Fat boy. On information and belief, the AG declined to prosecute Carney because it felt it recognized that it was inappropriate to prosecute him for witness intimidation based upon his reporting about witnesses who were upset about.
Look at how Mark Bettero says. Mark Bettero says he's just reporting about witnesses who were upset after being accused in publicly filed court documents of complicity in a high-profile murder. You guys, what? Why are you talking about something that happened like prior to your... He wasn't arrested for anything like that. He wasn't arrested for writing about them in a blog. But what he's trying to create is this false narrative that they were out for Mr. Carney from day one. No, Mr. Carney just escalated. Mr. Carney escalated. Because we do have a First Amendment right to freedom of speech. And so if Aidan would have just stuck to the First Amendment, nothing happens to Aidan. He has a First Amendment right. We all do. Freedom of speech. Okay? But freedom of speech is not what he was doing. Okay? And actually, their mega motion proves that he was never arrested for his freedom of speech. It actually proves that he wasn't arrested for that. And that these people were told, you guys, he can write this shit. He can write that he thinks X, Y, and Z. He can write, blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah.
Being accused in publicly filed documents in a high-profile murder. Footnote 8. About being accused in publicly filed documents in a high-profile murder. Footnote 8. Morrissey wrote to Tully on December 8th and others bemoaning the AG's conclusion that Mr. Carney's conduct did not warrant criminal prosecution. So this is months later. On December 8th, he writes an email complaining that why didn't they charge him with witness intimidation? Because this would have been much better for Morrissey if the AG's office did it. Then he could be like, whoa, see, it's not us doing it. But he couldn't get anyone to do his dirty work for him. So he hired Ken Mello. And here we are.
What? You were arrested on October of 2023. What are you talking about? They did arrest you. He's ridiculous.
On July 4th, 2 days after the rolling rally.
July 24th.
Miss McCabe told Mr. Nelson, blank. I wonder what she could have told him on that day, 2 days after the rolling rally. On August 1st, Chris Albert contacted the DA and blank. I wonder what he said. On August 3rd, general counsel for the DOJ rejected the DA's request for the Boston U.S. Attorney's Office to recuse itself. That is the infamous email where they said that Josh Levy has a very different understanding of the investigation into John O'Keefe's death. He knows what's up. Levy knows what's up. He didn't do shit, but he knows what's up. On August,
He didn't do shit, but he knows what's up. What an idiot. What an oxymoron. He knows what's up, but he didn't do shit. Are you fucking serious? If you truly believe that, then why aren't you exposing that? That's corruption. He'd rather attack people, though. Attack citizens.
9th, Miss McCabe does something. On information and belief between
Again, that means you can't prove it.
August 9th and August 25th. Miss McCabe, members of the Albert family, the state police, and Morrissey met to discuss Miss McCabe's latest demand for the DA to do something to stop Mr. Carney from reporting about her. So what happened in July? Well, I had a rolling rally, and I went to the Karen Reed hearing on July 25th. And then
guess what happened on July 25th? He tries to put it out there that his first time ever going to a Karen Reed hearing was July 25th. Nope. July 25th is where Yannetti, okay, you guys need to try to go find this because I was looking for it. Go find the July 25th, 2023 hearing. Okay. David Yannetti needed to back up Alan Jackson because the Lally put in to have everybody gagged here because of leaking this federal grand jury and all this federal investigation. And that's when David Yannetti had the back of Alan Jackson and saying, wait a second. No. We found out through the media. That there was ever anything going on with the federal shit. We didn't know anything about that. How would we know? And then he cites in the motion that David Yannetti filed, he cites TurtleBoy's article and saying that this is how we found out. We read this. And this is what Alan Jackson was talking about on the steps on May 4th or 3rd, whenever that hearing was, where his first time was there and he was recording it. That's what my brother counsel, Alan Jackson, was saying. And when he mentioned it in the courthouse and when he mentioned it out on the stairs.
August 8th, I reported about the Lucky Lockwood thing. So, Karen Reed hearing on July 25th. And then on August 8th, I reported about the Lucky Lockwood thing. So, what's up with this? Suddenly she demands another meeting or whatever where they...
And August 8th, he demanded from Karen Reed, I'm out of material. I need more material. So what does he do? He outs the whole Lucky Lockwood. And that's what everybody thought that he, like, oh, I found Lucky and I'm, blah, blah, blah.
Do something. On August 25th, this is the day DA Morrissey capitulated to the demands and threats of Miss McCabe and the Alberts and decided to do something about...
What is he? How do you make that statement on August 25th? What did he do? He capitulated to the demands. Do you want to know what the judge thought about all this shit?
DA Morrissey capitulated to the demands and threats of Miss McCabe and the Alberts. Something
was DA Morrissey's video recorded public statement, which press officer David immediately disseminated to the local and national print. Yeah, because guess why? Guess why he put that out there? Everybody's forgetting this. Because since Bev denied, so ready for this? Now, oh, Lana, give me the truth. Okay. July 25th, David Yannetti lies to the tribunal. Okay. And says, we had no way of knowing about any federal stuff. We found out from the media, and then cites TurtleBoy. Okay. And now here we now know that, wow, that is, you guys just committed Rule 3.3, a violation of Rule 3.3, candor to the tribunal. You are not allowed to mislead, okay, or lie to the judge. And David Yannetti did exactly that. They knew that they provided TurtleBoy the information that then he went and reported about on the federal shit. And then they cite TurtleBoy's writing and act like that's how they found out. So what does DA Morrissey do on August 25th after that happens and everything's denied that, hey, there is no gag order here? So then we can make statements. Then the DA puts this out after the lie about the federal grand jury and all the information about it that Aidan Carney's been reporting on actually came from the defense. The defense went ahead and lied and said, no, we had no idea about anything. And then Aidan, just a week or two ago, admits that he got his information from David Yannetti and Alan Jackson. Like an idiot. And now it's no longer circumstantial evidence. You're going to be able to, if they want to, use Aidan Carney's own words to string that all up, and David Yannetti and Alan Jackson could be in trouble with sanctions. I mean, you could report that to the bar. I mean, this motherfucker does not care about anybody but himself.
And to decided to do something about Mr. Carney. The something was a video recorded. They based the hostage video. So remember, if you're wondering, why did Morrissey go on TV and do that?
Why really did he do it, TurtleBoy? Let's hear what you have to say, though.
Because Jen McCabe told him to. There you go.
Because Jen McCabe told him to. Like, what a fucking idiot. Fucking
mystery solved.
Mystery solved. Mystery solved. God. And he can say this to the low IQ people that watch him. You guys know who watches him. The ratchets. The fucking people. The Jerry Springer people. The people that just fucking sit there and literally watch. You are the father. You are not the father. Fuck shit, man.
McCabe told him to. So he's literally just, whatever the witnesses tell him to do, he goes and fucking does it. He looked at the AG's office. They're like, dude, go fuck yourself. We're not doing shit. And he's like, well, I guess I'll have to do something. I'll have to be the savior for these people. No.
Be the savior for these people? No, he's defending his case. The case that they brought against Karen Reed. You fucking idiot. This is all about the case. They are prosecuting a woman, right? Yeah. And you should be talking about the fact that they have no case against anybody who would be in that chair. Anybody that would be a defendant here.
Prior to issuing this ill-conceived public statement, with assistance from Chief Rafferty, DA Morrissey accepted input on the content of his statement from a person advocating for Miss McCabe's and the Alberts' interests. Mr. Traub informed the advocate that he sent DA Morrissey's statement to Dateline NBC and numerous other media entities. By issuing a statement.
And he's allowed to, right? Because once again, what happened? Beverly Canone denied when they tried to seek a gag order. So everything's fair game. You can send out whatever the fuck you want. And if we're going to use the media because we're allowed to, you guys are using the media, we're going to start using the media. You understand? Oh, Lana, when you break it down like this and you put it in chronological order, I see what you're saying.
On behalf of witnesses with interests differed from his own, DA Morrissey allowed himself to be exploited as a puppet whose strings were controlled by influential.
Can you believe that a fucking Mark Betterow wrote this shit? An attorney. By issuing a statement on behalf of witnesses with interest, he wasn't issuing a statement on the behalf of the witnesses. He was issuing a statement on the behalf of his case. Because his witnesses that he needs in a case, I want them to be testifying, right?
DA Morrissey allowed himself to be exploited as a puppet whose strings were controlled by influential private citizens motivated to advance their self-serving agenda, which included silencing TurtleBoy.
That's your narrative. What does TurtleBoy have anything to do with the fact of the matter, which is the DA prosecuted Karen Reed prior to ever TurtleBoy knowing existing in this case? Don't you think a district attorney is going to come out and say things in support of his own case? But good try, Mark. How does that silence Aidan Carney? How does the DA making a statement silence your client? You absolute fucking buffoon. But if you want to peddle that shit, go right ahead, because it's laughable to the judge who literally is laughing at this. Laughing at that. It's a self-serving statement. for your client. And it's so ridiculous.
It needs to
Because you guys are over here talking about First Amendment, which included silencing TurtleBoy. How did his statement silence TurtleBoy? It didn't. It's a difference of an opinion of the case, is it not? His own case, the district attorney's case. Now, if you want to say that he lied about anything that he said, that he claimed, again, you would have to say, why aren't they vetting? Why weren't you guys tipping them off and providing these tips to go in and make discovery? Because then the defense could actually use something and say, look at these tips that were coming in, and you guys didn't vet any of these tips about all of these people knowing each other after it came out that Lally's saying that nobody knows each other. Why weren't people flooding the district attorney / prosecutors with information that's discoverable? So then you have to turn over to the defense. So let me teach people something here. If you ever want something to literally happen in a case, if you don't give it to the prosecutor, you're fucking the defendant. Because anything that you provide to the prosecutor that could be exculpatory and that is material to the case has to be provided then to the defense. Otherwise, that's a Brady violation. So all of the stuff that's why I was using the Idaho State Police tip line for the Jennifer Drake case. It's like, I provided tips. One day, if they ever do anything in the Brian Drake case, somebody better be demanding to see what I sent through to the tip line. And then you can ask, why didn't you go? Somebody's sending these tips in. Why didn't you investigate this? You're supposed to investigate and determine if it's a lead or not. Because tips turn into leads, or they're no good. That's what happens from a tip. Does it become a lead, or do you flush it?
stop. It needs to stop, TurtleBoy.
But someone just coming out and doing anything on YouTube, until it actually goes to send it to somebody, then something has to happen and actions have to start happening.
But do I stop on August 25th? Fuck no, I don't stop.
Look at this idiot. Do I stop on August 25th? Fuck no, I don't stop. Stop doing what? What are you stopping?
Fuck no, I don't stop. Can't stop, won't stop. But again, I don't get arrested till October 11th. So what happens? Let's find out. DA Morrissey's statement was a flagrant violation. We know that already. Although he didn't name it, let's find out. DA Morrissey's statement was a flagrant
violation of Rule 3.6. I cannot see this, of the Massachusetts Rules of Professional Conduct. Do you see this right here? I cannot believe they want to draw attention to the rules of professional conduct. Is Mark Betterow literally a moron? The only evidence that exists of anybody violating the rules of professional conduct, there is evidence of it now, because it's TurtleBoy's own words, plus the phone call, the call logs between them, and the fact that, holy shit, the defense gave TurtleBoy the federal shit, and then TurtleBoy puts it out, and then the lawyer of the year literally lies to Bev and says, we learned it from TurtleBoy, and cites in his article. You've got to be kidding me. And that's, again, because of this oral arguing by David Yannetti, the gag order that Lally was seeking in trial 1, where they almost got gagged and they didn't, that gag order would have been, in my opinion, granted had David Yannetti not lied. So just keep that in mind, folks. If you really want to know the timeline here, but I cannot believe that Betterow wrote this 88 pages of garbage, literally, and setting stuff up for now bombs to come towards Yannetti and Alan Jackson's way, knowing that his client, because he wrote this after the extraction was, TurtleBoy's team would have had the extraction, and knowing what exists in those phones, that you are going to fucking write this.
Violation. We know that already. Although he didn't name Mr. Carney in his public statement, he took subtle shots at him.
There you go. Although he didn't name him in his public statement, DA Morrissey took subtle shots at him by attempting to discredit the reliability of information from the quote unquote the internet. What are you talking about? The defense put TurtleBoy, his article, in their motion as referencing where they got the information from. That's what happened first. And then so DA is responding to what the defense what they did. The defense put TurtleBoy in the motion
by attempting to discredit the reliability of the information from the internet. I'm the internet. The internet doesn't have all the facts. Morrissey vigorously vouched for the credibility of the McAlberts, decried their victimization from Mr. Carney's witness intimidation, as he called it, ludicrously decreed that Colin Albert did not commit murder, blatantly misled the public about Proctor's credibility, discussed the evidence against Miss Reed, and implied that she was guilty. The latest effort by Morrissey to stem the snowballing criticism failed miserably. So they're trying everything here to stop it, and it's just not working. They've tried the AG, that didn't work. They tried going into court and getting an order, that didn't work, right? They have done this whole hostage video, told people to stop, that didn't work. So they're running out of ideas here. And then
do the video to tell people to stop. Do we need to be reminded of what this video actually said? I think we do. DA.
The harassment of this will be the first statement of its kind in my dozen years as Norfolk District Attorney. The harassment of witnesses in the murder prosecution of Karen Reed is absolutely baseless. It should be an outrage to any decent person, and it needs to stop. Innuendo is not evidence. False narratives are not evidence. However, what evidence does show is that John O'Keefe never entered the home at 34 Fairview Road in Camden the night he died. Location data from his phone, recovered from the lawn beneath his body when he was transported to the hospital, shows that this phone did not enter that home. 11 people have given statements that they did not see John O'Keefe enter the home at 34 Fairview that night. 0 people have said that they saw him enter the home. 0, no one. Some have, without any evidence, pointed to 18-year-old Colin Albert, a nephew of the homeowner, and accused him of attacking John O'Keefe as he entered the home. But phone evidence shows O'Keefe never entered the home at all. Testimony from witnesses tell us that 18-year-old Colin Albert had left his uncle's home before John O'Keefe and Karen Reed had arrived outside the residence. There was no fight inside that home. John O'Keefe did not enter the home. Colin Albert, the young man being vilified, was not present when Reed's vehicle and John O'Keefe arrived on the street. This is a false narrative. Colin Albert didn't commit murder. Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, and Brian Albert. These people were not part of a conspiracy and certainly did not commit murder or any crime that night. They have been forthcoming with authority.
What name did he leave out right there? Brian Higgins.
Statements and have not engaged in any cover-up. They are not suspects in any crime. They are merely witnesses in the case. To have them accused of murder is outrageous. To have them harassed and intimidated based on false narratives and accusations is wrong. They are witnesses doing what our justice system asks of them. The autopsy of John O'Keefe was conducted by a forensic pathologist from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. The doctor found that the injuries that left John helpless in the cold were not a result of a fight. She further found that the line of abrasions on his arm was consistent with blunt trauma, not an animal attack. A grand jury of everyday citizens heard the documented evidence and testimony before making a decision. The subject of that murder indictment enjoys the constitutional presumption of innocence. Why should the witnesses who have committed no crime be afforded less by members of the community? They should not be harassed for telling the government what they heard or saw. I'm asking the Canton community and everyone who feels invested in this case to hear all the actual evidence at trial before signing guilt to people who have done nothing wrong. And certainly before taking it upon yourself to harass citizens who evidence shows have done nothing in this matter but come forward and bear witness. We try people in the court and not on the internet for a reason. The internet has no rules of evidence. The internet has no punishment for perjury. and the internet does not know all the facts. Conspiracy theories are not evidence. The idea that multiple police department, EMTs, fire personnel, the medical examiner, and prosecuting agencies are joined in or taken in by a vast conspiracy should be seen for what it is, completely contrary to the evidence and a desperate attempt to reassign guilt. Michael Proctor, the state police trooper, being accused of planting evidence outside 34 Fairview Road, was never at Fairview Road on the day of the incident. Proctor and his state police partner traveled together the entire day while other officers were processing 34 Fairview. Trooper Proctor was not there and did not plant evidence at 34 Fairview Road. In addition to having no opportunity to plant the evidence, as has been suggested, Proctor would have no motive to do so. Trooper Proctor had no close personal relationship with any of the parties involved in the investigation and had no conflict. And he had no reason to step out of this investigation. Every suggestion to the contrary is a lie. This should be seen for what it is and not used as a pretext to attack and harass others. What is happening to the witnesses, some with no actual involvement in the case, is wrong. It is contrary to the American values of fairness and the constitutional value of a fair trial. It needs to stop now. I'm releasing this court statement rather than holding a news conference because my remarks need to be so narrowly tailored to the issue at hand while the prosecution is pending in Superior Court. But the message is the same. What is happening to these innocent people, these witnesses, is wrong and it needs to stop.
Well, there's a couple things I want to say about that. I actually appreciate the fact that he didn't actually have like this little, I'm going to interview with NBC and just let NBC have this. I am going to put out my statement and that's it. Which I value over picking and choosing what media outlet you're going to go with to give them some bullshit. Okay. We'll break down that a different day because there's actually a lot of nuggets in there that now looking at it, people should consider.
And Proctor comes in. On September 3rd, in a group text, which included Morrissey, Tully, Bukaki, and others. There's little, again, we got screenshots of text messages that have the little bubbles on top. So we can see their initials. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
We don't get the Cellbrite report. But we saw what Michael Proctor said on this day. And Bradel said what he said in court. If you go back and watch the last hearing on this, he refers to Mr. Carney, Proctor, as blank.
Mm-hmm.
He said the quiet part out loud, asking blank. What did he ask?
As it turns out, Mr. Proctor's blank was,
I don't know, but it might have been said in open court already. I don't know. Let's see. Footnote 9. The court is no doubt aware of Mr. Proctor's habit of crudely referring to people adverse to his position. At a minimum, the disgraced former trooper has separately made inappropriate remarks about Ms. Reed, two of her attorneys, a medical examiner, and Mr. Carney. So, I mean, think about that. Why don't we just arrest him? I mean, think of the way that's phrased. Why don't we just arrest them? Well, Mr. Proctor, not Trooper Proctor, Mr. Proctor, Chip, if you will, Chip, you probably haven't arrested me by September 3rd because it's not illegal. And the Attorney General's office doesn't seem to think it's illegal. But Chippy's mad. Chippy's mad now. He's upset. I'm making comments about teaching his kids to throw a spiral football, and it's making him mad. I mean, Proctor acts on emotion. He doesn't care about the law. He doesn't care about the Constitution. He doesn't care about the First Amendment, the Bill of Rights. He doesn't care about any of that shit. He just cares about, like, bro, we're the cops. Like, we have the guns and the badges. Why aren't we just arresting them? Just fucking mix them up. But they don't have a plan yet. They don't know what to arrest me for. They want to arrest me. They want to put me in handcuffs. They want to shut me up. They just haven't figured out what the crime I've committed is. Okay. Allegedly, and again, I did the rolling rally a month and a half before this. I broadcast it to the world. I shared it.
So Proctor asking a question. Okay. Why don't we just arrest him? Like, why aren't you guys arresting him? Give me an answer to that. Okay.
Surely they knew the law. They're like, well, there's got to be something that's illegal about it. And they're like, anyone got any ideas about what's illegal?
Look at
no,
this.
we don't. And then Proctor is September 3rd. He's like, can't we just arrest them? Just fucking mix some shit up. Can't we gotta do something? The fuck? Yeah, he says Scott's onto something here. They had nothing. Again, they had nothing to work with here. They had nothing to arrest me for. And in came something called crusty panties.
Then comes Catherine Peters' ideas, hence history. Are these people insane? And I didn't know the whole story about TurtleBoy. And this woman is from his past and this is a murder case that has nothing to do with either one of these two people. TurtleBoy inserted himself and then went so far because, hey, I'm going to make a bunch of money. And so I need to do X, Y, and Z because I need to be over the top so that I can make a bunch of money because people are starting to cover this case and they need to come to me. And Karen Reed and her defense team, you guys should only be giving me the information because that way they have to come through me to get everything. And I'm going to sell the goods with like all the merchandise. I'm going to get the money that way. You don't have to pay me for anything because that's how I'm going to do it. But it's all the free Karen Reed merchandise. I'm getting it. I'm getting the money for it. It does not go to Karen Reed. But people thought it was. That was the deal behind the scenes. And he comes out and says, Karen Reed doesn't want any of that fucking t-shirt money. She's over here like, dude, you're saving my life. Like, fuck, I don't care about the t-shirt money. No, that was because that was part of like the whole, when you want to talk about agreements.
Changes everything.
If Karen Reed, listen to this. Listen how dumb this would be, guys. If Karen Reed is over here admitting how expensive everything would be, right? And we need to raise money and we're going to have this defense fund, okay? And people are just going to donate to that, right? You don't think the idea or the thought would cross anybody's mind to say anything like, well, there's going to be a shit ton of money from selling like merchandise. Because at least if you buy a t-shirt, you're getting something for your money, right? Here, because Karen Reed's like, wait, you think people are just going to like donate and like not get anything? And Turbo's like, yeah, I do it all the time.
And we're going to see she is the driving force behind the charges. She's the X factor here. As it turns out, Mr. Proctor's blank was pressing, or they took immediately rebuffed by the DOJ and AG. The Commonwealth played its only remaining hand, shut Mr. Carney up by prosecuting himself. The Commonwealth unveiled an Orwellian plan in which they, the very people being criticized by Mr. Carney, weaponized the witness intimidation statute for the purposes of silencing his criticism of them.
You know what's so bad? Is that if you wouldn't have blogged all of this stuff down, you could have made this really cut and dry and focused right there. Weaponized the witness intimidation statute, right? But it gets lost in all this other fucking bullshit. And that's the sign of you don't believe that he weaponized it, in my opinion. Because that's what you'd focus on.
Charges, content of Facebook messages.
No, we have to put a narrative out there because Melanie Little, because TurtleBoy has to make money to be able to pay us. There's a big old process here. No lawyers win if anything is ever handled quickly. They don't get paid.
Which were conviction. September 15th. In connection with Ms. Reed's court appearance, Mr. Carney and a large number of her supporters loudly protested outside of the Dedham courthouse.
And nobody got arrested for that. And that's not illegal. And you're allowed to do that. But those court appearances don't happen enough. Whatever happened to just doing the standouts? And standing in a public and standing there and honk and be out there with the standouts. Why didn't they just do that? I don't understand, right? Well, because Aidan was like, no, I'm making this into what I need it to be because of how I run my channel and how I run my show. And we're going to be documenting all of this because I'm the show. People come to TurtleBoy to watch me and what I talk about.
On September 28th, Ms. McCabe again informed Mr. Steve Nelson, blank.
Exactly. Whatever the fuck y'all are doing. Because what? This has to do with what? What happened in September? Oh, the running license plates, right?
What did she? So she's mad. This is 3 days after another hearing that she doesn't attend. And she's mad about that. So she sends Steve Nelson a text and says something. Ms. McCabe wanted to meet with the DA. So now we're getting closer to my charges. And Jen McCabe's all up in their business. So she wants to meet with the DA and do what? I don't know. In fact, what occurred, blank, the September 2015 court appearance was official business. Blank, Ms. Reed's case in the courtroom, and blank, the appearance protesters exercised the First Amendment rights to criticize Ms. McCabe for her alleged involvement in a cover-up of Mr. O'Keefe's death. So that's what we were really doing there. So she's saying that, Ms. McCabe sure her of by September 20th. Well, on September 26th, don't you love the timeline here? I love the timeline.
Don't you love the timeline here? Yeah. Don't you love all the fucking shit that's not in the timeline? That's what you come here for. Timeline queen, timeline timestamps. So what's missing from any of this?
It's all together. That's what I told Betero. When it's all put together like this, it's like, wow. When you actually see the timeline of how this shit worked, you're like, wow.
Yeah, it's like, wow. When you leave out everything, it's like, wow. Wow. But when you put it all in, it's like, whoa, hold up.
I see.
Where's in September? It was the whole license plates. Where's that in here?
September 26th, DA Morrissey recused his office and engaged Mr. Mello. That's when they pay him the big bucks. A special prosecutor to handle the best that they could find to prosecute me was a man. Gotta get kicked. I want to take over. What happened to the last guy? Oh, he got sued by one of the witnesses. Something called Krusty Panties and Fake Victim and Jenny McCabe. They're kind of like your bosses. So there's if you want the job, starts tomorrow. Anyway, go for it. This is from the Carney investigation. I mean, how fucked up is that? Morrissey recuses himself, but the cops that I'm accusing of covering up for murder are actively involved in the investigation. The victims themselves, Proctor and Buchanan, are victims of mine, according to the state. And they're also detectives of mine. Like, they're investigating me, but they're also victims. What kind of pussiness is this? Like, grown men with guns and badges. What fucking pussies? Tully, a frequent target of Carney's criticism, remained the lead investigator, and he arrested me. Proctor, who recently referred
Tully, a frequent target of Mr. Carney's criticism. Tully wasn't talked about prior to him being arrested. You guys, we didn't know that name. Look at Mark Better rewriting history here. This is fucking priceless. Priceless. Tully's name is never said out of Aidan Carney's mouth prior to him being arrested. And even after.
to Carney as blank, and Bukaki, also regular targets of Mr. Carney, continued to participate in the investigation and later became victims.
Later.
Proctor and Bukaki testified that they were intimidated by Carney. Both indictments were dismissed. In particular, the dismissed indictment related to Bukaki illustrates the Commonwealth's lack of good faith in prosecuting Mr. Carney. That charge involved a September 15th video recorded incident in which Carney questioned and then criticized Bukaki as he left court and walked to his car. It is obvious he was not intimidated. He calmly entered his own vehicle, rolled the window down, and extended his middle finger as he slowly drove away. Nevertheless, he testified that Mr. Carney's conduct absolutely intimidated him. Oh my God. He didn't even prepare a report, but he said at the grand jury that it absolutely intimidated him. And I got indicted for that. I mean, what a pussy. Without more, the state police's failure to recuse itself in the face of such blatant conflict of interest and actual bias calls it.
When he testified to the grand jury on December 23rd, that was for totally something different. Not what he was arrested for in October of 11th. Unbelievable. Unbelievable that Mark Betterow is confabulating. Like, this is ridiculous. He should be fucking sanctioned for this.
The question, the motivation of the Commonwealth, and entirely discredits the case against Mr. Carney. On September 28th, Chris Albert unsuccessfully petitioned for a harassment prevention order against Mr. Carney. He was denied an order, concluding that his allegations did not constitute true threats or harassment under the law. And it's interesting because his affidavit is basically the charging documents against me. Like, everything he writes in his affidavit to try to get this order on me ends up being the exact same quote that are used in the charging documents against me, almost like they had this planned.
What?
Notwithstanding his supposed recusal from the Carney investigation on September, Mr. Albert a protective order demanding that a Stoughton clerk be investigated in connection with Mr. Carney's awareness of Mr. Albert's application for a protective order, which Morrissey claimed he had no right to know about. We've been over that in the Betterow letters, right? That, bro, are you kidding me? They fired, it proved that they lied about going through my phone, right?
What? They what? They lied about going through my phone.
All right, let me read a couple turtle chat break. 6 people watching right now. Go ahead and it's free. It don't cost nothing. Go ahead and hit that subscribe button for me. Whatchamacallit? The day after Judge Krupp.
None of this stuff matters.
Portion of the evening.
Miss Peter's history of dishonesty and fraud. This does not matter. Unbelievable. Do you guys know how many CIs, if you want to be like, how many CIs have fucking like criminal histories? And I'm not saying that's the case here, but I'm just like, I cannot believe that Mark Betterow wrote this shit.
Worked for Carney from September 2018 to February 2020, when Mr. Carney terminated her employment after he caught her stealing from him. Additional prosecutions and the issuance of numerous orders against her in favor of Mr. Carney and others associated with him, like Lauren Murray. Ms. Peters' disdain for Mr. Carney has led her to engage in fraud, forgery, the manufacturing of evidence, and other acts. of dishonesty for the purpose of harming Mr. Carney. In March of 2020, shortly after Carney fired her for theft, she engaged in a harebrained scheme where she forged documents and fraudulently filed them to advance her position and harm Mr. Carney in connection with a petty YouTube copyright. We know all this already. Miss Peter brazenly sent YouTube what she falsely represented was a federal copyright civil complaint.
Do you understand that nobody knew anything about this? So the argument fails, Mr. Betterow. Okay? People do not watch the drama online when they are investigating a murder investigation, right?
So I could upset Colin and Chris Albert.
Oh, now listen to this.
Would publicly harass the Alberts with the false information that she fed him.
Listen to
Bring the
this.
subject to prosecution until March 24th, 2026. We'll see if that happens. Miss Peters' self-serving defense of her trustworthiness didn't last long. Remember, she's like, well, I admitted it. I'm trustworthy now. Within months, she again succumbed to an impulsive urge to harm Mr. Carney.
Harm Mr. Carney. No, what Kate Peter did was to prove a point that he doesn't vet anything, and that if you send him a text message or an instant message, okay, he uses it for the sole purpose of putting it out online without ever going and vetting it and getting multiple sources to confirm that.
And sent him an anonymous email filled with defamatory and false information about Colin and Chris Albert, hoping that Carney would publicly harass the Alberts with the false information that she fed him.
Hoping? No, she wasn't hoping for anything. What she was doing is she was proving that he would. Proving that he would. That watch what he does. And he makes up his own shit like this.
Miss Peter was acutely aware that if Mr. Carney publicly
Fake names like Mia Rose or whatever the fuck it was. Like, that's crazy. You think that I'm going to allow somebody to send me something in the Sheldon case or in the Moore case or whatever, and me being like, oh, the name is, Bart Smith. Well, sorry, Bart Smith, but your name doesn't come up anywhere in anything. What do you think you have? Oh, I want to say anonymous, but here, I can provide you with X, Y, and Z. You think I'm just going to come out and show me and Bart Smith talking, and this is what they said they can provide me with?
accused Colin and Chris Albert of criminal activity, it would likely lead these Reed case witnesses to claim that Mr. Carney was witness intimidated.
This is where all of these stories came about, that Colin is a drug dealer and that they use D&E Pizza as a front for Colin's drug, business. There are still people to this day that believe that, storyline. Because he put it out on the internet the way that he did. How he put it out there is why people believe that.
By them, causing them emotional harm. So she literally sends me an email pretending to be somebody who bought drugs off of Colin Albert in order to have me report that Colin Albert's a drug dealer.
And guess what he did? He never responded back. Like, if you had an email like that, wouldn't you write somebody back and email them back and say, hey, it's me, TurtleBoy. I just received your email. Can we talk on the phone? What proof do you have? No, he doesn't even respond to it. Instead, he just goes out on the internet and provides this email and shows it and talks about it. What? Before he ever even contacted the person back. Who is this Mia Rose person?
Why? So I could upset Colin and Chris Albert.
So I could upset Colin and Chris Albert. No, she said she did it because, first of all, it was to prove that you wouldn't. First of all, you didn't even write the person back the Mia Rose email. You just went to the internet with it. And it was to prove exactly that you don't vet your sources and you don't have sources. And that whatever anybody sends or tells you, it's just like, if it fits your narrative and what you want to use, you will then use it. And if it doesn't, like the Higgins stuff, never got mentioned. That is not independent journalism. This is, Aidan Carney has always been a one-sided pony show. If you want to weaponize Dr. TurtleBoy, you provide him with the information and only your side. And he will then go to bat for just your side.
And then I would be charged with witness intimidation. She is the source of this. She is the source of this lie. In a March 2025 Chris Albert and is the source of this.
Look at, he doesn't read the rest of this. On May 28, 2023 at 3:30 p.m., concealing her identity under the alias Mia Rose, Miss Peter shamelessly emailed Mr. Carney. She didn't shamelessly do it. She's the one that comes out the very next day and says exactly what she did and says, look at how this man didn't even write me back. And he goes to the internet with it. Miss Peter shamelessly emailed Mr. Carney that Colin Albert was a drug dealer and that he was responsible for killing Mr. O'Keefe. Miss Peter lied to Mr. Carney that Chris Albert knew his son moved drugs through D&E Pizza and that the whole Albert family made money from Colin's drug operation. Miss Peter didn't lie.
Lie. In a March 20.
Look at this. She provided Aidan Kearney with fabricated screenshots she created and which purported to show Mia and Colin discussing drug deals. This is what they put into this. All you're showing is that your own, but the part that you're not getting here is the actual timeline. Is that Aidan Kearney did not write this person back prior to coming out in the internet with it. He did not say, hey, I received X, Y, and Z. I wanted to talk to you about this. What is all of this stuff? Like, I get that you want to be anonymous. I can keep you anonymous, but I need to know who you are. But I'll keep you anonymous. No, nothing like that. There's no communication.
2025, Chris.
And so for Mark Betterow to roll with it this way, you have to do due diligence, Mark Betterow. Just because your client says something to you, you don't just say, okay, yep, sounds great. That is not what lawyers are allowed to do. Lawyers have a code of ethics, that professional rules of conduct that you cited, and you cannot knowingly help your client do anything that it would be considered criminal. You also can't knowingly peddle bullshit, and you cannot mislead the tribunal. And this is misleading the tribunal. This whole timeline that leaves out key facts is misleading. And yet you're wasting the court's valuable time and resources to read 88 pages of this shit. And then after reading the 88 pages, have to go through all these motions to try to figure out like what's fucking where, what, why, how.
Albert and Colin Albert's complaints did
and they're not going to. Because that's not good judicial use of the time.
Result in further witness intimidation charges against Mr. Carney. According to the Alberts, they suffered emotional harm after they viewed D&E camera footage of Mr. Carney, who had been socializing with friends next door at C.F. McCarthy's, clowning around while looking at D&E's security camera. Mr. Carney's comments were unlawfully intercepted by a second camera. The Alberts claimed that they were intimidated, even though they weren't inside, and viewed the footage on their phones from a different location. Oh my God, what pussies.
What pussies? He has the balls to call people pussies. He has the balls to call people pussies. He is the biggest platypus out here. Oh my God, you touched me. You assaulted me.
Whew. On March 28th, 2023, on May 28th, 2023, at 3:30 p.m., concealing her identity, Miss Peter emailed Mr. moved drugs through D&E Pizza, and that the whole Albert family made money from Colin's drug operation, which probably explained why Brian Albert covered up Mr. O'Keefe's death.
Miss Peter's deranged scheme. This wasn't a deranged scheme. This is called trolling on the internet, right? And your client uses people trolling as sources, even though he does not vet them. That is trying to show the credibility of Mr. Carney. That's the deranged scheme, was to show, and she did. And she absolutely did. Miss Peters showed the deranged scheme of Aidan, which is, I will put out anything. Okay? I will put out anything. I don't vet it.
Miss Peters deranged and Colin Albert discussing falsified these screenings, falsely told Mr. Carney that Colin Albert talked about.
Miss Peter falsely told Mr. Carney that Colin Albert talked about harming John because he believed Mr. O'Keefe was investigating his drug dealing. Just as Miss Peter intended during his May 28, 2023 live show, just as Miss Peter intended, she didn't intend that. I would, if intend, prove. She set out to prove her theory of Mr. Carney. Mr. Carney proved. So her intent was to prove Aidan Carney as a fraud. And somebody who is a fraud he's accepting money in his live shows. Okay. And peddling shit during a murder investigation of a Boston police officer.
Harming John because he believed Mr. O'Keefe was investigating his drug dealing. Just as Miss Peter intended, during his May 28th live show, Mr. Carney told his audience that he received an anonymous email alleging that directly to that timestamp. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, for whatever reason, the links don't work when I click it on here. I don't know why.
Yeah. Okay.
But if you click it,
look at during the live stream in which Miss Peter admitted lying to Mr. Carney about Colin Albert and Chris Albert, she explained exactly how pulled the false screenshots off the internet. Yeah, you see how that doesn't even make any sense? You got to explain that better, like I just did.
Should work. We're a hip defense team, aren't we? We're with the time.
No, you're not with end times. You're leaving out all the time. You're leaving out all the times stamps that are pertinent to explain the complete story, the complete chronological order of events.
All right. Mr. Carney read the email that Miss Peter sent him and indicated that he would investigate this information. He cautioned his audience.
Right there. Why would you ever read that out?
That this was new, unvetted information, and he didn't vouch for its accuracy or state that it was true. Importantly,
but he said it to thousands of people. Importantly, after investigating, Mr. Carney later stated this information was not credible. Oh, really? He did he kept on saying that? Did he ever say how he knew that it wasn't true? Nope. He never said, hey, look at on May 29, 2020, during her own live stream, Miss Peter gloated about her disgraceful conduct. No, she gloated about the fact, if you want to use the word gloated, fine. Mark, keep on using these. I mean, judges do not like that, and he should know that. Gloated about her disgraceful conduct. No, she laughed at she laughed about the fact that look at this man. Look at what he does. He doesn't vet shit. He just comes out, says whatever. If it goes with his narrative, he didn't even vet it. Why would you ever tell thousands of viewers in May, while they're at the end of May in 2023, while they're literally glued to this Karen Reed case? And guess what? It was right after launching the Karen Reed fund to collect money. May 24th, right? Look at Lana. Why would this be so important? Well, I'm going to show you. May 24th, what launches? So what does he talk about on May 23rd? This whole thing. And then what do they launch on May 24th, 2023? Karen Reed's Criminal Defense Fund.
That this was new, unvetted information, and he didn't vouch for its accuracy or state that it was true. Importantly, after investigating, Mr. Carney later stated that this information was not credible. So
how did you say that it was not credible, though? He never comes out and says, look at what... He doesn't explain what happened to him. Kate Peters does it all.
He tries to prove that he'll report anything. And so I read the email live and I go, I don't know if this is true. I don't see any evidence to back this up. I later investigate it and I report that it's complete bullshit. And she's like, ha.
You later investigated it? You didn't later investigate anything. There's nothing to investigate. She literally does a live broadcast right away.
Ha, got him. Did you?
Ha, got him. It wasn't a ha, got him. It was exposing your practice tactics, how you go about running your channel.
Did you really? I don't think you did, but okay.
Did you really get him?
On May 29th, during her own live stream, Miss Peter gloated about her disgraceful conduct, which she oddly thought harmed Mr. Carney and made her look good. Amused by her, quote, little fib, she proudly admitted that she made the false and defamatory information that she provided Mr. Carney about the Alberts was a 100% fabrication out of my mind. Miss Peter conceded that her conduct was damaging to Colin and Chris Albert, but rationalized it because I just sent this. I sent this just to fuck with.
Kate Peter didn't say this, conceded that her conduct was damaging to Colin Albert and Chris Albert, and that I rationalized because I just sent with it to fuck with Aidan.
Aidan. Oh, okay.
This was also to show that you guys, everything, this is how this whole case was run by him. He sent stuff to himself. He creates his own sources, you guys.
Miss Peter threatened Mr. Carney, warning him that she should fear her. She issued a call to arms and urged her trolls to send Mr. Carney more false information, which she would then share with his alleged victims. She bragged, "I know that bad things are happening to you right now, Aidan, and you're probably thinking that it might be me. But it's me. Just so you know, every single annoyance, every single horrible thing that's happening to you right now, I've done it. Call the police, you bitch."
Yeah, look over here. Look over here. Yep. Keep thinking it's me. Look over here. Look over here. That's what that tells me that is. Yep, it's me. It's all me.
Just obsessed.
Obsessed. You got beat at your own game. Obsessed. Literally got shredded at his own game that he's been doing for 11 years to people.
Other words, I mean, you never hear this. People are like,
but that's he thinks it's a game. He always talks about wins and losses. This is a game to him.
"Oh, you have a rivalry with this person." Do you ever hear me being up here and like talking to her saying like, "Oh, you better watch out, bitch. Every bad thing that happens to you is coming from me"? No, you don't hear that. All you hear from me is just being like, "Yo, this bitch is crazy." And
that is such a lie. He's so obsessed about wins and losses that he went, because he knew it would be his last time to be able to do it because he's going to be in prison. He went in March of this past year, just like this month, a week ago, and literally went to speak and didn't take a lawyer with him, even though he's facing all this time. He doesn't take a lawyer with him because no lawyer is going to go do anything like this. And again, lies to the tribunal because he'd rather have that win over Kate Peter to extend that fucking, hey, I have a protective order against her. Because why? Because it keeps her away from anything to do with him with the courts. And that was more important than actually like, hey, maybe I shouldn't go be an idiot. Nope, because I got to get that win. Because he has to win these ridiculous internal battles with himself and lose wars. That is what you call penny wise and dollar dumb.
she has crusted panties and she's nasty. And she lost her kids to DCF. That's all you hear from me is me just shitting on her occasionally because she's a piece of shit ratchet. There's no obsession on my end. It's just standard mocking shitty people. She's just another one of the shitty people. The obsession is a one-way street.
The obsession is a one-way street. Nobody goes and files and continues on a protective harassment protective order. No.
If she stopped mentioning me, I would stop ever mentioning her, ever. Like,
This dude is delusional.
I have nothing to say to this person.
Karen Reed took on every enemy of TurtleBoys, and they didn't know that they were going to be doing that.
In other words, just as she did in her 2020 YouTube spat, Miss Peter demonstrated.
And the enemies of TurtleBoy are all the people that he fabricated evidence against, okay? That he weaponized the courts against, that he lied, perjured, all of these things that are illegal, unethical, in order to win these little battles. Yeah.
With ease that she lies if it helps her, quote, fuck with Aidan. And in this instance, intentionally cause emotional harm to prosecution witnesses. I mean, the irony of this all, that she caused the emotional harm. Miss Peter's defamatory.
That all changed when TurtleBoy blogged about him and published the emails he was sending. The blog thoroughly embarrassed Bob, who deactivated the social media and has not heard from since. It became my goal and pleasure to find out who these parents were and use TurtleBoy to publicly shame them. I went through the BHS roster and contacted every parent I could, most of who were upset that their kid's favorite coach was gone because of some malcontents. One of them tipped me off and gave me the names of the problem parents. They shared the emails with me that the parents had sent, which were the most insane things you've ever read. These entitled parents who knew nothing about coaching basketball were lecturing and belittling the best coach in the state to the point where she had enough and quit. TurtleBoy did what TurtleBoy always does, named and shamed. 250,000 people read that blog, and within months, the coach had her job back, and Braintree went on to win the state title again the next year.
stunt did cause emotional harm to Colin and Chris Albert. On August 1st, Chris Albert cited blank. So Chris Albert says something on August 1st that indicates that he's having emotional harm from these drug dealing allegations when he wrote to the DA blank. So, I mean, this would imply that there's some sort of message in which Chris Albert messages the DA and complains about the emotional harm that just as she intended, Mr. Albert assuredly blamed Mr. Carney for the bogus drug dealing allegations, entirely ignorant to the fact that it was his supporter and advocate who saw him and his son as and defamatory. Tully and Mello willingly relied on her. Why are we mentioning all this? Because she's the source. They trust her.
Okay, exactly. Why are we mentioning any of this?
That's why. They trust that everything.
You guys, if the source of the information, what do you mean the source? Somebody saying go watch his YouTube channel? He records himself. There's no source. Aidan Carney is the source.
She gives them is honest and authentic, and they don't need to check it out or authenticate it themselves. Trust the crust. Now you know why Tully's lying. Now you're asking yourself earlier, why is Tully lying? Tully's the smartest one of all. Why is Tully lying about who changed the titles? Why is he falling on the sword for Krusty? Because it's too embarrassing. He cannot admit that this came from Krusty.
Nobody changed the titles of anything. When you're going to testify to the grand jury, okay, you're talking to the grand jury about, hey, yep, this episode talked about this. This episode talked about this. This episode talked about this. How do you want Tully to personally remember? That's how he would remember what the episode was about. Instead of saying episode 362. The episode was about this, and then they played that portion of it.
Because he knows that the whole case falls apart.
They never testified that Aidan Carney named the episode this. That's never how it was ever testified to.
I get it, because it's a better.
And so dying on this hill is absolutely ridiculous.
Interest or stake in the Reed case. No association with any of the witnesses until Mr. Carney began supporting Miss Reed's innocence. Naturally, once Mr. Carney started to support Miss Reed, Mr. Peter became a self-styled advocate for Miss McCabe, the Alberts and the O'Keefes, and sought to foster relationships of convenience with others who hated him, including Lindsay Gattani, who shortly after.
This has nothing to do with shit. It doesn't matter if Kate Peter did any of this, even if she would have. It does not matter.
After meeting Miss Peter, became the alleged victim in the 2024 indictments.
Look at this. What does he do on September 13th? On September 13th at 3:34 p.m., Miss Peter publicly bragged that she had archived a purportedly illegal recording made by the retard, Mr. Carney, of his conversation with Stephen Scanlon. And this is where we're going to be ending. This is the big climax of all of this. Look at what Mark Betterow is about to tell the world in this. How Miss Peter got this recording is because Aidan Carney on September 13th, 2023, he made it public. His recording of Stephen Scanlon. This illegal recording that he provided to Alan Jackson. That Alan Jackson, he would have to say if he thought it was illegally obtained or not. Because nowhere in the recording does it say that I'm recording this conversation. And that Stephen Scanlon says, yeah.
Including Lindsay Gattani, who's 23. She created a Facebook group called Support for the McCabe's, Alberts, and O'Keefes. This is how she befriended them. She made a support group for them. At one point, she volunteered to help members of the group find attorneys to deal with Aidan. And we have an email that she sent a Boston attorney named Benjamin Wish, who she attempted to get him to take my case on and sue me on their behalf pro bono. She tried to get him to do this for free.
And look at this shit.
And protested for her conviction solely because of their hatred for Mr. Carney. After she accused Mr. Carney of intimidating her, Miss Gattani became such a rabid advocate for Miss Reed's guilt that on July 1st, clad in the same Justice for John O'Keefe shirt as Miss O'Peter.
Look at how this isn't even in order. Now you're talking about July 1st, 2024. Clad in the same Justice for John O'Keefe shirt. You're talking about Lindsay Gattani showing up. Like, what the fuck?
Peter.
This is why people didn't understand the order of shit. Going back here.
On September 13th, at 3:34 p.m., Miss Peter publicly bragged that she had archived a purportedly illegal recording made by the retard, Mr. Carney, of his conversation with Steve Scanlon, a private investigator who was tangentially blah, blah, blah. Miss Peter claimed that she forwarded the recording to state police on
Ready? Here we go.
information and belief on September 3rd at 4:23 p.m. An hour later, she created a version of the recording and sent it to Tully in a private link because we have their emails. On November 28th, a transcript of the grand jury proceedings. Tully testified he had been sent the video of a Scanlon recording. He testified that the person who it was sent to, she stated it was a private link, crusty, so it was not available for.
Do you understand it was a private link? So let me explain what this would mean. Okay. If you were to do this, so first of all, you have to have premium YouTube. Okay. Or you would have to have screen recorded the audio recording from his YouTube channel. Or you could download it, download the link, and then you have it then on your YouTube channel because you downloaded it. Okay. But now he's trying to claim that he only had the link up for 13 minutes, something like that. That's what he's claiming. Okay. But he then realized because he accidentally put it public. So then he privated it again, which then makes it a private link. So if you get that link, so you would highlight, you would download the link, and then I provide somebody with the link and they go to click on it. You're good. It's going to come to Aidan's channel and it's going to say private video. The only way you could ever get a private link is if that is from the owner of the private link, or if it was ever made public and then taken back to make it private. That's the only way that this could happen. This would all be user action, meaning all of it stemmed from Aidan Carney. Okay. Kate Peter didn't create anything. She would have, if this is what they're trying to say, so we'll let him continue on reading it.
Public distribution. An audio copy of the recording that Miss Peter sent to state police on or about September 13th, the substance of which was played as a video before the grand jury, wasn't provided to the defense until last month. So we
wasn't provided to the defense until August 8th, 2025. Okay.
Finally got this audio of the Steve Scanlon call, my interview with him, that was never publicly shared.
What?
But yet Krusty got it. And Krusty sends it to
What? It was never publicly shared. The fuck it wasn't. Look at him lie to you guys.
So we finally got this audio of the Steve Scanlon call, my interview with him, that was never publicly shared. But yet Krusty got it. And Krusty.
He also sent, now remember they have his phone. He sent this to Alan Jackson, David Yannetti, right? So there'd be a link that way too, right? It'd be in the instructions, right? How did he play that for Alan Jackson? How did Alan Jackson ever get it? Oh yeah, you're right, Lana. That would have been sent when? Well, in June of 2023, right? When he did it after he recorded Steve Scanlon in 2023 in June, he gives it to Alan Jackson. How do you know this, Lana? Because TurtleBoy came out and said it. Also, but think about this. Also, it's on his phone. It's on his device. Lana, when they arrested him in October 11th of 2023, did they take his devices? Yes. They also could get search warrants for Apple ID and your Google emails. Yes. 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 And he knows all this. He knows all this, but he wants to come out here and tell the world, wait, what?
Sends it to Tully, and Tully uses it to try to indict me. And Krusty sends it to Tully, and Tully uses it to try to indict me.
Try to indict you? You were indicted. Oh, you mean for the wiretapping? We'll get into that.
The version of the recording provided to the defense doesn't include the beginning of the recorded call, skips and repeats. It is clearly edited, bro.
The version of the recording provided to the defense doesn't include the beginning of the recorded call. Mark Betterow is over here saying that this call, listen to this, included the beginning of the recorded call, does not include the beginning of the recorded call, skips and repeats. It's clearly edited. No. That version that they used, in my opinion, is whatever he sent Alan Jackson, you fucking asshole. If it's something, because think about how he sends stuff. He sends little clips and it's something's repeating itself and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. What version did he send Alan Jackson through his phone?
We heard this recording that was played before the grand jury. Like the beginning of it skips. It plays a part. I'm like, wait a minute. I know I didn't say that twice. Go back and play that again. It skips. It's edited. And it starts at the 109 mark. There's a minute and 9 seconds missing in which I easily could have said to Scanlon, I'm recording this. But it's gone. It's just fucking gone. And again, who sent it to Tully? The crust.
No. What version did you send to Alan Jackson? What version? Am I outing for the first time ever here on my live broadcast that you purported to Alan Jackson that you legally recorded this? Hot damn. You guys say, someone asked me earlier, Lana, why are you doing this? Because I help everybody. And I love Alan Jackson. I love that defense team. I love Bob Alessi. This piece of shit. So the version I think that was played, the version of the recording provided to the defense that was played, that's what they're saying. The version of the recording provided to the defense doesn't include the beginning of the recording, but he just sat here and said the version that they played the grand jury. So then that couldn't have been.
And it starts at the 109 mark. There's a minute and 9 seconds missing in which I easily could have said to Scanlon, I'm recording this.
But he didn't. But he's telling people that
it's gone. It's just fucking gone.
Just like he told you a minute ago that how did Kate Peter ever get this? It was never public.
And again, who sent it to Tully? The crust. The crust. He trusts the crust. And there's a minute and 9 seconds that are just missing from it.
Look at these lies.
Okay. The defense hasn't been provided with a copy of the email or any communication in which she provides the Scanlon recording. On September 27th, Miss Peter emailed Bukaki. So this is the day after they hire Mello. All right. 2 weeks before I'm arrested, and says something. The email that Miss Peter sent Bukaki included blank, which haven't been provided to the defense. One day after Mello was engaged by D.A. Morrissey, Bukaki confirmed to Peter. So Bukaki responds to Kate Peter and says blank.
Wait, no. That's not what that says.
Responds to Kate Peter.
No.
And
Fuck no. That's one day after Mr. Mello was engaged by D.A. Morrissey, Sergeant Buchanan confirmed to Miss Peter that what? This is what you think is being confirmed. That what? We've received everything. Thank you so much. Or we know where to find that. What?
It's blank. Either ignorant or dismissive of Miss Peter's own criminal conduct and woeful credibility, Sergeant Bukaki praised and thanked Crusty Panties. So, oh no, she's not influential at all. Then why the fuck you don't get to see the high praise he gives her? It's redacted. We are not allowed to read emails from government agents to other government agents
because
who are
it's
involved
right
in my
now.
prosecution. I've seen this. You can't see it though. You don't get to see it. But I've are praising and violating restraining orders emails from government agents missing, in which I easily could have said to Scanlon, I'm a version of the recording and sent it to Tully in a private link because we have their emails.
On information and belief, on September 13, 2023, at 4:23, Miss Peter created a version of the recording and sent it to Detective Lieutenant Tully in a private link. Nope. November 28, 2023 transcript. Tully testified that he had been sent a video of the Scanlon recording. ID at 19. Detective Lieutenant Tully testified that the person who it was sent to, she stated it was a private link, so it was not available for public distribution because he made it private after it became public for 13 minutes.
On November 28th, a transcript of the grand jury proceedings.
So Mark Betterow knows this, knows that his client made it public for 13 minutes, didn't realize it, and then and guess who else said that? Guess who else did this? What's her name? Natalie in her interview talked about the Steve Scanlon interview, talked about the Steve Scanlon recording. I mean, what Mark Betterow has done is a disgrace.
Tully testified he had been sent the video of Scanlon, of a Scanlon recording.
Your fucking client is lying to you, and you have a due diligence to do your homework on that. And you're peddling these fucking lies. Does your bar, I mean, you can't sit here and even, you're in a glass house and you're throwing stones. That's what Mark Betterow is doing by representing TurtleBoy and writing any of this shit. Because you also have the same duty to not peddle lies.
He testified that the person who it was sent to, she stated it was a private link, crusty, so it was not available for public distribution. An audio copy of the recording that Miss Peter sent the state police on or about September 13th, the substance of which was played as a video before the grand jury, wasn't provided to the defense until last month. So we finally got this audio of the Steve Scanlon call, my interview with him, that was never publicly shared, but yet Krusty got it.
That's a lie.
And Krusty sends it to Tully, and Tully uses it to try to indict me. The version of the recording provided to the defense doesn't include the beginning of the recorded call, skips and repeats. It is clearly edited. Bro, when we heard this recording that was played before the grand jury, like the beginning of it skips. It plays a part. I'm like, wait a minute, I know I didn't say that twice. Go back and play that again. It skips. It's edited, and it starts at the 109 mark. There's a minute and 9 seconds missing, in which I easily could have said to Scanlon, I'm recording this. But it's gone. It's just fucking gone. And again, who sent it to Tully? The crust. The crust. He trusts the crust. And there's a minute and 9 seconds that are just missing from it. Okay. The defense hasn't been provided with a copy of the email. And then at 3 p.m., she tweets out, October 10th, he knows the deal. So after talking to Bukaki, she knows almost the exact date. Miss Peter, now on a first name basis with Bukaki, emailed who she calls Yuri and says blank. She provides Bukaki with blank. She told Bukaki that she was blank. Oh, we got a footnote. 16. Based upon the information provided to them by blank, Tully and Mr. Mello's investigator went to Gardenia, California to interview Natalie Bernschneider in person on October 17th. So based upon the information provided to them by blank, someone who could fit in that, and up here, we're talking about Miss Peter. So Miss Peter sends something to Bukaki on September 29th. And then 3 weeks later, Tully's on a plane to meet Natalie.
After you were arrested, October 11th. So they did their due diligence because they, looked at your phones to see if, in fact, there was communications between Natalie and you, right? You forgot that part, didn't you?
What happened there?
What do you mean what happened there?
It's almost as if September 29th. I wonder what she must have been talking about Natalie, right? Because why else would they fucking get on a plane and go see Natalie? I wonder what's going on with that.
Why would they ever be able to do that though? Between September 29th and October 17th. What happened in between that? You were arrested on October 11th. They seized your devices. They downloaded them, right? And then what's in them? Confirming whatever Kate Peter would have said. Oh, Natalie's for real. Now Natalie really exists. All right, we're going to go talk to Natalie. Oh my God, is that how police do their jobs? That's somebody that's providing a tip, emailing, right? Hey.
September 29th at 3 p.m., Miss Peter tweeted, October 10th, he knows the deal, in response to another's post asking her when Mr. Carney would be subpoenaed. So she knew on September 29th that something was going to go down on October 10th.
And what was it, Aidan? It has nothing to do with your arrest. It has to do with you and her what? Your guys' case, right? That wasn't about your arrest. And you know this, and you peddled it to Mark. You know the deal on October 10th. What does that have to do with, Aidan? You fucking compulsive liar. You're a pathological liar. And your attorney is blowing up his own career for you. One would have to ask themselves why. Well, because attorneys are whores and money. Because this dude is going to keep paying the big bills, right? But I bet you if y'all stop paying his stupid little defense fund, they're going to try to cut a deal. That's what they're working on now. As soon as this gets denied here in May, it's deal time.
On information and belief, Miss Peters' reference to he knows the deal indicates that the state police told her, remember, she's talking to Bukaki a lot, several weeks before Mr. Carney's arrest, that they intended to arrest him on October 10th. So she is emailing with Bukaki at 9:38 a.m. on September 29th, calling him Yuri. And then at 3 p.m., she tweets out, October 10th, he knows the deal. So after talking to Bukaki, she knows almost the exact date that I'm going to be arrested on. Whew, that's interesting.
Look at this motherfucking liar.
Because she just can't keep her fucking mouth shut. All right. On information and belief, Miss Peters' reference that he knows the deal indicates that they told her weeks before Mr. Carney's arrest that they intended to arrest him on October 10th, 2023. That was the day they intended to, but something goes wrong. On September 29th at 4 p.m., Bukaki forwarded his email correspondence with Miss Peter to blank. On October 3rd, Tully emailed Fanning, Bukaki, and Proctor that he had blank. Bukaki replied that he had already provided blank and blank to blank. Lieutenant Fanning replied that all his blank. This is fun Mad Lib stuff here. On information and belief, the blank and blank being discussed by Tully, Bukaki, and Fanning on October 23rd related to the blank that Miss Peter provided DL Tully in a private link on or about September 3rd. Oh, September 13th. That's the Scanlon tape, isn't it? Which was later used against Mr. Carney in the grand jury. Almost 2 years later, and despite numerous specific demands related to Miss Peter's relationship with the Commonwealth, the defense hasn't been provided with any notes, reports, or videos related to Miss Peter or the private link that she sent Tully on September 13th.
So let me ask you a question. You're going to sit here and tell me that Aidan Carney didn't tell his lawyers, oh yeah, on my channel, I made I made that private link. I accidentally hit the button and it was public for 13 minutes. He lets his lawyers for 2 years just sit around and he doesn't tell this to them. Even though within the 2 years they would have had, here's the interview with Natalie and here's everything that Natalie said in the interview about talking about the fact that he made that. Natalie says a couple different things. Natalie talks about how he said Natalie gave the recording to Nick Rocco of the Steve Sandlin thing. And she talks about the fact that he made his link public. So his lawyers have all of this before writing any of this. And they just sit there for 2 years and are playing dumb with all of you guys and acting like we don't have any of this. We don't know about any of this. What Steve Scanlon, what illegal recording? What the fuck? Meanwhile, TurtleBoy knows the truth about everything. And they've already listened to the whole Natalie thing.
So as soon as she gets involved in this, it cranks up for months.
As soon as she gets involved in, what are you talking about? There's nothing, nobody gets involved and cranks anything up. We're building a case against you. Jen went to try to get an HPO out on you May 30th. The state knows that you are working in concert with the defense illegally in their minds. The fuck are you talking about? And unethically, number one, with the attorneys, because they're over here peddling the fact that you didn't. That they got the source of the information of the Fed stuff from you. And this is why he came out and was always talking about, they want to know who my sources are. They want to know who my sources are. Is it making sense yet, guys? They want to know who my sources are. For what? The federal investigation? To prove that Alan Jackson and Yannetti, that your sources have always been Karen Reed's defense team, and then therefore would prove that the defense lied in open court and in a motion.
Prior to November 28th, commencement of the grand jury proceedings, Tully, Bukaki, and Proctor were aware of her unstable obsession with Mr. Carney. As experienced detectives who have been investigating Carney since mid-2023, the state police should have known of numerous...
As experienced detectives who have been investigating Mr. Carney since mid 2023. Now you're admitting that. But just Aidan Carney just said 2 seconds ago that it was, oh my God, it was cranked up when Kate Peter, what? They had begun investigating him mid 2023. Why though, Mark Betterow? Why? And it's because why? Because of the lie that was told by attorney who lied about what?
Red flags, which adversely impacted Miss Peters' credibility, including her eager insertion of herself into the investigation, her personal animus towards Mr. Carney, which gave her a clear motive to falsely accuse him of a crime, her insertion into Miss McCabe's orbit, and, most importantly, her prior history of falsifying evidence against Mr. Carney. Indeed, given their constant review of social media as a means of acquiring evidence against Mr. Carney, the state police and DA must have been familiar with the March 30th, 2020 article detailing her YouTube fraud. And her
must. Look at this. No lawyer talks like this. Must have. Yeah, because they watch Kate's live streams.
May 29th live stream where she admitted falsifying evidence against Colin and Chris Albert about drug dealing. On October 11th, Mr. Carney was arrested one day after Miss Peter publicly announced.
Dude, this is insane.
State police audio transmissions from immediately before Mr. Carney's arrest. If you guys haven't heard this tape, it's hyperlinked in here, so you can go listen to it. Audio transmissions before his arrest reveal that the arrest team, a fugitive unit that included Tully, quote, heard from KP. Remember we heard that on the tape? We just heard from KP. They said that it was the same thing.
Mark Betterow, what a fool. Mark Betterow, you didn't do any of your due diligence. You guys, do you want to know who the KP refers to? That is the name of one of the officers working. His initials are KP. And all this idiot had to do was look at the CAD notes and see who was involved with working the arrest of Aidan Carney. But no, we're going to try to lie to the tribunal and say that the KP is Kate Peters. Unfucking believable.
Yesterday, 2 older kids getting on around the same time, but it was 8:30. So there's a bus. My kid's bus stop is middle school bus stop. It was middle school. And they're like, don't alert the Holden police of this. They're doing this whole sting operation. They're spying on other people's kids. Don't alert the Holden police of this. They're doing this whole sting operation. They're spying on other people's kids.
Look at this. Look at how he wants to enrage you. They're spying on other people's kids. No, the only people that use kids is you, and he uses his own kids. He took pictures of his own kids, made a complete fake profile named Ryan Waters, acting like he was the real Ryan Waters, and talked about raping his own kids and sent it to his own lawyer and used it in a court proceeding. He fabricated, manipulated, and made evidence and used pictures of his own kids talking about, I know where you live. I'm going to do X, Y, and Z. Oh, don't worry. I'll bring your kids back, though, in one piece after I play with them. He wrote that himself about his own kids. Use them. And then told his mods to go and act like they found the post on Facebook. It's disgusting.
And they're like, I just heard from KP. Those are middle school kids, wrong kids at the bus stop. That means that the day before, whoever KP is, October 10th, is monitoring my bus stop and giving intel to the state police about what time my kids get on the bus.
And they tried to peddle this and say that Kate Peter was fucking monitoring his kids at a bus stop.
And what time other kids get on their bus. That is an obsession, ladies and gentlemen.
No, that is your obsession with Kate Peters. That is your fucking delusional brain. And you know what's even more delusional is that Mark Betterow wrote this. All you have to do is look at the CAD notes, and his name is right there. Who the K and the P belong to.
That is a fucking obsession right there. Watching me at my kids, like, why? And everyone's like, she's getting paid. No. Don't even fuck getting paid. She's doing this for the love of the game. The obsession. Saying she's paid for this takes away the obsession factor. I'm almost insulted by it, right? She's doing this because she's...
None of it happened. This is all a lie, and he knows it, and he's out here lying to enrage you guys, to enrage his following,
Obsessed with me.
and to make it seem like all these people are obsessed with him. Nobody's obsessed with this man. People talk and show who this man is, the real Aidan Carney, the real TurtleBoy. I would love for Andrea Burkhart to do to cover his case. I would love for Andrea Burkhart to come out and no biases. Here we go. Cover it. We're any of the law tubers. Cover who the fuck this man is. Y'all fucking did a horror tour with the motherfucker. Defend him. Defend this. This is indefensible.
On information and belief, KP referred to Miss Peter, and she helped the state police coordinate the arrest beforehand.
This is what he's writing. On information and belief, KP referred to Miss Peter, and she helped. I mean, do you know how this gets blown up? But there was no, you didn't have to upon information and belief. All that Mark Betterow had to do, okay, is look at the reports. Look at the reports, Mark Betterow, but you couldn't even do that. Or you did, and then it's even worse for you because then you're peddling known lies instead of just your fucking client over here. Everyone's obsessed with him. Everyone has derangement syndrome. Man, fuck that. This dude, there's nothing to be deranged about. This guy is a complete fucking tool. He is a toolbox.
Miss Peter attended the October 11th arraignment, and she testified that she went there to meet Mr. Mello and that she was a potential witness against Mr. Carney.
Miss Peter attended Mr. Carney's October 11th, 2023 arraignment in Stoughton District Court. She has testified that she went to meet with Mr. Mello and that she was a potential witness against Mr. Carney. What? Make that sentence make sense, Mark.
And she testified that she went there to meet Mr. Mello and that she was a potential witness.
Where'd she testify to that at? That sentence is trash. That like paragraph 175, take that out. It's so bad because it doesn't even make any sense. Shortly after Mr. Carney's arrest, Miss Peter, with the blessing, look at these words.
Against Mr. Carney. Her words. Miss Peter has a history of surveilling people to create chaos for them. She and Miss Gattani discussed spying on Miss Reed and members of her legal team at the Omni Seaboard Hotel in Boston.
The only person that did that was Aidan Carney himself prior to ever meeting with Karen Reed and her defense team. This is so fucking hilarious to me.
Remember those emails where they're like, let's spy on, they went to the Omni Hotel to spy on Karen Reed and Alan Jackson. She also has shared surreptitious photos of Mr. Carney and others socializing at the Hillside Pub in Canton on March 4th, 2025. She also posted those. So she spies on us a lot.
He calls himself getting spied on, but yet when he talks about Chris Albert and all these stuff that all these people send me all this stuff and he's out here fucking talking about it, it's just so fucking delusional. Okay, I knew that Betterow was a fucking attention whore, a media-seeking attention whore. And then he wants to be, hey, nobody's accepting super chats when I'm live. And I'm on people's channels. Like, what? This is the same guy that knew he was repping Aidan and then tries to get on Karen Reed's defense team. And he doesn't think that that's a conflict of fucking interest. He wants to talk about conflicts? You want to talk about playoffs? Playoffs?
So shortly after Mr. Carney's arrest, Miss Peter, with the blessing of Mello and Tully, became integral to the defense, to the prosecution. On October.
How? Listen, they arrested the motherfucker. They then seized his phones, all of his devices. Kate, Peter, you need her to do what exactly? How is she integral? What? But look at his obsession. Look at what Mark Betterow has made this ridiculous. I mean, this is silly. But it's for exactly this, for TurtleBoy to tell the masses this, because we need to do what? We need the jury pool. There's only going to be a couple questions here during voir dire that are going to matter. It's all going to be about the internet. It's all going to be about, do you have a subscription to TurtleBoy? Do you watch TurtleBoy Daily? Did you watch the Karen retrial? As soon as these are getting yeses, they gone. They gone. If you ask the right questions in voir dire for TurtleBoy's case, which I have all the faith and the confidence in the world that is going to happen, okay? But I'll be there to make sure and report on it and let you guys know exactly what was going on, because I'm going to report on it exactly like I did for Delphi. And then the stuff that's, hey, they're going to have a camera in the courtroom, but during voir dire that doesn't happen. But guess what? You can bet your bottom dollar that it's still open to the public. You just have to get a seat in the courtroom, which I will be there for, just like I reported with the Delphi case. Accurately.
25th, Miss Peter emailed Tully that she and her team were blank, doing something. To this day, the DA hasn't informed the defense of who, if anyone, served on Miss Peter's team. Miss Peter sent to Tully a blank, which she blank wherever she believed there was evidence of a crime. So she believes she gets to decide where crimes are. She advised Tully.
Yes, because you are allowed to send tips to anybody, any police agency. And where I believe that there was evidence of crimes, this is where that would be. His fucking channel. These are the episodes. Here, if I want to make their job easier for them, that's not a crime. What do you think I did for the Columbus Police Department with everything with the Tepe case? I sent this all to the Columbus Police Department.
So she's giving him advice about what is evidence of a crime. She's telling him how to do his job. It's in the
Miss Peter further informed Detective Lieutenant Tully that her team had and like, how are you even, who cares? That's exactly what the community is supposed to do. The community is supposed to come forward.
emails. We got all the emails. She literally calls it, Emily, her team. I'm not even joking. She says she has a team that does the.
And Emily C. I mean, Jesus Christ. The people that how
download
do you
every
read
episode.
this if you're an educated human being? I get it. People that are uneducated, yep, you may fall for somebody that's up here that's blah, blah, blah. What do you think he's going to sit up here and say all the stuff that all the dates and the timestamps that they're missing? No. But when you're a lawyer that's talking about this, how do you talk about this as a lawyer like Melanie Little? And literally the stuff that's coming out of Melanie Little's mouth about this is absolutely like disgusting. Just admit that, hey, I'm covering this from the standpoint that Mark Betterow isn't lying. TurtleBoy's never lied. But I'm not covering this as in, oh, wait, these are both sides.
That I am on, including this one, including the sex of of probably Kim Fair and people like that who just, this is their life. Like, I'm telling you, the people dedicated to taking me down are the most dedicated people on earth. And fuck a couch. They'll do this shit for free. Almost 2 years later, the defense hasn't been provided.
Dedicated to taking you down. I'm covering your case. You take yourself down, TurtleBoy. Nobody's dedicated to taking you down more than you. Me covering your case, if me covering your case is dedication to taking you down, I mean, what are you talking about? If anything, me covering your case should be me showing, like, if what you're saying is accurate, it should be boasting and boosting at the fact that this isn't how things are, guys. Look at over here, That's not the case, though.
With the information that she gave him. On November 1st, Miss Peter emailed Tully with the subject line blank. She informed him blank. So November 1st, she's still working with him. Miss Peter told Tully that she would blank. Her email provided Tully with another link to a blank on November 1st. She sent them links. Almost.
And do you understand? Listen to this. Do you understand that there is no way possible that there would ever have been communication saying from Tully to Kate Peter, don't send me things because it's discoverable by the defense? That's what we should be seeing. If they're in cahoots, Tully would be telling Kate Peter, Do not send me anything. Because this is all discoverable by the defense. Instead, that's not happening. And she just keeps on sending the material. Oh, you're right, Lana. It's because Tully doesn't talk to her like that. Because otherwise she would have stopped. She would have stopped sending anything. TurtleBoy is taking TurtleBoy down. And the only reason he looks like he has all these numbers watching him, he's buying his subscribers, he's buying his live view count. And I'm going to give you guys a little hint on how I know that this is true. Okay? For the numbers that he's getting to watch him and to peddle his shit, those numbers should equate in how, like, if he's like, hey, go watch Purple Kool-Aid, whatever the fuck that channel's called, go watch that. No one's watching it, though. The numbers aren't there.
2 years later, the defense has not been provided with this video file. So she's sending video files to him. That's what the blank must be.
After 2 years later, the defense hasn't been provided with the video file. And any response by Tully to Miss Peter's question. That's because he never wrote her back. They don't answer. Better Row knows this. As an attorney, we don't answer people's questions and investigations. They can provide us with whatever the fuck they want. We don't respond. That's like me saying, I'm going to go ask Columbus what's going on in the Tepe case and why haven't I heard back from them after all the stuff that I've sent them. And then for a lawyer like Diane Menchie to argue and say, where is the responses that you sent Lana? What? We didn't write Lana back. Why would we? Diane Menchie would never argue that because she would know that they never wrote me back. But unless I went and provided Diane with emails of them talking to me and emailing me back, and Diane's like, well, I never received, I give her copies of this, and she's over here looking at her discovery, and she's like, well, they sure as fuck didn't give me any of this. Then that's why you would then go to the state and say, where's Lana was writing you? You guys didn't write her back. You would set them up. And then you would wait to get a response and say, yeah, we didn't respond to her. And then you would slap them with, well, that's funny because Lana went ahead and gave me these emails. And you did respond to her. You guys get it yet?
On November 7th,
That's how you would ever be able to accuse somebody of not providing, Brady discovery, hiding exculpatory. There's nothing to hide here, though. Okay, there's nothing exculpatory. Aidan Carney did what he did. Okay, so this is what everybody should be asking themselves. Aidan Carney's defense is that what I did isn't illegal. It's freedom of speech. That's it. So it's all in my recordings. It's all here. And so that's it. Aidan's defense is that what I did is protected by the United States Amendment 1. What's the Bill of Rights? Freedom of speech. What I did is not illegal and I can do what I did. Right? That's it. So you have to ask yourselves, what the fuck is all of this about? Why are you over here writing 88 pages worth of emotion to sit here and talk about who provided what, where, when, how? What does this have to do with anything? And that's what the judge said to them at the last hearing and said, you guys, this isn't like a whodunit case, right? The state's saying that it's witness intimidation, picketing a witness, conspiracy to commit witness intimidation. This is what you're charged with. A grand jury indicted you. Okay? Your defense is that it's not that it wasn't you, right? You're admitting that that's all you. Like, it's you on the tape, right? It's you record yourself, right? Okay. So the jury just gets to hear the case, the set of facts, the set of circumstances. So how does he get arrested in 2023 in October? And it is 2026. Karen Reed was arrested in 2022 and she had her murder trial in 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, murder trial. 2 years after being arrested in 2022. She had it in 2 years and a couple months. Right? Aidan Carney arrested in October of 2023. It is March of 2026. How has this not gone to trial? You can bet your bottom dollar if his ass was waiting in jail this whole time to have his day. They're pushing this out and pushing this out. They're stalling and stalling and stalling. Why? Because that's the classic defense strategy when you don't have a case. He should be pissed, right? That this has not been over with. Now, when you see them in the courtroom, they're over here saying, like, wait, you want us to be ready to go in November? How aren't you ready to go now? How aren't you ready to go in 2024? How aren't you ready to go in 2020? What do you have to prepare for? You have the witnesses that are going to come out and testify to what has occurred to them and what they went through. Okay? Then you have cross-examination of those witnesses. So guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to do a mock trial of this proceeding. Okay? And I talked about it yesterday. The order that I would be going if I was the Commonwealth. So I'm going to do a mock trial. And you're going to hear from the witnesses. You're going to hear from the investigators. There was no investigating. There didn't need to be an investigation. What type of investigation do you think would have occurred here? This isn't collecting of evidence of like a crime scene. And so the judge is saying all of these things. Like, what is Aidan saying that this has cost so much money to defend? What experts do you guys think Aidan Carney has obtained? Why isn't he ever talking about that? You know, where is there any filings of affidavits like in the Karen Reed case from the Richard Greens of the world, from the Lapisados, from Marie Russell? Where is any of his, who is he hired? Who is his defense expert that's going to testify to, he's over here talking about Tully fucking around with phones before downloading them and the hashtag values. You think he's going to have a phone expert? Well, if I was the Commonwealth, I'd definitely have a phone expert to talk about location data. I would be hitting up someone like a Cy Ray and literally pinpointing where he was, where his devices were, and what his consistent pattern has been of where he goes and the places that he would go and where he's doing his videos from. Okay. What devices were being used? What is his IP address? Which devices are his IP addresses? All the devices that he has. He's had multiple phones. Okay. What phones do those align with? Okay. What devices are pumping out what? Where is he located when he's pumping out the material? Where was he located during the time frame of May? You know, show the times that the defense team's in town, flying in from California. Where was TurtleBoy? I mean, but is any of that needed for him with this case? Well, if they were to get Karen Reed on conspiracy to commit witness intimidation, all of that would be needed. Fuck, why would at this point, why couldn't they also charge Alan Jackson and David Yannetti with any of these? Why would they be subject to not being, roped in on that. Aidan Carney has literally put all of these people in hella danger. But that's by design. Why do you think Alan Jackson went on his show? I always wondered why Alan Jackson did what he did. Okay. That's how diabolical TurtleBoy is. He's not loyal. There's no loyalty in him. TurtleBoy admitting that Alan Jackson and David Yannetti gave him the information, and then he wrote the blog, and then they cited the blog, and they went ahead and did all that, and everything that actually, that's the first domino. I believe that you could potentially make a pretty decent case to charge them with conspiracy to commit witness intimidation. But is that the fight that the Commonwealth wants to do? Or do we just get people like Alan Jackson, David Yannetti, and Karen Reed to become state witnesses, Commonwealth witnesses, cooperating Commonwealth witnesses? Mark Betterow has literally tried to get on to Karen Reed's defense team back during the second trial. And I firmly believe it was to get out of being TurtleBoy's attorney. What if Bev would have said, "Hey, Mr. Betterow, I'll give you the option here. You can go back and talk to, your client TurtleBoy, your client that you want to be, Karen Reed." It was a way to conflict him. But I'll give you can what? You can choose to either be TurtleBoy's attorney or you can choose to be Karen Reed's attorney. But think about this. And I always ask myself, why would Karen Reed ever want Betterow on her team knowing all of this stuff? And it was to do what? I think it'd be a way to, if I'd have to have a lawyer up here and describe the advantages and the disadvantages. But the only question I would have is, would this give any type of extra protection to anybody here? Because the question, what Bev was on the money with is like, wait a second, you think that Mark Betterow is going to be told things from Karen Reed in that defense and all the secrets there, right? And then you're not going to share those, or if they potentially help TurtleBoy, what are you doing? Why would you ever why would TurtleBoy ever put himself in a situation to be okay with Mark Betterow ever representing Karen Reed? Well, because any way to attach himself to Karen Reed, I mean, when you want to talk about obsessed, this man is obsessed with Karen Reed. Obsessed with Alan Jackson. And you know what obsession turns to? Hate. I've never seen somebody write a book and literally say that they hate a 19-year-old. TurtleBoy talks about hating people. TurtleBoy reforms behavior and brings out the best in people. That's what he writes in this book. My vision for this blog isn't to hurt people who have reformed their behavior. Everyone makes mistakes, but everyone is also capable of changing. You can be a completely different person after living life for 10 or 15 years. Therefore, I will take down any blog in which the person who was featured for poor behavior messages us and shows sincere, that you're changed. We believe in ratchet redemption. Are you fucking serious? In quotes here. We believe in ratchet redemption. This book was written in 2019, 2018, some shit like that. Who the fuck knows? He talks about Howie Carr in this book. He says, as you likely know by now, if you're a turtle writer, the story blew up. It became national news and led to the resignation of Hughes and McKeon. Howie Carr had me on his show a couple times to talk about it. Some media outlets credited us, including the Boston Globe and Washington Post, but most did not. including the pathetic Telegram and Gazette, my hometown newspaper of record. Nevertheless, it's by far the most influential blog ever published on TurtleBoy Sports. While I was researching this Lieutenant Colonel Dan Reestein, while researching him, I noticed that his ex-girlfriend was also a state cop, a pretty little thing named Leah Genduso. I made sure on the blog to put a disclaimer that any media outlet that reported the story had to cite us because I knew how big the story was going to be. I was excited just writing it. The story blew up as I expected it would. Within minutes, I was getting messages from troopers informing me that she was on suicide watch and her badge and gun were taken from her. Excited writing stories that ruin people's lives. The blog wasn't about Leah, though, and really wasn't critical of her at all. Nevertheless, we got a message from Leah, who was already Facebook friends with Clarence Wood Emerson, letting us know that we needed to get our facts straight. She said she earned her way to that job and didn't appreciate the inference that she got there by banging the lieutenant colonel. I said that was fine and that the blog never actually said that, and we left it at that. The mere mentioning of Genduso triggered more people to come forward. He's using the word triggered. More people to come forward. And on Friday in mid-February, I received an email that blew my mind. It contained a 109-page attachment of testimony Genduso gave at her ex-boyfriend Sean Busey's trial in 2007. Busey was a major pot dealer back in the day, and Genduso was his business partner. She admitted to money laundering, perjury, violating drug laws, and tax evasion. She also admitted to expanding the business by finding her own regular customers in Central Mass and gift wrapping packages in case she got pulled over. I could not believe what I was reading. How did this admitted criminal become a state trooper?
Miss Peter emailed Tully blank. According to Tully, he relied upon information Miss Peter provided him before he edited Mr. Carney's YouTube episodes. Remember,
according to Tully, he relied upon information Peter provided her before editing. He didn't edit them.
He's taking the fall. He's like, not a grand jury presentation. Miss Peter emailed him with subject line blank, a blank. So right before the grand jury starts, she's sending Mello more shit.
She's allowed to. She's allowed to send anybody she wants anything. Any of us can. Right now, if I wanted to, I could send literally Cosgrove. I'm just going to do a mock trial. I'm going to do a mock trial and then send my video every day of the mock trial of each person and how I would question them and what I would stress. What does that make me?
You can't see.
Nothing.
She sought Mr. Mello's blank.
They can go ahead and share that with, hey, this is what I received from some girl on YouTube. Here you go. Her mock trial. So then Aidan would have to decide, hey, do you want to spend time with us watching Lana's mock trials, or do you not want to pay for that cost?
What can you seek? Writing blank. On November 26th, Mr. Mello's response to Miss Peter proved that he opened private links sent to Miss Peter. So he sends her back a thing saying, showing that he's Tully might not click on the links, but Mello certainly does. Mello certainly does. In response to Mello's request, Miss Peter sent him blank. Miss Peter's November 26th communications with Mello conclusively establishes that Mello outsourced investigative work to her.
Unbelievable.
Discussed strategy and was aware that she edited Mr. Carney.
He's saying edited because she's giving only a clip of it. A clip of it.
His content with her own editorial slant and bias. That he reviewed private links that she sent him 2 days before the grand jury started. That's interesting. So he is outsourcing work to her. He knows that she's editing videos. She admits it, and he's actively seeking her help right before the grand jury starts, in which he uses a video of Scanlon that is missing 1 minute and 9 seconds worth and skips. That's interesting. Fanning testified that Miss Peter reported things to the state police that they couldn't find or document. In December, as part of her plan to coax Miss Catani into bringing witness intimidation charges against Mr. Carney, Miss Peter told Miss Catani that she had blank and that she had spoken to him. Wonder who him could be about blank. So this might have been an early Federal letter before the protective order into her phone, which, by the way, she filed a motion today to hold me in contempt for publishing her phone. because apparently Jason Broyles or someone else has published the entire cell phone extraction on Twitter. I did not give it to him, but he published it, and she is blaming me for that, even though I had nothing to do with it. And she wants me held in contempt. This is a publicly filed motion that you can read. She wants me held in contempt and is demanding a $20,000 fine. She wants 20 grand. This is just literally a money. She is now extorting them for more money. I mean, just what a group of people this is. Miss Peter joked that when she spoke to Mr. Mello, blank. On December 12th, Miss Catani texted Mr. Peter that Mr. Carney.
On December 12th, 2023, Miss Catani texted Miss Peter that Mr. Kearney, they had been talking way longer than that. On December 12th, again, what does any of this matter? This is where they're trying to, this is where they were trying to, so you know how Aidan comes out just recently and says, finally says, Lindsay Gaetani has nothing to do with any of this. Okay? Lindsay Gaetani has nothing to do with any of this. Then why did Mark Betterow, for 88 straight fucking pages, portray that in his mega motion, which you guys are going to argue in now May instead of at the end of the month?
Blank. On February 26th, Miss Peter left Mr. Carney a crude, harassing voice message, gloating about her importance in the Commonwealth's case against him. I cannot wait until Doolin reads this. And
I cannot wait till Doolin reads this. He's delusional.
We actually linked, of course, the voicemail too. Hey, faggot, it's Kate Peter, you know, crusty panties. You know, every time you get a block number, it's not Lindsay or LG or anyone else, it's me. And I just want to let you know that when you go back to jail, I had absolutely everything to do with it because you are a dumb motherfucker. I'm going to get the best of you. You're a bad person and everyone's going to see it. Have a nice day. By the way, Karen Reed wants nothing to do with you. Go fuck yourself, bitch. I meant it.
Dude, she knew it. How did Kate Peter know that Karen Reed wanted nothing to do with him? Have a nice day. By the way, Karen Reed wants nothing to do with you. Go fuck yourself, bitch. I mean it. Mark Betterow puts this in the mega motion like it means something. Because what is he doing? He's over here arguing for his client to be able to do and say these things to people. And here, Betterow is quoting this as like, you cannot make this shit up. Betterow, you're a joke.
And everyone's going to see it. Have a nice day. By the way, Karen Reed wants nothing to do with you. Go fuck yourself, bitch. I meant it. This is the...
And she's right? Karen Reed didn't want anything to do with him.
Star witness that Bukaki thinks and Mello outsources his investigative work to.
You guys,
and who Tully...
She's not a witness. This girl is not a witness. She's not going to be a witness. For him to sit here and try to say that this is another star witness, you guys do understand who the star witnesses are here. Colin Albert, Julie Nagel, Julie Albert, all of the victims of his shit is the star witness to the fucking jury so that they can play the clips, show all the stuff that he did, show the testimony that they provided in a Boston cop's murder, and that this is what came of their name getting given to him by the defense team. And you're going to see Karen Reed specifically saying, do not show the Julie Albert report. I mean, not the Julie Albert, but the Julie Nagel report. And he's like, fine, can I fucking talk? Basically, fine, then I'm going to go ham after Sarah Levinson. I truly cannot believe that Sarah Levinson wasn't included. But then you have to remember, he chose not to go to her house because he's like, oh, we'll just go here. He was going to go to Sarah Levinson's house. If he would have, fuck A. This is how crazy Aidan is. He said if he goes to jail, he will be able to keep his phone in his cell and he will still stream his shows from a phone. Yep. Yeah, or that somebody will for him. But this is what the most delusional part is that wait till you guys see what's about to come. These people are filing civil suits against him. Aidan Carney is going to lose not only his freedom, his channel, but all of the money. He's going to owe he's going to have these judgments against him, and he's going to be paying them for the rest of his life.
Relies upon for videos and information. We got it all. We got them all. We got all our communications with all these scumbags. In March of 24, Miss Peter boasted under oath that Mr. Carney is angry and upset with me because I've been cooperating with the prosecution and giving them information on.
He boasts. Mark Betterow thinks this is a sad thing. Kate Peter being honest and saying that Aidan is angry and upset with me because I have been cooperating with the prosecution and giving them information on him. He can blame me for all his problems because I am furnishing information. Mark Betterow thinks that's like a bad thing. Mark Betterow thinks that's a bad thing. That's delusional of Mark Betterow to even think that this has some type of, like, that's bad. That she said this when he was trying to get a restraining order on her. That, hey, Mr. Carney's doing this to me as retaliation because I'm a cooperating witness. Or actually, she didn't say witness. Because I'm cooperating, not a witness. She says, because I'm cooperating. She doesn't even say that she's a witness. She's cooperating with the prosecution. She's prosecuting him. And all she's doing is providing information. Delusional.
He can blame me for all his problems because I am furnishing information. She can't shut up.
She can't shut up. He just deflects, man. He's a projectionist and a deflection.
So their knowledge of this distorted information. Tully prepared and signed the charging documents. As the special prosecutor in charge of the prosecution, Mr. Mello was familiar with the contents of the charging documents. Mr. Mello billed the taxpayers for only 56 hours of work performed during October 23, even though commencing on October 23 and on each and every day thereafter, including weekends and all legal holidays, I have devoted an absolute minimum of 4 hours each day and frequently 12 or more hours a day, which meant that before, because he's a real workhorse, Mello, that before Mr. Mello elicited testimony from Tully in the grand jury proceeding, he worked more than 232 hours on Mr. Carney's case. From October 20, so he should know if he's done this. Our point with this is that if he's worked so many hours, burning the midnight oil, working so hard, then he knows the name of the videos, doesn't he? He knows the name of the episodes. He can't blame this on ignorance because this mofo is working late into the night, isn't he? From October through December, Mr. Mello spent more than 700 hours of time on this matter. His services included, but were not limited to, reviewing some 8 months of daily internet posts and blogs associated with this matter, coordinating efforts with investigators, drafting court filings, and making presentations to the grand jury. The charging docs and Mello's billing records reveal Tully's and Mello's familiarity with Mr. Carney's online videos and written articles. So they know it. So the charging documents that are read in court all have the correct titles, all of them, of the episodes. Episode number 598, they say the right name of the episode. In video clips, and he changed the titles. Okay.
You guys, I thought that the grand jury was given so what I thought is that the grand jury was given material to go back and decide upon, and that they were looking at videos that had a new title on it or something like that. You guys, that didn't happen. How they are presenting it would be if you're talking about editing something and changing something, editing is changing. If you edit something, I'm changing it. To use the word edit is a fallacy. It's a fallacy. It's false. Nobody edited shit. We're using clips. But guess who's using the word edit? Betterow. He's misleading the tribunal. And the tribunal is the judge.
Tully accurately.
And judges hate this. And so when you're trying to get fanciful with your language, he wants to use these big words and stuff like that. Take your fucking big words and shove them so far up your fucking small ass. Okay? It's so embarrassing. He's got little man syndrome worse than Aidan Carney does. Mark Betterow comes up to Aidan's chin.
Cited names of specific episodes in the charging documents with the exact quotes. For example, he accurately named the titles of episodes 594, 98, 604, etc. But yet, on December 20th, he testifies that episode 598 is titled Life as Normal is Over.
He doesn't testify that that's the name of the episode. Look at this. Detective Lieutenant Tully testified. Well, then use a quote or testified episode 598 entitled Life as Normal is Over. And episode 604 entitled I Do Not Want This to Go to Trial. There's no end quote there. Look at this shit. Who wrote this shit? This is a joke. Absolutely fucking joke. They are They're presenting a case to a grand jury. Okay? Their version, yes, that's what happens. They didn't change anything. He's extremely delusional. Yes, but you know what I realized? He's not. This has always been him, and he knows, and this is all, he's the spin. He spins whatever the fuck he's covering to whatever. When I say spins, it's like, how do I want to present this that it's going to get me the most amount of views, money, and incite the most amount of like just ridiculousness? Because he's used to covering ratchets. Okay. He tried to make every single person in this case a ratchet. And what he does is he's like, okay, who's the witness? Okay, Laura Smith. We're going to find everything on Laura Smith. I want to know everything about Laura Smith, what the fuck she's done, where she did it, who she's fucking, when she's ever fucked anybody. She have an abortion? Did she do this? That is his motto versus saying, what does that have anything to do about the case? The charges here? The fact that an officer, Boston police officer, was found on the lawn, dead, basically, right? And so when somebody is trying to find everything they possibly can on somebody like a Sarah Levinson, what's the purpose? What's the intent of that? And that's going to be so easy for Cosgrove to show to the jury what anybody's possible intent for that would be. To put out her nursing license in a blog.
Four is, I don't want this to go to trial. Tully repeatedly referenced numerous other unnamed episodes, citing and quoting them in precise detail. Tully noted that Carney's episodes are publicly available, referenced titled Life as Normal is
Where
Over.
does it say that?
In 604 is, I don't want this to go
I do not want this to go to trial.
to trial. Tully repeatedly referenced numerous other unnamed episodes, citing and quoting them in precise detail. Tully noted that Carney's episodes are publicly available for viewing without being a subscriber or follower and have been archived by investigators. Thus, it's indisputable that Mello elicited testimony from Tully during the grand jury proceeding that both men knew the actual titles, length, and content of Mr. Carney's episodes. So they knew. The public availability of Carney's content and Tully and Mello's familiarity with it means there was no reason for the Commonwealth to consult with or seek Miss Peter's input. Right? Because they know it. Like, if they don't need
They
her.
didn't. What the fuck?
Help. Why are they even talking to her? There's no need for her to clip, edit, and rename Carney's episodes and conceal the actual episodes and their accurate information from the grand jury's consideration. Footnote. Miss Peter's communications with the Commonwealth provided.
Look at how they're trying to tell you guys that this is what took place. This is not how this took place. This would be like me right now going and clipping anything that I wanted from Aidan and sending it to Cosgrove and say, look at this delusional fuck. He literally just 2 weeks ago told on himself about Alan Jackson, Yannetti, Reed, and that he was the person that was provided the information before you guys just had it on speculation in that search for the search warrant to be able to seize Karen Reed's devices, but you guys weren't actually able to search them. Well, now, based on Aidan Carney's own words 2 weeks ago, if you wanted to amend the search warrant to be able to say, well, those, like, we could then file it and say, hey, because he now came out and said this, there is reason to believe that conspiracy does now exist there because Aidan Carney, it's not just on X, Y, and Z. Now we can actually use the own words of Aidan. And before, her phones were just seized. They would never been searched because there was never a warrant that was sought for that. Well, why aren't you putting a warrant in to search the devices? And I believe that the Commonwealth didn't go because they never went through anything. So since they never went through, they only had Karen's phone. Okay. So nothing's gone through it. Right. But now it's being revealed in the extraction of Aidan Carney's phone. Okay. The extraction of it, that you are actually able to find and see Signal messages. And I've known this for a long time, that Signal is not encrypted as people think. And this was told to me back, I want to say 6 months ago. And when I found out about this, I said, holy shit, this is going to blow up if the Commonwealth truly want to go at those Signal messages. And if the information that's being reported to me about it, And so nobody was ever looking through anything because they couldn't. So they never looked through Karen Reed's phones in the Karen Reed case because they only the phone was only seized in the Aidan Carney case it was just seized. Okay. Brennan never did any of that shit. All right. That wasn't their trial strategy either because the case was against Karen Reed for murder, not for they never sought for her about witness intimidation. That wasn't what that was about. It was murder. Okay, why would you try to go and royally fuck up? Why you're not going to do that? Okay, nobody would ever do that. You're going to stick to like, here, I'm trying to get a charge on this. I'm trying to get a charge for, leaving the scene of an accident, all this shit.
Additional proof that Tully and Mello were
And here he is blowing up Karen Reed and her attorney spots left and right.
hand in hand with her in gathering and editing evidence for use in grand jury proceedings. On January 3rd, when I'm in jail, Miss Peter emailed Mr. Mello and Tully a blank. Mr. Mello forwarded Miss Peter's email and the link that she sent to Tully and said, blank. Oh, bro, I wish you guys could read that one. That's a good one. But I can't. Oh, and description of the videos.
The flawed grand jury presentation. I went through all of this because I was like, what is this mega motion truly about? Like, what do they think happened here?
The grand jury proceeding commenced on November 28th.
Look at
Also
at that.
misleading description.
Look at these dates. You see that right there? November 28th, December 5th, December 14th, December 19th, and December 20th. Do you see how right here, right off the rip, ring, 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 Lindsay Gaetani wasn't given anything until December 22nd. She has nothing to do with why because he was indicted on December 20th. Like that's when they came back and said, yeah, we're indicting you. So what Lindsay Gaetani was given was for a completely separate situation. And so now this is what I tried to explain on calling all cabs. I said, you guys, Aidan has been and Betterow have been out there peddling this bullshit that he was arrested and set up due to Lindsay Gaetani. That has nothing to do with anything. That was Lindsay Gaetani talking to them and doing everything that she did came after the fact. And that was then to rope up Lindsay Gaetani, Aidan Carney and Karen Reed in the conspiracy, like for them to. That's very, very important. And finally now, 2-3 years later, now you have Aidan finally coming out and telling you guys that Lindsay Gaetani has nothing to do with this. No shit, Aidan. But let's also remember why you have to tell them that. Because you told all of them that she did. And that now that all these people conspired against you to get you arrested in October of 2023. That never happened. You got arrested because of what you did to these witnesses in June, July, like all that, August, September, all leading up to when you were arrested in October.
Of the videos. The grand jury proceeding commenced on November 28th. Tully was the main witness. He testified 11 times.
Right there. Tully was the main witness. He never mentioned Tully's name ever once before ever being arrested. Now, Mark Betterow wants to write in this fucking motion that the main witness against Mr. Kearney was Detective Lieutenant Tully. Let me tell you why that's the main witness. At a grand jury, you're allowed to testify to hearsay. Okay? You're allowed to testify to it. In a trial, you can't. So the people that are allowed to testify to hearsay are police officers that have certain credentials. And you have to be with the force so many years, blah, 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 whatever the fuck it is. Right? So your police officers are normally they're your main witnesses. Okay? And so saying here, like the main witness against Mr. Kearney was Detective Lieutenant Tully. So you have to remember when he was arrested October 11th, he wasn't talking about, Tully wasn't being talked about by Aidan. So this whole thing about how they arrested him because he was outing Tully. No. Fucking Aidan didn't even know Tully existed. Because on every police report, because he didn't focus on this, it was Michael Proctor writing most of them, right? And then the person that he was giving them and signing them off to would have been Tully. But he never wanted to talk about that. And if he would have focused on the investigation, then yeah, but he didn't.
The grand jury proceeding commenced on November 28th. Tully was the
He testified a total of 11 times over the course of the 5-day proceeding because you come back at different times. So he has to like retake the stand, blah, blah, blah.
main witness. He testified 11 times over 5.
So here it is. On December 20th, the grand jury voted to indict Mr. Carney for witness intimidation, picketing, and conspiracy to commit witness intimidation. Now, you see that date. Ding, 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 ding. This is what I've been trying to get through the heads of every single person out there. That for however many years it's been, okay, that he has been telling you guys, and it's been a long time since October of 2023. This man was never framed. Never framed. This man was not arrested because he was speaking out and using his First Amendment in support of Karen Reed and Karen Reed's team's narrative. Never, not once. This man was arrested because of his unlawful behavior that he has employed since Nam. He uses his same taxes that he's always used, okay? And he employed them here in this case, and he let Karen Reed's team weaponize him and his blog and his YouTube channel. This book, Aidan Kearney writes it. Chapter 10 on how you can weaponize him. And if Cosgrove does not use this book, and that he is a self by Aidan Kearney, his own words. He says it's when he talks about Michael Gaffney. Michael Gaffney will appreciate this. He says, Michael also is under the impression that Clarence Woods Emerson is a Facebook account that I alone control. In reality, Clarence is a fictional character used to represent the brand as a personal page. All TurtleBoy bloggers have access to that account, and Mike spoke with Clarence a lot, assuming it was me whenever he did so. In a group message with Clarence and a mutual friend in September of 2017, Gaffney confided that he was dropping out of the election and moving to Florida so he could, amongst other things, drive his car, his fancy sports car, all around all year round. Now, let's see. Gaffney had this dirt on Walter Beard for months and could have given us the information before that, but he waited until the white nationalist allegation to do so. He claimed that for the first alleger gave the green light after seeing Mike badmouth by whatever. According to him, this woman was emotionally damaged by what Beard had done to her, but like many women, she was hesitant to speak out. Gaffney would have people believe that all it took for her to come forward with her anonymous allegation was watching Bill Shaner disrespect Michael Gaffney. Nobody respects Michael Gaffney and gets away with it. Whatever his motives were at the time were irrelevant to us. We just wanted the story because it was juicy. Walter Beard had been a real dick, and his publication misrepresented our blog on countless occasions. However, the criticism about Gaffney that followed, that he held on to this information and only used it when someone attacked him, were all valid. In hindsight, the Walter Bird sexual harassment blogs showed that Gaffney was using the blog as a weapon against anyone who criticized him, and his level of sensitivity was alarming for an elected official. He then says, I had almost forgotten about Gaffney until he filed a lawsuit against the two LLCs I own for libel and fraud. as well as me personally. It should be noted that the second LLC I created, TurtleBoy Enterprises, was his idea. The fraud was easy to disprove. He alleged that I offered him 1.2 million page views a month, but while his ad was up, the blog actually gave him over 2 million views per month. Not once did it go below 1.2 million views. Additionally, he never signed a contract with me, never inquired about how many page views the blog got, and never was promised that his ad would be seen that many times. For that reason, the fraud charges was eventually dismissed. To prove liable, you must show that the author maliciously and knowingly printed lies, and that those lies damaged the plaintiff monetarily. And the standard is even higher when it's an elected official. Gaffney intentionally filed his lawsuit against us in Dudley District Court. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. But listen to this shit. The real capper on all of this is that Mike Gaffney attempted to purchase TurtleBoy Sports from me in June of 2017 after a series of threats discussed in detail in Chapter 15. I was rattled and realized that for the blog to succeed long term, I couldn't keep putting my family through these emotional roller coasters. I could deal with bullshit, but my wife and children didn't sign up for this. I wanted to figure out a way to own the company, but to have someone else legally be the front man. When Gaffney heard that I was in the market, he reached out and offered to be a straw buyer who would guide me through the process of incorporating under his name. In hindsight, I believe he just wanted to control what was published on the blog because he knew the power it yielded and was petrified of being TurtleBoy famous for the wrong reasons. Luckily, I never took him up on his offer. The most memorable part about my first appearance with Michael Gaffney in the courtroom about the day in court was when Margaret, his lawyer, complained about the frivolous request for discovery. All of his frivolous requests for discovery that he's doing right now to the Commonwealth. And Gaffney responded by saying something to the effect of, if they stopped blogging about me, I'd stop doing it. Meaning, you keep doing things so that there's more discovery. Okay? And therein lies yet another obstacle to free speech in this country. The use of frivolous and expensive litigation in order to bully a publisher into silence. Get the fuck out of here. Gaffney was intentionally creating more work for Margaret, his attorney, which costs more money in order to punish me for free speech. His goal was to get her to stop representing me and force me to pay for a new lawyer who wouldn't work pro bono. It's similar to calling someone's work when you don't like what they say. So here he admits that Margaret was working pro bono, but he's always run fundraisers for his legal defense funds that he's not paying for. It's similar to calling someone's work when you don't like what they say. Your goal is to cause economic harm as punishment for speech. When that is allowed to happen, we aren't really free. American citizens shouldn't have to choose between giving opinions in public forums and going bankrupt, especially when the person you are opining about is a public figure like Gaffney. The cornerstone of democracy is the free exchange of ideas in the public square. If people are afraid to do that, then we can't debate the issues and voters can't make informed decisions at the polls. The hypocrisy of this motherfucker is outrageous. Another corkscrew was added when Gaffney's mistress became involved. This fucking idiot. Think about how crazy this was. Gaffney cheated on his wife with this woman, and his wife was signing off on him basically having a courthouse date with her. He and her white knight, but he was only doing it for himself, not because he cared about her. Even crazier was the fact that he was flying up from Dallas just for this hearing. 2 weeks later, at a court date, the three of them showed up together. As bizarre as that was, you kind of had to tip your cap for the pimp move. What the fuck is all this up? In August of 2018, Gaffney called me in for a deposition. I was excited to tell him face to face exactly what I thought of him under oath. We never made it that far that day because Gaffney's behavior was so erratic and unprofessional, it got cut short. He interrupted Margaret several times, demeaned her, and acted unprofessionally. At one point, his hands were shaking uncontrollably, and Margaret asked if he needed a break. This just provoked him more, and he told her to calm down. Later on, he mockingly asked if she needed a hearing aid. I responded by calling him a dick. He asked if I called him a dick, and so we danced. It made for a very entertaining transcript. He repeatedly asked if I wrote the blogs he had printed out and what the purpose of the blogs was. This man is a lawyer and doesn't understand how the First Amendment works. As if anyone needs a reason to write a blog about another person. Never mind a public figure like him. Once again, this was Gaffney trying to use his position as an attorney to silence the press because it was critical of him. It was straight out of a John Adams playbook. And just like it was rejected, so was Gaffney. The best part about the deposition was when he asked me why a blog published by Shell Shocker said, ha ha ha, what a loser. I told him it probably said that because the blogger was using their First Amendment right to express their opinion that Michael was a loser. He asked why the blog was published. And I told him that TurtleBoy publishes blogs for a living and didn't need a reason why. He continued to press, so I asked him if he did it in fact lose, to which he replied affirmatively. Well, Mike, that's what losers do. They lose. Again, listen. He continued to press on about why he did it. And so I asked him if he did in fact lose the election, to which he replied affirmatively. He's basically telling, I did it so that you would lose the election. Everything that I did on my blog was so that you would lose. And then in quotes, well, Mike, that's what losers do. They lose. From that point, Margaret made a series of objections because Gaffney was hassling me with irrelevant non-questions. And that's exactly what Mark Betterow and Bradel are going to have their issues with. Questioning with non-relevant questions. Wait, this is his book? This is TurtleBoy's book. He wrote this. Gaffney objected to her objection, so we walked to the courthouse to get a ruling on it. Anyways, we spent like 4 or 5 hours going through conversations he had with Clarence, asking me if I was Clarence, and getting the same answers every time. A couple weeks after the deposition, Judge finally dismissed the case outright. In his ruling, he cited free speech rights and the fact that he discovered Gaffney had written blogs in the past, something Gaffney never mentioned in his complaint. Turns out Gaffney was TurtleBoy. Most importantly, Gaffney never responded to our discovery asking for proof that he was damaged economically as a result of TurtleBoy blogs because he wasn't. Well, guess what? Nobody has to wonder about that anymore. TurtleBoy admits that he's the only person that's been writing. So for like the people that are about to sue him civilly, you're not going to have any issues that you had, that Michael Gaffney had, because TurtleBoy is the only person that wrote all of these about every single person. But more importantly, then he came out and said the stuff that he did, and it's TurtleBoy, it's not other people. But this motherfucker has been hiding behind the fact that he's been lying and acting like he wasn't writing these. Wait, Gaffney was TurtleBoy? No, that's just how he says, that's how he spins shit, Mary. Exactly. He's got you totally baffled, right, Mary?
5 days. On December 20th, they voted to indict me for witness intimidation. Mello did not seek Mr. Carney's indictment for illegally wiretapping Mr. Scanlon.
Now it's come full
All
circle.
of the evidence Mr. Mello presented on November 28th related to the uncharged allegation of Mr. Carney illegally recording a phone call with Mr. Scanlon. So they did a whole thing. The first day of the grand jury was all about Scanlon. He's the only one, him and Tully are the only ones that testified. And Mello tells the grand jury he wiretapped him. He jumps to conclusions, says that already.
Jumps to conclusions. Says that already. What? He jumps to conclusions. TurtleBoy wiretapped Scanlon. That's a fact.
And then on December 20th, when the grand jury goes to vote, he doesn't tell them to indict me for wiretapping. So why did he have a whole day dedicated to wiretapping? Why did he do that? Well, there's only one of two options here. And you guys can tell me what you think is the most
Okay.
likely happened.
Okay.
Okay. Number one, they introduced all this wiretapping nonsense to make me seem like a bad guy and to kind of prejudice the jury. Number two, he forgot. What do you think? The Mello forgot.
Or there's number 3, jurisdiction. You fucking idiot. Or there's number 3, you fucking piece of shit. Jurisdiction.
Let's do a poll. Let's do a quick poll.
Notice how he didn't say because I didn't do it. Notice how he didn't say because it was bad evidence. Did you guys hear that as an option? What a complete fucking fool. Like he was just telling you guys earlier.
Yeah, maybe both. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, anyway.
Let's do a poll.
It was, I mean, that's just my opinion. I don't have any proof of that. It's a mystery to me why they didn't do it. But either way, it's a problem for the Commonwealth because
This isn't a problem. This isn't a problem. You're trying to make it a problem, but it's a non-existent problem. And I cannot believe that Mark Betterow spent again, but again, he's getting paid. So fine, Aidan, you want me to write all this shit? Fine. Fuck it. 20 grand. Yeah, that's fine here. That's how this works.
you can't introduce evidence to a grant.
Ask Aidan how much this costs. He knows he gets his bills are itemized. Ask Aidan to disclose an itemized bill and to disclose how much Mark Betterow charged him for the 88-page motion. The mega motherfucking motion.
Jury, that's prejudicial. Like even if they did forget, right? Then that's not a valid explanation.
Welcome.
Like, dude, if people like, I don't think you forgot. You don't understand how comically incompetent Kenneth Mello is. Like you've never seen him in action.
He's
like, some of you guys
aware.
are newer. He is bad.
He's aware.
Like, Cosgrove couldn't do fucking.
He's
Is probably 20 years older than him, and his mind is just a million times better than Mello's already.
Betterow is no better than the people he's going up against.
But anyway,
Again, you fight corruption with corruption. So go ahead.
the evidence presented.
Because anybody that wrote this 88 pages and who has not said, I'm out, once they found out that their fucking client was lying to them, again, we take an oath. If you're a lawyer, you take an oath. We, the people that are lawyers, not me, but we, the people that become lawyers, you take an oath. And you have to do certain things in your professional capacity. And he's not done anything in his professional capacity to get himself out and away from this.
In support of the uncharged allegation of wiretapping consisted of the partial recording Ms. Peter sent Tully and testimony from Scanlon. The illegal recording played before the grand jury didn't start recording until 1:09 into the call with Carney and Scanlon. Scanlon claimed that during the
So Mr. Scanlon testified. Mr. Scanlon claimed that during the non-recorded portion of the audio played before the grand jury, Mr. Carney told him that he wouldn't record their conversation. That's why I believe 1000% the version that was given to Alan Jackson. The question is Scanlon saying that's missing. That's what's missing from it.
recorded portion of the audio played before the grand jury, Mr. Carney told him that he wouldn't record their conversation, but that's not on the audio. Mr. Mello did.
That's not on the audio. You want to know why? That's why the minute and 9 seconds is missing.
Authenticate or otherwise demonstrate the reliability of the partial recording provided to him by Ms. Peter.
Wait, there's not the partial record. Look at him. The partial recording. There is no partial recording. Aidan Carney only provided a partial recording to who?
Or maybe this is why they didn't try to indict, because there's a minute 9 missing. Mr. Mello didn't instruct the grand jury about the purported relevance of the wiretapping evidence. He didn't instruct the grand jury to disregard any act or evidence or instruct the grand jury about the wiretapping evidence. What Mr. Mello did do was instruct Tully to read the grand jury the text of the wiretapping statute, including the punishment for jail for 5 years.
There is nothing wrong with if you're going to move forward with indicting somebody and all these things and you decide not to. Just so we're clear. There's nothing, I mean,
272. After which he summarized the definition
I've
of the
never
wiretapping
ever
statute.
seen somebody saying like, wow, look at this. But they wanted to go the route with is because they were trying to dirty him up to the grand jury. What are you talking about?
Which meant the grand jury heard it twice that day. After November 28th, he never referred to the wiretapping allegation again.
You see how you can try to spin anything you want?
On September 11th, I was informed by Mr. Cosgrove that Mello decided not to proceed with the request for the grand jury to indict Mr. Carney for allegedly wiretapping. That's all. That's Cosgrove's explanation. I guess he just didn't do it. I don't know why. On information and belief, if Mr. Mello decided not to seek a wiretapping indictment, then he realized that the audio recording of Peter that Peter gave to Tully wasn't reliable evidence.
This fool. How does Betterow write that on information and belief after you've listened to the Natalie recording? Everybody has this. And now your stupid ass client, why haven't you amended this? Your client has come out and told everybody that he did post it and it was public for 13 minutes. How are you not amending this? With the knowledge that you possess. Don't you watch your client every 2 seconds? Oh, but the Commonwealth's supposed to watch everything that anybody else posts.
There's no other logical reason for Mr. Mello to call 3 witnesses, introduce a recording.
I'm writing a bar complaint. Don't think I'm not. Because this shit's going to stop and end. Mark Betterow has no business representing Aidan Carney. Because this mega motion proves that Mark Betterow, you can't not be doing your due diligence in representing him and just allowed to write all of this shit in here.
And introduce a hearsay report in support of wiretapping indictment and not
when you have the discovery that proves what you're writing is fucking ridiculous.
An indictment unless A, he realized the evidence wasn't reliable, or B, he offered the evidence exclusively
They're using the fucking public record to peddle this bullshit
for the purposes of prejudicing Mr. Carney before the grand jury. Or I would say option C, he forgot. But that's just me. As the legal advisor to the grand jury, Mr. Mello knew that he should have decided to not proceed with the seeking of an indictment for a serious crime before he severely prejudiced Mr. Carney by calling witnesses, playing a recording, and twice instructing them of the elements of the uncharged wiretapping allegation. As the legal advisor to the grand jury,
Steve Scalin heard the recording and then testifies that he was illegally recorded.
Mello knew that if he decided not to seek Carney's indictment for wiretapping after he presented voluminous evidence in support of the uncharged crime at a minimum, he was obligated to instruct the grand jury that it must disregard all evidence in support of the uncharged bad act. It may not consider the evidence. This is what you have to do. This shit matters to a grand jury. It's grand. Remember, it's not a regular jury. It's a grand one. You have to, they get to ask questions and shit on the grand jury. You get to like put your hand up and them grand too. Otherwise, it's Mr. Mello's presentation of irrelevant and prejudicial evidence of an uncharged bad act that bore no relationship.
Irrelevant. How are you going to sit here and say that this is irrelevant? It wasn't irrelevant. And there was a perfectly good example afterwards when there was an we didn't move forward on that because we didn't know about the jurisdiction. So that's why I got left off the ticket.
To the charges before the grand jury impaired the integrity of the grand jury proceeding. See Commonwealth versus Brown, case law. Most of the evidence that he offered in support of charges that he actually presented for the grand jury's consideration consisted of what he and Tully knew was cherry-picked, out-of-context snippets.
To sit here and say that this was cherry-picked, out-of-context snippets from Mr. Carney's online content, are you serious? Of course it's cherry-picked. Because you have to sift through all the shit that he did, right? And does. And this is the only stuff that's relevant to the proceeding. But for Mark Betterow to sit here and say this shit, it's laughable. It's laughable.
From Carney's online content. The critical issue for the grand jury's determination regarding the witness intimidation charges was Mr. Carney's intent. Mello improperly.
And his intent is his own words. Tully doesn't decide the intent. Tully can take it to the grand jury and say what his intent would he, hey, if a reasonable person thinks that this is the intent of it. And then how did you determine that was because this is what the aftermath had. This is what these witnesses were saying happened.
Expressed his unsworn opinion.
If people are saying that they don't want to testify in this court proceeding that has to do with a murdered cop, what do you think that looks like? And he never realized it. He never realized it in trial 2 that holy shit, when they're not using certain people as witnesses, what do you think that this is going to do? What do you think that this is going to do to TurtleBoy?
I intended to intimidate witnesses. He tells the grand jury
Mr. Mello improperly expressed his unsworn opinion that Mr. Carney intended to intimidate witnesses. December 2020 transcript, page 8 and 9. Why doesn't he put it in quotes? Why isn't he quoting? Because guess why? Because then I'd have to redact it. So if I just summarize it like this, TurtleBoy and the Melanie Littles can all come out and read it. Let's see what the quotes were.
Like, he has never prosecuted a case before. May or may not know the case law. And Mello improperly elicited from Miss McCabe, Matthew McCabe, and Julie Nagel their opinions of Mr. Carney's intent. So we asked them all, what do you guys think he was trying to do? Oh, what I think he was trying to do is prevent me from testifying. He throws them alley-oops. They all knew the card. He also does it to Colin Albert. And Colin Albert fucks it up. Every other witness, they ask him, why do you think he's doing this? And they all go, he's doing this because I am a witness in the Karen retrial and he doesn't want me to testify. And then it's Colin Albert's turn. And they go, why do you think he's doing this to you? And he goes, something to the extent of, I don't know why he's doing this to me. I don't know what his problem is. He's just weird. He didn't know the script. He didn't review the script. He fucked it up.
How can you sit here and say that he fucked it up? I don't know why he's doing this. That actually sounds like what you're just sitting here saying, Aidan. I don't know why he's doing this. I'm not TurtleBoy. He didn't fuck it up. He answered the question that was asked upon him. I have no idea why he's doing this. But what's the rest of it then say? He's an absolute moron. He's an absolute idiot. He's weird. I don't know why he is doing this. I have no idea why he's doing it. Because I'm not him.
Colin fucked it up, but he still got the indictment. So there you go.
No, they're going to ask him what it caused. The question then that will be asked by Cosgrove on that stand is going to be, what were you doing in 2022? What were you doing in 2021? You were playing football, you were going to school. In 2022, playing football, going to school. What did you do after TurtleBoy began campaigning against, you guys? Just blogging, just going out and saying he's going to go everywhere. And I think he's going to just show these clips. What'd you do in 2023? Did you go to school? Did you go play football? Why? Well, because he said he was going to show up at all the places and embarrass me and humiliate me and my teammates. And I didn't want to put them through that. Like, it's a team sport and I took one for the team and I didn't want to put my team through that. But why did you think that he was going to do that? Well, because he was showing up at lacrosse games. He was already doing it. So you believe that he was capable of doing that. Yeah, because he was already doing it. And he said he was going to do it. Why wouldn't I believe him if he's going to say he's going to do that?
All right.
And all because what? All because he found out about a grand jury proceeding that had to do with the federal investigation where Karen Reed tells him who testified at a federal grand jury. Was he trying to do you feel like if you were going to change, if you would have said X, Y, and Z and you saw X, Y, and Z, what would have happened? Yeah, he wouldn't have said another word about me. Because that's what he wanted. He was trying to influence the way that he was trying to call people some beady girl. He was there's a lot that's coming.
Mello and Tully deliberately misled the grand jury by giving the false impression that Carney named his episodes in a manner suggestive of his intent to intimidate witnesses. 14 times during the grand jury proceeding, Tully testified that the grand jury exhibits were maintained in a folder titled Intent. He concealed that Tully, not Mr. Carney, created and named the intent folder, and that Tully, not Mr. Carney, renamed the clips. Again, Tully's taking blame for this. We're going to blame for it. It's better this way for us, quite frankly. It's better that the lead investigator did it. That way they can't blame it on someone.
You know what's crazy is that Aidan Carney had the grand jury minutes in the proceedings way after this happened in 2023. Okay, going into 2024. Why is Mark Betterow filing this in August of 2025? Nobody was in a better position than Aidan Carney himself to know what the fuck his episodes were. You guys, this is their second bite at the apple to try to get this, to dismiss this. A motion to dismiss. They've already done it. This is what you pay somebody the big bucks to come and try to do. To come and try to throw a Hail Mary. And Betterow's like, yeah, sure. And he's gotten paid a shit ton of money for it. Yeah, sure. I can spin all this. But the question would be is, why didn't you catch any of this immediately when you read the grand jury proceedings? And Aidan Carney would have been like, wait, what the fuck? That's not the titles of my episodes. Because this is all spin. That's not how any of this happened. And the person that actually caught it was Meredith.
else. Mello neither instructed the grand jury to disregard his repeated
So he showed Meredith grand jury proceedings that were impounded.
reference to retrieving Mr. Carney's intent. After being peppered with improper opinions that Mr. Carney intended to intimidate witnesses, the grand jury was left to speculate and likely.
No, what was said is that if you believe his intentions to do X, Y, and Z were this is how he would be indicted for X, Y, and Z. You have to explain to the grand jury what you're trying to indict somebody on and explain what that threshold is. Like, what the fuck is, I mean, hey, but then again, like I said, this is just, they're trying to create something, hey.
Incorrectly believed.
And he wants people to come and read this shit. And Mark Butterworth should be like, God, don't ever fucking show that shit again. Like, this is horrible.
Either way, by repeatedly encouraging Tully to testify that the edited videos offered to prove Mr. Carney's intent were maintained in a folder named Intent, Mr. Mello intentionally and improperly bolstered the distorted evidence because Tully's testimony was tantamount to additional expressions of Mr. Mello's and Tully's opinions.
It's not like the grand jury saw these folders like that. Like, they didn't see this and they were like showing Aidan at, working and dragging stuff from like a folder that says Intent. Like, it's wild.
That his intent was to intimidate witnesses. In other words, they're telling the grand jury what my intent is over and over again. Mr. Mello and Tully further deceived the grand jury by playing edits of his lengthy episodes and then
Look at this. Mr. Mello and Detective Tully further deceived the grand jury by playing edits. No, they played clips. Like, Mark Butterworth should be absolutely fucking slapped on the wrist for this. Sanctioned for writing the word edits. And he is. And he did. And he's going to get fucking hammered in May. I wouldn't be surprised if he shows up in May from fucking Zoom. I wouldn't show up for this.
driving the grand jury from the complete what my show's all about by listening to 30 seconds of me. It's so disingenuous and so dishonest.
You know what he was asking his followers to do? You guys, stop sending me these long ass fucking clips. These long ass, all this fucking shit. I need little fucking parts, okay, that show me doing X, Y, and Z. Can you guys fucking do it right? You guys can't send me all this shit. Literally, I clipped it. I put it out there. I'm like, look at this fucker. And now he's over here saying, this is disingenuous for you just to play these little clips.
And so misleading. And what my show's all about by listening to 30 seconds of me. It's so disingenuous and so dishonest and so misleading. You want, like, I play the whole episode, the whole make the grand jury watch the whole episode. I bet you they like me. I bet you they get me. They like, okay, so this guy's just a comedian. He makes jokes. He does shit. He calls himself daddy for fucking Christ. He calls himself goddamn fridge daddy. And you want us to believe this guy's like a criminal mastermind? Fridge daddy is the fridge daddy is the criminal mastermind. Somebody calls himself fucking fridge daddy. Oh my God, give me a break.
The grand jury / the jurors aren't your little fake bots. They're not your little ratchet running scared. Oh my God, if I don't fucking see things his way, he's going to write a blog about me, people. Sorry.
This sleight of hand dramatically misrepresented the context of the episodes and names and deprived the grand jury of the right to the complete statements made by Mr. Carney. Odell, motion to dismiss. The cumulative impact of his concealment of the actual titles, full length, and content of his
The cumulative impact of Mr. Mello's concealment of the actual titles, length, and full content of Mr. Kearney's episodes deliberately kept the grand jury ignorant of the truth. Mr. Kearney's mostly hours-long episodes were dedicated to subjects far different than the edits and names Miss Peter provided to Mr. Mello and Detective Lieutenant Tully, and included elements of comedy and satire. Are you gotta be shitting me?
Episodes deliberately kept the grand jury ignorant of the truth. Mr. Carney's mostly hours-long episodes.
You know what's crazy is that what you'd be thinking here is this isn't. Oh my God, prosecutorial misconduct is when you're like showing the grand jury false evidence. You just didn't show them enough of it. You didn't show them enough of it. If you would have shown more, then what? What would have happened? It does not make the partial stuff go away. I mean, fucking, like, what are we reading? Who wrote this? And they're so proud of this. Barrow, yeah. Oh my God, letters. Oh my God, we're drooling over these letters. Yeah, these are love letters from Mark Barrow to the courts. That's what I call them, love letters. This isn't a fucking filing.
Were dedicated to subjects far different than the edited names Ms. Peter provided to Mr. Mello and Tully, and included elements of comedy and satire.
This is a narrative.
Are different.
And the judge saw through it already. Nobody's getting, dismissed. Nobody's getting disqualified. Nothing's happening here. And the judge wants to know, why can't we hear this come the end of fucking the spring, beginning of June, beginning of summer? Why can't, what's the problem here? Why can't we do this? Why can't we dance? The judge wants to know, and Aidan's face turns white. Fucking Bradle's over here like, oh my God. Oh my God. And then Mark Betterow's like lizard lipping.
Then the edited names Ms. Peter provided to Mr. Mello and Tully, and included elements of comedy and satire. Mr. Mello's and Tully's scheme to mislead the grand jury with evidence that Mr. Carney's episodes' names were indicative of his criminal intent even misled the court and Mr. Cosgrove, interesting, in sustaining a number of witness intimidation counts. And on May 19th, this is good. Criminal intent even misled this court, Judge Doolin. So Judge Doolin has been deceived by the Commonwealth. How? Well, in his May 19th, 2025 decision, in our motion to dismiss, he understandably referenced the episodes by the false names provided by Mr. Mello and Tully in a manner suggesting it believed the names were created by Mr. Carney and were relevant.
He basically was writing in because that's what they were being referred to as. And so he's just quoting the sayings, like he's taking the different transcripts parts or whatever was being, said by who's ever testifying, and just saying, like, because of this, and this. And now Mark Betterow is trying to say, look, he was even deceived. He's even calling them by the wrong names that they were being testified to. Unbelievable. Mr. Cosgrove also apparently unaware that Mr. Mello and Detective Lieutenant Tully distorted the evidence. This is sick behavior here. Distorted the evidence. You guys, this is not the Sally Port video that was inverted, motherfuckers, okay? Sorry. But that's what they're trying to compare this to. That, oh my God, they use false evidence against Mr. They use his words against him. And Aidan's like, why didn't you play all 3 hours? What does that have to do about, like, there's such a thing called, there is a completeness of the evidence rule, right? Okay. But there's also a thing called judicial economy. Okay. There's a lot of things, but if something's irrelevant, you play things that make whatever it is more true, more, problematically true than not. Okay. So
to its decision. So
you don't play irrelevant shit. So when Aidan Carney wants to go to Dono's and collect money, or when he wants to talk about fridge, him fucking in a fridge, they didn't play that.
Doolin himself, in his denial of our motion to dismiss several indictments, refers to the episodes as the wrong names. So Doolin himself has been deceived by the Commonwealth and made to look a fool. I hope he takes that personally. I would. He was fooling Doolin. They were fooling Doolin. I hope he doesn't put up with that. That's not okay. And he goes on to say, in a July 2025 filing, Cosgrove, also apparently unaware that Tully and Mello distorted the evidence.
All to be all. Then the
cited the quote aptly titled
exactly
episode 616.
Exactly.
Colin's life.
They were like,
so he
what?
called the titles of the video of the episodes aptly titled, suggesting that I named them and that he agreed that they are aptly titled.
You guys,
he
have
didn't
this
know
on
either.
1.5 speed.
Doolin
How
didn't know. Cosgrove didn't know. None of them knew.
Man talk. Look at.
As detailed in the following chart, the Commonwealth engaged in the pervasive misconduct. So here's Olivia's fucking bomb chart. Awesome.
I got
we went over earlier the above chart, and Mr. Mello's conduct immediately before he started his indictment best demonstrates how he repeatedly impaired the integrity of the grand jury proceeding and prejudiced Carney by misleading the grand jury by the evidence of his intent. Prior to December 20th, Mr. Mello already had spent an extraordinary amount of time and effort introducing inflammatory and irrelevant evidence and instructions of an uncharged bad act. The Scanlon thing. Prior to December 20th, he falsely and improperly testified about the location names and length of content of at least 17 edits from Mr. Carney's episodes. Mr. Mello had already bolstered his improper presentation of evidence by eliciting Tully's affirmative statement that these incidents, the videos previously played, were all attempts to intimidate these witnesses, they tell the grand jury. On December 20th, Mello bolstered his previous misconduct with his unsworn opinion in Tully's sworn opinion by eliciting Tully's agreement with him that edited.
So this is the question I posed to TurtleBoy back a long time ago. Why haven't you fired Bradle? Why haven't you fired Bradle yet? Bradle fucked up your motion to dismiss because you had an opportunity to do this, which you already did. Bradle writes a motion to do all this, right? None of this stuff is talked about. None of it. Maybe just a couple things. Okay. Where was any of this then? And so I'm over here like, why haven't you fired fucking Tim Bradle? Okay. I mean, you guys have already tried this once. Now you're like, okay, we're going to use 88 pages and now we're just basically going to lie. Now we're going to fucking lie because we know that it's not going to be dismissed, but we need to lie to enrage people to fucking donate to me. This 88-page motion was for the fact of the matter for Aidan Carney to make money, to have all of you people donating. Look at what they're doing to me. Look at what they're doing to me. To go have defense fundraisers for himself.
Exhibits depicted Aidan Carney.
And what has he done? Has he bought any expert lawyers? No, he's bought a house. He bought a house so he can put his money into a house because that won't get taken because they'll just have a lien on it. Okay. But you cannot profit off of people when you're committing crimes against them.
Making some comments about his intentions with respect to his activities. Immediately following this improper marshalling and bolstering of the evidence, Mr. Mello instructed Tully to play the videos, which he told the grand jury he did, and Tully believed proved Mr. Carney's intent. He proceeded to play a series of videos, which improperly testified came from the intent folder.
Look at this shit.
Okay, so we've been over all this. He named them, okay? Tully matter-of-factly falsely swore that these episodes from the intent folder were episodes that he prejudicially named. So I named them. As if Mr. Mello and Tully's conduct already wasn't bad enough, they exacerbated the prejudice to Mr. Carney by further bolstering the evidence and their improper opinions of it by replaying edited video and repeating their false blah, 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 blah. Okay, so these are all the misnamed things that he played. No members of the O'Keefe family testified. So on December 20th, the day that they indict me, he brings up these ones.
Why would any members of the O'Keefe family testify? No members of the O'Keefe family testified before the grand jury. And Mr. Mello didn't seek Mr. Carney's indictment for the alleged witness intimidation of any members of Mr. O'Keefe's family. What alleged witness intimidation of any members of Mr. O'Keefe's family? Where is he getting this shit from?
Wrong with the O'Keefes or something like that. Mr. Mello didn't seek Mr. Carney's indictment for the alleged witness intimidation of any members of the O'Keefe family. He testified that the final video played in front of the grand jury came from the intent folder. It was entitled Rolling Rally, Don't Feel Bad for the O'Keefes.
Rolling Rally, Don't Feel Bad for the O'Keefes. December 20th transcript. Ted was attempting to explain that the final video's name referred to the parents and family of John O'Keefe.
Obviously, to make me look like a jerk. That's all that was about. But the actual title was Mr. Carney seeking justice for John O'Keefe. Right? So the grand jury didn't know, like, bro, I'm out here fighting for John O'Keefe.
He's done nothing to fight for John O'Keefe. It's been free Karen Reed and then free TurtleBoy. Who gets arrested when they're trying to free somebody? You know, this isn't freedom of speech. Like his free of speech was all fine. He can say whatever he wants. That's not what he got arrested for. Okay. He cannot harass in chance to like influence or change. I've already read the damn statute. Okay.
They make it seem like I'm attacking John O'Keefe's family. Like, no, bro.
They make it seem like I'm attacking John O'Keefe's family. What? Even though you've done that. What is he talking about? He did all of those things. Maybe the O'Keefes are just like, we didn't do anything.
I'm doing this for John, for JJ. The small clip of the misnamed video was irrelevant to the charges because I'm not charged with intimidating the O'Keefes. The brief discussion of the O'Keefes centers on his frustration that they've been misled about who was responsible for Mr. O'Keefe's death and the impact their belief had on Miss Reed. The final clip constituted another example of Mr. Mello improperly introducing uncharged bad acts, evidence to prejudice Mr. Carney, and appeal to the emotions of the grand jury. Mr. Mello didn't instruct, again, appeal to the emotion by bringing up Peggy and Paul. Mr. Mello did not instruct the grand jury of the purported relevance of the final edited video exhibit and caution the grand jury to limit its deliberations to relevant evidence. At the conclusion, Mr. Mello informed the grand jury that he presented it with sufficient proof of Mr. Carney's intent to intimidate witnesses. Now, to prove intent, the Commonwealth has to prove the purpose or objective of any behavior of the defendant, which would be Mr. Carney. Obviously, it is impossible to look directly into his mind, but we believe that the evidence has been presented to you that would allow you to make that determination, so you can read his mind.
No, we believe that evidence has been presented to you that would allow you to make that determination. But if we haven't, then by all means, you don't find, you say, no, we're not indicting.
Go ahead, just read TurtleBoy's mind.
No, he's saying not to. Obviously, we can't read his mind. Just like how Colin Albert said, I have no idea why he is doing this. Okay? I don't know. He's weird.
Based on these clips that are edited by something called Krusty Panties. He asked Tully, is it your contention that these incidents in the videos were attempts to intimidate witnesses? Shockingly, Tully said yes. Throughout the grand jury proceeding, Mello engaged in other improper conduct. Ms. McCabe testified that she'd received threatening Facebook messages from Mr. Carney and others. She said that she provided them to the Commonwealth. She described messages which physically threatened her and others, which included pictures of her daughter, blank. Remember, she would always say that, like, there was semen everywhere. The picture of the daughter. That was never. To this day, we've never seen that picture. No one has. The infamous semen picture, the Ally McCabe semen picture. Where is it? So his impact on the grand jury included allowing grand jurors with a strong opinion about Mr. Carney to decide for themselves whether they felt comfortable in telling them that they were welcome to stay instead of instructing them to recuse themselves from this matter. Oh yeah, he tells a grand juror, one of the grand jurors, like, hey, I know Julie Nagel. Says that. She goes, I know Julie Nagel. And Mello's like, it's okay, you can stay. And she's like, no, I think I'll leave. Like, she tells him. It's so bad. It's so bad, the grand jury testimony.
He's full of shit.
Informing the grand jury of sentencing possibilities, asking them their opinion, asking witnesses their opinion of my intent.
Look at
to
the defense's specific demands for evidence. Ready? Come on, get to the good shit, TurtleBoy.
On February 23rd, the defense demanded from Mr. Mello, among other things, statements made by possible witnesses to Tully and all statements between and among civilians. Yeah, a grand juror indicated, I had to excuse the grand juror for Ms. Nagel's testimony only. Remarkably, the grand juror had to instruct Mr. Mello that it was not appropriate for him or her to vote on any counts and that they needed to be excused. Like, I can't believe grand jurors. Like, bro, grand jury, you don't know how it works, Mello. Mello's like, you can still be on the grand jury as long as you indict.
On March 19th, the defense informed the Commonwealth that Mr. Mello's response to the February 23rd, 2024 demand was inadequate. You know, those letters, just writing these love letters.
She's like, I'm a simple boy. Maverick Cowband was inadequate and that he failed to disclose all automatic discovery. On April 23rd, Mello was directed by the court to disclose all automatic discovery. He didn't comply with the May 8th deadline to disclose discovery to the defense. Mr. Mello's failure to comply with the court-ordered deadline wasn't the first time he's neglected important legal matters. He's been disciplined for neglecting at least 3 matters.
Serious?
In 2016, he publicly reprimanded for performing very little work of substance and a failure to communicate with his client. He was further reprimanded in a second matter due to his professional incompetence in failing to file paperwork that he was legally required to do in connection with his criminal client's appeal. In 2006, he was admonished for similar misconduct for failing to prosecute a client's case resulting in its dismissal and for failing to communicate with his client. Morrissey must have known or should have known about Mello's documented failures to comply. Bro, this is all this is the best they could get to prosecute me. He acknowledged that Mr. Mello impeded progress in discovery. He provided some discovery to the defense, although none of it related to Ms. Peter's interactions. On July 10th, in response to the defense's March 19th demand, Mr. Cosgrove stated that the Commonwealth would provide all evidence required under Rule 14 and recognize its obligation to provide exculpatory evidence. Beginning in the fall of 24, the defense made a series of specific demands for favorable and discoverable evidence. On July 25, the Commonwealth didn't disclose any evidence responsive to the defense demands for evidence related to Ms. Peter's relationship with the Commonwealth, including her involvement in the investigations of Mr. Carney. Although the Commonwealth has provided some materials related to Ms. Peter, it has been inadequate. The Commonwealth has represented that certain evidence provided by Ms. Peter to Mr. Mello and Tully is no longer in their possession, custody, and control, and has been deleted by Ms. Peter. Okay. The court.
You guys, no. The only thing that could be deleted if K. Peter is providing, what do you call it? Clips and episodes. Okay. If he was to delete something or put it on private, they're not good links. Okay. Capiche? Kate's not providing anything that she has done. It's on him. Jesus Christ, the lies.
should soundly reject this weak justification for their failure to preserve and provide exculpatory and discoverable evidence. Commonwealth versus Woodward. On September 12th, I asked a specific demand to Cosgrove and Mello. So this is the Betterow letters. He asked for any information in their possession, custody, control that tended to repair the credit, blah, 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 blah. In this demand, I detailed Miss Peter's prominent role in a conspiracy created December 23, the purpose of which was to lure Mr. Carney into being charged with witness intimidation of Miss Scrutiny with a fake grand jury summons.
Look at this.
Mr. Mello, direct involvement in this scheme was so great,
Look at this.
created December 23, the purpose of which was to lure Mr. Carney.
Look at this. This has nothing to do. He's already been indicted. He was indicted on December 20th. Look at this shit. In this demand, I detailed Miss Peter's prominent role in a conspiracy created in December of 2023. Hey, he's been naming these fucking dates, right? Hey, Mark Betterow, you've been naming dates. You've been putting shit in order. Why aren't you naming this date? Why aren't we talking about this date? Because it was after your fucking client was indicted for what the fuck he is being sought for right now. None of this had anything to do with Lindsay Gaetani, but you put this out there and you put it like this reason for in December. So your little fucking ratchet followers who can't fucking think for themselves. In this demand, I detailed Miss Peter's prominent role in a conspiracy related in December of 2023, the purpose of which was to lure Mr. Carney into being charged with witness intimidation of Miss Gaetani after Lieutenant Tully served her with a grand jury summons issued by Mello. Why don't you talk about which one that was for, though? This was after he was already indicted. You sick fucks. And this is what he's been peddling through his fucking pea-brain fucking followers. And I don't want it. People are like, Lana, you're trying to like get, you think I want people following me that follow him? They won't even be able to understand what I'm talking about. They don't what? They can't think for themselves over there. They're not going to be able to follow any of my work. We actually do phenomenal work over here, but it requires a little bit of a brain to watch.
And I detailed Miss Peter's prominent role in a conspiracy created December 23.
This is ridiculous. This is not about freedom of speech. And this, it's finally the cat's out the bag. Okay? Cat is out the bag.
Purpose of which was to lure Mr. Carney into being charged with witness intimidation of Miss Scrutiny with a fake grand jury.
Now you're talking about intent, huh? Look at how does Mark Betterow say this shit? In the judge is basically like, I cannot believe what I read that you were writing. And you know what? Bradel is letting him do it on his fucking under his license because he's pro hoc vice. This shouldn't be allowed. Tim Bradel should have to read everything and put his name to anything when you're using somebody pro hoc vice. They have to sign on it too. That's how I feel that needs to change.
Mr. Mello, direct involvement in this scheme was so great that he was disqualified in any case in which Miss Gaetani is the alleged victim. Miss Gaetani has since filed lawsuits against Cosgrove and Tully.
This has nothing to do with shit. And this is what's amazing about it. Guess what has happened since then? Yeah, nothing. And you know what? The Melanie Little reads this shit yesterday. Melanie goddamn Little, who's a fucking lawyer. Okay? Has the audacity to say, hey, here we go. Aidan, here.
Is still going to stand trial about.
What? No, it's
7,
not.
to see Exhibit D. Let's look at Exhibit D.
What is she talking about? Let's see how she opens up this fucking shit. I don't even know. Like,
Just say something nice to somebody today. Make an effort to say something nice to 3 strangers.
Oh,
Compliment
right.
3 strangers today. You never
I
know.
don't tell people to talk how TurtleBoy talks. I do like the whole St. Patrick's Day theme though.
So Aidan Carney is facing close to 100 years in prison. Tim Bradel, who also represents Kelsey Fitzsimmons, is representing Aidan Carney, as you know, and our friend Mark Betterow is also on the defense team for Aidan Carney. Both Mark Betterow and Tim Bradel are huge proponents of not only the Constitution, but specifically the First Amendment. And the First Amendment protects certain kinds of speech.
Hey, do you see how Melanie has her 100,000 person plaque? Ask TurtleBoy where his is.
Unless they are perhaps true fighting words or true threats. And they made, well, since we bumped, they incarcerated him for what they told him was going to be 90 days, but it turned out under the statute, they could only incarcerate him for 60 days. And that was in the beginning of 2024. And then he got out of jail in something like February of 2024. And his case is still going on. It's still going on. It's going on for like 2.5 years. And the amount of money that he spent on attorney's fees and everything else, when this should be clearly protected speech under the First Amendment, is wild to me. But what had happened was, because Michael Marcy was prosecuting Karen Reed, he had a conflict and he couldn't prosecute Aidan Carney. And so they had to go outside the office and hire a special prosecutor. The first special prosecutor that they hired was a guy named Ken Mello. Ken Mello is among the missing. We haven't seen him in a long time. I need proof of life on Ken Mello, but unclear whether he's still on the case. I think he was actually disqualified from one case. And then Robert Cosgrove came out of retirement. See, he used to be a Norfolk County judge in Superior Court. Funny, right? And perhaps he's a friend of Michael Marcy's, but he came out of retirement to help Ken Mello prosecute Aidan Carney. And he remains right now the special prosecutor for Aidan Carney. He's also now somehow magically, which is so fitting because we're talking about leprechauns and magically delicious. Cosgrove is now magically arguing to hold on to Karen Reed's phones that were seized in January of 2024, which the Commonwealth claims they've never searched, despite the fact that they did get a search warrant to seize the phone and to download the phone, because I looked at the search warrant again the other day. But what had happened was, allegedly, apparently, according to them, they never did download Karen's phone. I don't know. Do you believe it? I don't know. I'm not sure. And I think it was Judge Doolin, who last week we went over this order, told Karen Reed that she's entitled to get her phones back, but we're going to let the Commonwealth hold on to them until all appeals are exhausted. So all of a sudden, Cosgrove has now been specially appointed, apparently, to argue for Karen Reed's phone. So is he now also the special prosecutor to try and prosecute Karen Reed and Aidan Carney for conspiring to commit witness intimidation?
How are you spinning this? He's the one that put into the motion to fucking still have them. What's wrong with you? What do you mean? Because he's advocating for his own case here against TurtleBoy because he wants to use them in this case.
Against the Haas defense. Really, they're like Lindsay Gattani, when I told you about the bump before, was Aidan's girlfriend. Lindsay Gattani, when I told you about the bump before, was Aidan's girlfriend during a period.
The bump? You're going to try to compare this to the Adelson case? The bump? Is that what?
Period of time. And then I guess they broke up. And then some people got their claws into Lindsay Gattani and they used her. I call it a bump. Some people call it tickling the wire, but it's a trigger, basically. It's a trigger to get something you want.
You guys, this is after anything that he's ever done. He was arrested in October 11th. October 11th for things that he did before ever knowing that leg spreader. What the fuck are you talking about, Melanie? Are you like confused?
And they used Lindsay Gattani to get Aidan Carney so they could make up some charges against him to violate his bail conditions and put him in jail for the 60 days, which they did, which they happily did. Here's the issue, okay? The tickling of the wire and or the...
So somebody told Lindsay to go out there and call Aidan a rapist? You what?
Bump, if you followed the Donna Adelson case.
I knew it.
Was Brian Tully serving Lindsay Gattani with an alleged grand jury subpoena to testify against Aidan in the witness intimidation cases involving the Haas defendants, okay?
No, it was not, you fucking liar! Oh my God, you sick pig! I am outraged. This is what's been peddling on her fucking channel this entire time? This is why everybody is so fucking confused? I am outraged. This is a lie. How dare you, Melanie?
In the witness subpoena to testify, Tully serving Lindsay.
He was indicted on December 20th. You read the fucking things every goddamn day. She wasn't provided anything until December 22nd.
Lindsay Gattani with an alleged grand jury subpoena to testify against Aidan in the witness intimidation cases involving the Haas defendants, okay? It's right there. It's plain as day.
No, it's not. Holy shit. Unfucking believable. Oh my fucking God. I don't watch her. This is sick. It's plain as day. You read the documents for a fucking living. What comes first, December 20th, Melanie, or December 22nd? He was indicted December 20th, Melanie, 2023. He was arrested in October 11th, 2023. Lindsay wasn't served with a grand jury subpoena until after everything with the House defendants.
On the subpoena. And so automatically, right, as a matter of law, that would mean in their minds that Lindsay Gattani had some information regarding the alleged witness killing of the wire. They could make up some charges against him to violate his bail conditions and put him in jail for the 60 days, which they did, which they happily did. They happily did. Here's the issue. Okay.
Here's the issue. This is what she thinks the issue is.
The tickle of the wire, the tickling of the wire and or the bump, if you follow the Donna Adelson case, was Brian Tully serving Lindsay Gattani with an alleged grand jury subpoena to testify against Aidan in the witness intimidation cases involving the Haas defendants, okay? It's
Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh my fucking God. What is going on right now? This is unbelievable. Melanie, you're wrong. And you've been peddling this for 2 fucking years? What's the truth? Mary, are you not listening? Mary, stop embarrassing me. This is insanity. Lindsay Gattani has nothing to do with anything. Nothing. Aidan Carney has come out 2 years ago to try to say that Lindsay Gattani, working with K. Peter, working with the Commonwealth, tried to frame me for all of this shit. And none of that could be further from the truth. Because Lindsay Gattani, what he was trying to peddle is that Lindsay Gattani testified at the grand jury to indict him originally. Because look at Melanie Little's over here saying this. Lindsay Gattani, Aidan Carney was indicted, meaning the grand jury was sat. I just showed you guys all those dates. November 28th, December 3rd, 5th, 19th, 20th. And on the 20th, they came back and they said, we're indicting you on all of these motherfucking things. You're indicted. You're indicted. Then, because of what Lindsay fucking did and said to Tully, which was about Karen Reed being the person that is running the show really for Aidan Carney, he doesn't publish anything without her. That is why she was given a grand jury subpoena on December 22nd, because then they were going to indict Aidan and Karen in the conspiracy portion, which was completely separate. And then that's when Lindsay called up Aidan and told him about this grand jury thing that she got and that she's being called to testify. Aidan knew that he was indicted on December 20th, though. You understand? Aidan knew on December 20th that he was indicted. So whatever Lindsay was provided with after December 20th, which was the 22nd, he knew was something completely different. He knew this from the onset. And he knew that it involved conspiracy, and he knew it involved everything to do with Karen Reed, because it was like, what the fuck did you tell them about Karen motherfucking Reed and me? And that's why Karen Reed's over here like, fuck you, Aidan. Fuck you. You went and told Lindsay, whatever the fuck you told Lindsay Gaetani, and then he's over here like, I didn't tell Lindsay Gaetani any of this. She's lying about all of this. She's making it all up. That is completely separate. And for Melanie Little to sit here and fucking not know what the hell she's talking about, and she's been covering this for how fucking long, is embarrassing. It's even worse than I thought it was. I just thought that you were ignoring it. Now you're fucking just flat out lying about the chronological order of events and truly what any of this has to do with anything. And you're lying on the Commonwealth. And if I was the Commonwealth, I'd sue your ass. Fucking sue her. If I was the fucking House defendants, I'd sue her. Because she's literally reading the material. So then you can't act like you know it. You can't say things that are knowingly false. Fuck her. This is crazy. This shit has to stop. Law tubers, my fucking ass. Go practice law if you have a fucking law degree. Why the fuck are you on YouTube? Shut the fuck up.
In the witness intimidation cases involving the Haas defendants.
You're a
Okay, it's
YouTuber.
right there. It's plain as day. It's on the subpoena. And so automatically,
Your fucking
right, as a matter of
plaque
law,
says
that would
YouTube,
mean
doesn't it? It doesn't
in
say
their
law
minds
tube.
that
Does
Lindsay
your plaque say law tube or YouTube?
Gaetani had some information regarding the alleged witness intimidation of
They make you seem like, hey, I'm more credible because I have a law degree. Fuck your law degree.
the Haas defendants and others. And so therefore, because in Aidan's trial, Cosgrove would have to call Lindsay as a witness and questions that Lindsay Gaetani had some information regarding the alleged witness intimidation of the Haas defendants and others. But as in case testify against Aidan in the witness intimidation cases involving the Haas defendants, okay? It's right there. It's plain as day. It's on the subpoena. And so automatically,
No, it's not. You've seen the subpoena. It's not plain as day. You're wrong.
of the wire and or the bump, if you followed the Donna Adelson case, was Brian Tully serving Lindsay Gaetani with an alleged grand jury subpoena to testify against Aidan in the witness intimidation cases involving the Haas defendants, okay? It's right there. It's plain as day. It's on the subpoena. And so automatically, right, as a matter of law, that would mean in their minds that Lindsay Gaetani had some information regarding the alleged witness intimidation of the Haas defendants and others. And so therefore, because in Aidan's trial, Cosgrove would have to call Lindsay as a witness and question her. And because Lindsay has sued Cosgrove and the Norfolk DA's office for violating her civil rights and other things, the defense position is that it is a conflict for Robert Cosgrove to continue to.
Do you see why she has this all wrong? And do you see why the order was denied? Because you're so wrong.
Prosecute Aidan Carney when he's a defendant in a case brought by Lindsay Gaetani or third party in by Lindsay Gaetani. And so he's going to have to, he's going to be conflicted because he's going to want to make her look like a reliable witness in his case against Aidan Carney. But then he's going to want to,
What?
not disparage her, but he's going to want to make her credibility look not so much in the case against him. Okay. Seems to me like a clear conflict. They've been fighting about this for a long time. And Judge Belizos has issued his order just today. It is docket number 132. Docket number 132 on the Commonwealth versus Aidan Carney case.
See how she got caught up with trying to make sense of that? How could she possibly make? She's like, yeah, and it would make if she has to like make Lindsay seem credible, then how is that a conflict? Yeah, it didn't make sense, did it? Ridiculous.
And here we go. I haven't read it yet, so I'm not even sure quite what it's going to say. I usually
I haven't even read
it, but we'll talk about it. I got to say, I'm not surprised by it because at the last hearing, Belizos said to Cosgrove, he said, well, you know, Cosgrove argued that she's not a relevant witness. I'm not really going to need to call Lindsay Gaetani. It doesn't really matter. I have immunity. The case is probably going to get dismissed against me anyway. And then Judge Belizos said, well, like if you do call her, do you think you could get another special prosecutor in to just question her? It's wild. We're in the upside down, inside out Narnia of Massachusetts. And this is Judge Belizos's order.
No, it's wild because you're like, you don't even know what you're talking about. I can't even believe I'm like totally. I'm like, if you guys can't tell, like I am just like, what the fuck is going? Like, you're in Narnia.
regarding the motion to disqualify Cosgrove, papers number 110 and 117.
You guys want to talk about conspiracy channels? What the fuck channel is Melanie running over there? I thought she just read the documents. Oh my God. She is in one conspiracy of her own little mind and brain.
Aidan Carney case.
This is crazy.
After careful consideration, the defendant's motion to disqualify Special Prosecutor Cosgrove is denied. Denied. Oh, let's use a green highlighter today. As basis, therefore, the court relies on the following. Yeah, I think he's going to go get somebody at the special prosecutor's store.
You know what, Mary?
First,
Mary, I know you're being funny. Is Melanie a little over into having some tea with you? You guys get up from here. I'm blown away right now. There you go. There she is. I love her. Mary, don't embarrass me. And then I'm like, you know what? Mary and Melanie must be hanging out having some tea. This is fucking crazy. Dude, she did this on St. Patty's Day. Thank God, because last night I was going to go live and do a late night live, and I had a couple drinks. I was like, yeah, I'm just going to go to bed. So if I would have done this last night, holy shit. Oh my God. I'm not being funny. Is Mary playing around? Me and Mary play around with, like, we have our own thing on, but she's probably over here like, holy shit, Lan, I'm totally confused. She's being honest, you guys. Because when you hear her, you're like, oh, if Melanie Little said something, she's reading the documents, like, and if she's saying it this way, and Mary's like, wait a second. She's been lying to us this whole time on the chronological order of events? Yes, for 2 years. Kate, I know that you've been watching over there. Are you now like realizing you're like, people are like, Lana's lost her mind. Oh my God, like Lana's gone off the deep end. And I'm like, that's what people have been saying. And I'm like, what are you people reading? Do you have a problem comprehending your reading? Now I'm over here like, holy shit, Melanie Little has been fucking with the brains of these people. Because she's an attorney. Like, how are you reading the documents and not understanding what the fuck is going on here? And then so think about this. Think about if you're just listening to Melanie and you're cleaning your house because you're not reading the documents. She's reading them to you. And then she tells you how to interpret them. And so she's interpreting them with what? Beer? Glasses? I don't even know. This is crazy. I just remember Kate would be like, I was so mad when I realized she was spinning it. I'm still mad. See, I knew it. Thank you. Thank you. Lana, you know your shit. Yeah, I do. And you know what? I'm not afraid to fucking stand up for it when just because everybody in the room, it's like, I'm not copying off your paper. Here's my fucking paper. Because I'm going to back it up with why I feel the way. Here, this is the timeline, you guys. I don't understand. Lindsay Gaetani has nothing to do with this. Why is this being peddled this way? And for her to do and say what she just said here after knowing that Aidan has finally come out to say that Lindsay has nothing to do with this. Finally wants to say that because I've been blowing up his motherfucking dick. Like literally Key West boomerang his himself. Blowing up his shit. That's exactly right. Lana is about right and wrong. 1,000%. 1,000%. And you know what? None of these people are. Because they look at the numbers and they're like, Melanie's like, oh my God, I have 3,000 people watching me. I can't say a bad thing about TurtleBoy. I'm going to lose those. They're not going to watch me. Melanie, how do you know that someone's not buying subscribers for you? Let me tell you a little story. One day I woke up and all of a sudden there was like the exact number, 1,000 new subscribers, 1,000 on the money. And not only did I have 1,000 on the money new subscribers, like literally right when I woke up, it was like, and this was when I had like a 3,000 person, 4,000 person channel. Okay. And then somebody that had went and bought 500 subscribers for my son's channel. So I get 1,000 and he got 500. I had to contact YouTube and say, I need you to remove. Somebody has just went on and bought subscribers for my channel and bought subscribers for my son. We do things grassroots ethically If I would ever want X, Y, and Z one day, I'd have to be able to prove and show that my shit's legit. Okay? Lana, do you still believe in Karen's innocence? Yes. Yes, I don't believe in any of this shit. I don't believe in any of what's going on. I believe that these fucking sickos, okay, which we're going to get into. But listen, I had to go out of my way. I didn't just say, oh my God, like I knew somebody was trying to fuck with me in my fucking channel. And so I had to contact YouTube. I had to show them all, hey, take the 1,000 away from me right now. And then the 500 here, and they had it, and then boom, it was gone. And I said, I want to know who did that because you need to remove their channels. Like whoever, they were doing it on purpose to try to fuck with my shit. So if you don't believe that people are buying people, not just subscribers, they're buying live views, they're buying bots, they're buying comments in the comment section. Whenever you go and you see these weird comments and I can go click on them and I notice that they've never commented on my channel ever before. Okay. And they write something that says TB is innocent. And that's it. And I click on it and realize this is a bot. They've never commented here before and they don't have, it's that obvious. Anyways, so if Melanie Little is reading shit to you, it's exactly right. I have integrity. Because you're working at work or you're cleaning or you're taking you're driving around. These channels that are reading these documents to you, you guys, you have to check on them because it's fine, great, read them, but then she's changing the meaning of what she's reading. Because Lindsay Gaetani, there was no bump here. There is no Adelson case in this. There is no tickling of the wire. There's none of it. And it's absolutely disgusting. I'm a channel that wants to take on corruption, okay? But I'm also a channel that has taken down people that have run their channels and have lied to the community for the purposes to make money. And that's called fraud, in my opinion. And so Melanie Little would definitely have a monetary incentive to be pushing a narrative. And that's what she's doing. And it's fucking wrong. You don't have that'd be like going to the store and somebody's going to tell you all of this shit about a vacuum that doesn't work that way though. What would you do? You get home, use this vacuum, and it's fucking spitting shit out at you instead of sucking shit up. These fucking people are lying. And they're inciting hate where hate does not need to be incited.
Defendant's reliance on the United States v. Helt, 1981, is misplaced. Helt stands for the proposition that disqualification is required when a prosecutor's personal interest as the defendant in a civil case will be furthered by a successful criminal prosecution.
Exactly. That's why you had a hard time saying what you just had said. Okay. Because there is nothing that Cosgrove right there. When a prosecutor's personal interests as the defendant in a civil case will be furthered by a successful criminal prosecution.
The counterclaims brought by Gaetani, he's going to twist himself into a pretzel here, I have a feeling. The counterclaims brought by Gaetani against Special Prosecutor
They were counterclaims.
Cosgrove were part of her answer to a lawsuit filed by Carney in Worcester Superior Court, alleging libel and slander against Gaetani as a result of her statements/writings implicating Carney in essays.
Yeah. Remember all of this? When Lindsay Gaetani was calling him a artist? Why in the world would Aidan Carney ever let Lindsay Gaetani out of that? Because they were the ones that have always been working together. And that's what I set out to prove back when I did my first ever, when I did my Lindsay Gaetani extraction shit. And I said, holy shit, look at this. Why would Lindsay out of the blue go and get burner phones? And why would she have all of this shit? I said, this looks like it was all designed by TurtleBoy and Lindsay with the Jane account and everything like it. And it was for the purposes to set up Kate fucking Peters. Yeah. Don't even let me get fucking involved in it. Give me that discovery and I'll fucking prove it.
Or alleged grape. Gattani's counterclaim against Special Prosecutor Cosgrove centers on his production of unredacted materials to Carney's defense attorneys in the instant matter, which detailed / supported Gattani's allegations that she was the victim of multiple felonies perpetrated by Carney.
Yeah, what do you have to say about that? Like, you should be like, holy shit. Gaetani's counterclaims against the Special Prosecutor Cosgrove centers on his production. I gave this stuff to fucking the defense. Unredacted material, because that's how they have to give it to you. To Kearney's defense attorneys, because you've been asking for them. Here you go. In which detailed / it supported Gaetani's allegations that she was the victim of multiple felonies perpetrated by Carney. Now, what do you have to say about that, Melanie?
On February 12th of
Nothing. I'm just going to continue to read.
2026, Carney and Gattani filed a joint stipulation of dismissal, releasing each with prejudice from any claims brought in the Worcester matter. We went over.
What do you have to say about that? Why would anybody do that? I can tell you, if you accuse me of that shit, people accuse me, and the glare was involved in it. And that's why he does petty streams behind the fucking scenes. And I'm telling you, I'm not playing. But I was accused of being a sexual predator by fake 16 people that was peddled by these fucking people, such the likes of the glare. And I outed it all, and I burned all of you motherfuckers down. And it was just me against all those motherfuckers. And yet he's the one that came over and tried to start spreading these rumors that I'm some bad fucking whatever the fuck he was saying for reputational harm and for monetary gain for himself and to hurt me monetarily. All these people that have proven my shit when they're coming out and writing in Twitter and saying, yeah, we were told about you X, Y, and Z, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for proving even more so that the damages are continuing.
Over that. That case was withdrawn. They filed a stipulation of discontinuance. That's what we would call it here anyway.
What do you think about that? Why would he ever do that? Well, the judge saw through it because they've been in cahoots from the beginning.
Carney now is eliminated as a party and in all probability as a witness in that case. Footnote 1. As he is no longer a party, Carney cannot be forced to testify about his alleged essays or his alleged dissemination of protected materials in the event Special Prosecutor Cosgrove sought to call him as a witness in defending the Worcester counterclaims, thereby eliminating the possibility of using a potential Norfolk County conviction for impeachment.
What do you think about that? Because there is no case. So what do you think about that? Now let's watch her reaction.
As such, the court concludes
Nothing.
that there is no reasonable basis to believe that a successful prosecution against Carney for witness intimidation against third parties in Norfolk County would assist the special prosecutor in defending against the counterclaims brought by Gattani in Worcester County. Footnote 2, which reads, none of the remaining alleged victims in the Norfolk indictments are involved in the Worcester litigation. The essence of Gattani's counterclaims in the Worcester matter is that she was harmed by the acts of Carney in allegedly disseminating directly or indirectly unredacted essay reports produced by Special Prosecutor Cosgrove while fulfilling what he will likely categorize as his Rule 14 obligations in the instant matter. Yeah, you know they're interesting when they make me buffer for a moment. I know. I'm trying to untwist the pretzel here. This is like a contortionist. You're confused. I'm confused. We're all confused. But couldn't
Wait, you're confused. I'm confused. We're all confused. No, Melanie. You're a liar. You're an absolute fucking liar. I'm disgusted. And I want to know who's going to come out and actually have some goddamn balls as an attorney and start calling out the ridiculousness of the law tubers that have been covering the Karen Reed case with such fucking like, what are you, blind? The bias is just crazy. But how many people want to blow Alan Jackson? I mean, fuck. He is married, people. It's just all for what? If you don't want to give away a blowjob, then you have to admit that, yeah, I'm doing it for the money, because you cannot possibly say that I'm a lawyer and I'm confused here.
the other side section for a moment? I know I'm in the instant prosecutor Cosgrove while fulfilling what he will likely categorize as his Rule 14 obligations in the instant matter. Yeah, you know they're interesting when they make me buffer for a moment. I know. I'm trying to untwist the pretzel here. This is like a contortionist. You're confused. I'm confused. We're all confused. But couldn't the other side subpoena him just because the state won't make? Yeah, and she's suing Tully.
But couldn't the other side subpoena who? Subpoena who? Cosgrove? Who? Subpoena who? Just because the state won't means nothing. The state's not going to call Cosgrove. What are you people talking about? This is crazy.
Cosgrove.
There is no case.
And Michael
There
Marcy's
is no more case with Lindsay Gattani. There is no fucking case.
office, right? Okay, moving on.
Car.
As such, the crossover between the instant criminal matter and the Worcester civil litigation is minimal.
The civil litigation would just be on a stay until the criminal case was handled. What don't people get? Like, it's the same thing like what's happened with the Karen Reed case back when Karen Reed was sued for the wrongful death. Hello, her criminal case is going on. That everything with the civil stuff gets stayed. But this judge is basically saying your case is dead in the water because so many things have not even been handled properly in that civil. It's procedurally dead.
Minimal. I don't know. I really feel like I'm in the twilight zone now. My analysis is confused. My brain is confused. All right, let's just keep reading.
How is she confused?
Second, leaving aside the question of how
How
Gattani
would
might
you ever
surmount the
listen to somebody after they'd be confused over this? And the only way that you would be confused is because if you've been peddling lies this entire time. And so, yeah, you would be confused then, right? Because then you start to believe your own fucking lies. And that's just the real fucking like, whoa, this is disgusting. This is sick. This is the problem with the justice system.
immunity defense.
Nobody has
available
any
to special
nobody has integrity. This is the type of profession that you have to have integrity.
Prosecutor Cosgrove, her complaint is flawed, likely fatally, procedurally. See Rule 14. Further, even if her claims were properly lodged, no return of service has been filed with the Worcester County Superior Court, and the time for doing so has long passed. As such, her claims are effectively dead. Massachusetts Rule 14. Okay, typically, after you serve a complaint on a party, a summons and complaint here in New York, you would have to file your affidavit of service with the court, typically within 30 days.
Here, look
I'll look up
find my phone.
Rule 4
It'll beep.
to see what he's talking about, and he may be right there, but hold please.
Here you go.
Thus, the Worcester counterclaims present no meaningful threat to the special prosecutor or his ability to be fair and impartial.
Yeah.
Third, the Commonwealth has indicated that an alternative special prosecutor will be available to examine Gattani in the event that she is called as a witness. See paper 131 of the instant matter.
Yeah.
Thus,
They're both
any
here.
theoretical conflict which might arise if Special Prosecutor Cosgrove were to cross-examine Gattani in the Norfolk prosecution
Here.
has been eliminated
Here, hold on.
because they can just bring in another person to examine Lindsay. It's not really the way it works with conflicts. They are really stretching. Here's the problem. All right, let me finish reading and then I'll tell you the problem. There's a lot of problems. Third, the Commonwealth has indicated, all right, has been eliminated because they have an alternative special prosecutor, another friend of Marcy, FOM, friend of Marcy. Accordingly, given the court's application of HELT,
Hold on. It's going to be.
the irregularities / flaws in the Worcester matter and the remedial measures taken by the Commonwealth and the special prosecutor, Cosgrove, the circumstances before the court cannot survive the close scrutiny required before taking the very substantial and exceedingly rare step
Maybe
of disqualifying
Yeah, that's it.
counsel, citing a 2012 case from Massachusetts dated yesterday. XOXO, Christopher Belizos, Justice of the Superior Court. This is a lot of twisting. Here's the problem. Okay?
this is a lot of twisting. Oh my God. You guys, I'm sorry. I was dealing with something. We were doing Find My Phone. We always lose our phones. And so we just find them and beep them and then we find them, you know? So I just was sorry. That's what I was doing. Oh my God. Holy shit. This is not, I mean, here is the problem. You're flat out lying. Exactly. And she's been lying. Oh my God. She's been lying the whole time. I do not, when I went in there one time and I wrote a comment that was nothing. I mean, like, hi, blocked. Why the fuck am I getting blocked? Oh, because the glare told her to block me. Talk about cancel culture. Talk about, oh, Lana uses language that I don't like. Fuck you. How about that? Well, how about I don't like the fact that you lie to thousands of people daily and they watch you. Clip that.
If Cosgrove,
I'll take on any one of these motherfucking people all day, every day. Unethical as fuck. I know this case just as good as you think you know the case. I know it better. Both of them, all of them. Okay. I do not need to sit here and like just, I don't degrade the people that watch my channel. I let you say whatever the fuck you want until you attack a person in my chat or you attack myself, but I don't care what your opinion is. Have it. She's a fucking follower.
is disqualified. Michael Marcy has a conflict. His office cannot prosecute Aidan Carney. It would have to go to a different district attorney and or
Look at these mental gymnastics that she's doing. This got denied. There's no mental gymnastics here. It got denied because it's absolutely ridiculous that they were trying to disqualify Cosgrove. Like, what the fuck does he have to do? Oh, because Lindsay Gaetani sued him. So remember what I said a couple weeks ago? I said, you guys, if it was this easy for all of us as criminal defendants, hey, guess what? The next time you get in trouble, go out and file a lawsuit against the prosecutor who's prosecuting your case. You fucks. You know how ridiculous this is? He got all of these people. When I say he, TurtleBoy, all he has ever done is taken advantage of people that he has known that has done criminal shit, and he has blackmail on them, and he gets them to do shit with them. And if you don't, then I'm gonna do X, Y, and Z. You want to poke the turtle? Dude, keep saying that shit in prison. You want to poke the turtle? There's gonna be a crowd up in that motherfucker. You would have found me sooner if I wasn't being defamed. Elwood's twin. You would have found me sooner if I was not being defamed.
I don't know, potentially the feds. Do you remember when we uncovered some emails in a FOIA dump from Marcy to the feds begging them to charge Aidan Carney with something? Am I misremembering?
You uncovered those? No, you didn't do shit. You didn't put no FOIA in. You didn't do shit. She's made all of this money and has not put a dime. Not a single dime. Speaking of FOIAs, can you pay? I need to call Moscow. I need to pay for that Jack Showalter stuff. Can you use my red card? Okay. She doesn't pay for anything. She has done nothing to help further any fight against corruption. Shut the fuck up. No, I didn't. You don't know shit about shit, mock Shanann. You know what I fucking mocked, you dumb fuck? MLMs, whatever the fuck they're called, because it's a multi-level bullshit, because it's a goddamn lie. And you go out in the internet and you post and you act like you have some great fucking life and you're lying about all these things that you don't have, and it creates a big problem in your fucking relationship. That's what the fuck I mocked, you dumb Vincenzo, my big what? What a ruining of a great name. Vincenzo's a great Italian name. You stupid fuck. You don't know shit. All you do is go on Twitter and fucking write the most ridiculous shit about shit that you have no idea about anything. Chris Watts is guilty as fuck. Now what, motherfucker? Yeah. You don't know anything. But if Chris Watts didn't act alone, you stupid ass, about what? He had help? Nicole Kessinger? Do you think that she should go down too? Learn about it. MLMs are shit. And that Thrive shit is what the fuck I was mocking. People wearing like all these patches and shit. And then I said, oh, guess what they're going to start getting themselves to do is get their kids to sell it at school. Hey, their kids are starting to be in the MLMs. And then you have little toddlers running around selling MLM products. And so you don't know shit. Bye, Vincenzo. I don't need to be a fraud. And trust me, if I was being a fraud, I would have definitely more than 348 people in here. But I don't give a fuck about that. Get real mad. Watch her go over the mega motion. Yeah, Sarah. Yeah. Thank you for bringing it up. Just clear up with the only negative thing I've heard about Lana. Yeah, it's all lies. It's all lies. I did all the digital evidence of Chris Watts' cell phones and the people that were involved in the case. And what I brought to the attention of everybody was the fact that Chris Watts has no evidence of going up any flights of stairs during the time frame of when he supposedly put the kids in the oil tanks. And I said, holy shit, somebody might want to take a look at this, because those oil tanks were up so high that just walking up it one time would actually register 2 flights of stairs because of how tall it was. It'd be 2 flights of stairs. And he did it on 2 separate occasions because he took the one kid up and then took the other kid up. Okay. And that would be an equivalent of 4 flights of stairs. All right. There is no flights of stairs registered on Chris Watts' cell phone during that period of time, of which he had it on him and he was using it. He also had his work cell phone on him and was actively using it. So I was of the position, and still am, that anybody that ever harms kids, nobody gets a pass. And so it shouldn't just be Chris Watts if somebody else is involved. Who put the kids in the tanks? Because the digital evidence doesn't support that it was Chris. And if that's so hard to wrap your fucking head around, then I suggest that you get a new fucking head. And Chris Watts, like any and all of us, have rights. Unfortunately, yep, they do. And so if Chris Watts wanted to appeal his conviction, he has that right. And if his parents want to be actually seen as victims and not perpetrators, they have that right. They were victims of the crime. Those were their grandkids. That was Chris Watts' sister's nieces and unborn nephew. And I fought for them to be seen as victims, not perpetrators. So learn about it. And Chris Watts is guilty as sin. And the only person as guilty as Chris Watts that I've seen and have researched over the past year has been TurtleBoy. So maybe they can share a fucking cell together. Karen Reed's rights were completely fucking violated. TurtleBoy's rights were not. TurtleBoy was not framed. And Melanie Little is a fucking trash tabloid fucking channel. The moment that I find and see where TurtleBoy's rights were violated in any of this process, you better be the first person that'll be standing up and saying something is me. He wanted to get arrested so goddamn bad because he was trying to get rich off of this. He wanted them to arrest him, and then he was going to sue them for violating his rights. The only thing is that he committed crimes. So he wasn't arrested off of nothing. Like he tried to portray to everybody. I'm exercising my First Amendment rights, and I'm getting arrested because I'm standing up to the people that did this to Karen Reed. You guys, He did this for money. He did this for money. Why hasn't he done one standout for John O'Keefe since? One standout for John O'Keefe, justice for John O'Keefe. Where has he gone out and stood out for John O'Keefe? Where is he ever wearing a shirt outside that says justice for John O'Keefe and not free Karen Reed? The only person that went to jail was TurtleBoy, and TurtleBoy went to jail because of his own actions, and of which then he put people in positions to try to manipulate. And when I say manipulate, he conspired with these people to attempt to implicate Kate Peter. It's all right here, and it's all coming out. And he is going to fucking prison, not jail, for, I'm telling you, at least 20 years. Because this was a cop's murder investigation that he was impeding on. He was intimidating witnesses, picketing witnesses, and conspiring when he was running the plates that he conveniently left out, all during the investigation and trial of a goddamn cop. A cop. A Boston cop. Do you understand that the years he is facing 10 per count for witness intimidation, but when it features a life imprisonment, she was charged with murder. That's life that's life in prison. Okay? That means TurtleBoy, everything got doubled. So he wasn't just facing each count is 10 years, it's each count is up to 20 years. And then I did the math for him. And I said, this is how I see it all playing out. I believe that the judge is going to serve everything concurrently, not consecutively. And I think that they're going to max him, if they do it that way, with the 20. Because he would get, 20. Let's say that across the board, if he got 20 years for everybody, all right, and then he got the picketing, he got everything across the board. Well, if it's all concurrently, you're going to just serve everything at the same time. That's why it's going to be a max of 20. But what he's actually going to serve, if he does his the classes that he can take and the good behavior and shit like that, it will all average out to serving between 9.5 to 11.5 years. And that's what he'll serve. But that, again, is going to require that he takes all the classes that he needs to in there and that he's on good behavior. And so he'll get 20 and he'll serve, like I said, if he takes the classes and he does what he's supposed to. And then if he doesn't, like if he thinks he's going to continue to be the way that he is, well, he's not going to have a channel anymore because that's going to get wrecked. YouTube will take all that shit down. Then while he's in prison, he's going to fight his civil cases that he's about to get. And all these people are going to be suing him. So he's going to go through civil court. But that's where this is all headed. And I told him, not by talking to the dude, I said he should take a plea deal. People plea all the time. You're guilty. But based on the statute, his lawyer should be saying, like, listen, based on the statutes, you did X, Y, and Z. Okay? You did X, Y, and Z. So let's see if we can cut you a deal, which would be, I said, serve 5 years. I think that's a deal. 5 years. Yeah, 5 years. 5 years. If this judge gets wind that he believes that this could have been a different outcome, thereby letting a murderer go free from what he did, think about that in a cop's case. Would you ever want to go up against that? But I just believe that the Commonwealth is not going to deal with him. They're not going to give him a deal. Again, the intent for him, nobody's going to have to guess. His phone is his intent. He knew what he was doing, and he's always known the statute. That's what the greatest thing about this book is. He wrote a book knowing about everything. He's had so many cases before the Karen Reed case where he's actually had to defend himself and done all of these things. He can't claim that he had no idea about any of this shit. He's known it. He's weaponized it himself, and he's used it to get all these other people in trouble in his past. And that's why when I say these people beat you at your own game, the state beat Aidan at his own game that he's been doing for 11 years since whenever he started doing this TurtleBoy shit. Time has finally caught up to TB, and that's why I say that he's on borrowed time. Him being out right now until whenever he has this trial, this is all borrowed time. Okay? So what you should be doing with that time is, I don't know, spending it with your kids, going on vacations, explain to them exactly what happened. No need to lie. Okay. And what you should say is that, yeah, I would do it all over again because I saved somebody's life, I guess. And it costed me mine. Right? But that's where Karen Reed's like, fuck you, dude. You didn't save my life. When we finally get to hear Karen Reed's full story, when she finally gets to talk about really what has truly gone down and what a fucking complete sociopath this man is, he just better hope that the Commonwealth doesn't call Karen Reed I would be calling Karen Reed as a witness. And the question should be is if Karen Reed can plead the fifth or not. Only because if they're holding over her head, the conspiracy charge, then of course, yeah, I think that she has a competing right to say, but if they give her immunity for conspiracy, what would you do if you're Karen Reed? You fucking testify. And you tell the truth. Whatever they ask you, just tell the truth. If they're giving you full immunity, you tell the truth. Especially if you're asking for people to be telling the truth in like your upcoming civil case, right? But the only person that's getting deals here is Karen Reed. Aidan Carney's not getting shit.
Possible because the FOIA dumps were huge, but I do remember some emails pleading from Michael Marcy pleading for the U.S. Attorney's Office to charge him, right? I can't believe that's right. Jen McAlbert can't recall says, I can't believe they're charging him, but not Justin. It for the money. Alien. Well,
I can't believe they're charging him, but not Alien. What is wrong with people? You don't look at it that way. It would just be that Justin should be charged too. TurtleBoy committed crimes according to the Massachusetts statutes. What the fuck's wrong with you people? And everybody here gets it.
it's a different county. That's Essex.
You should not be harassed if you are a witness. And that's what the question then would truly ask. And that's where you can get into it like, okay, what would Alan Jackson and Yannetti and Karen Reed truly say if they were asked? Because Aidan has never had Alan Jackson as an attorney. There's no interest there. So I want to know why Alan Jackson couldn't be a fucking witness. There is no... Alan Jackson and TurtleBoy have absolutely no privilege. He was never his attorney. Same thing with Yannetti. And so if the Commonwealth really wants to be like dirty with it, they can call them. And don't think that they can't.
And so technically, Michael Marcy wouldn't even be able to pick another special prosecutor channel still. And there is also a way to change your homepage. You might have to do it from a laptop so that you, as the motion to dismiss, which was supposed to be next Friday, I think the 27th.
Yeah, it's getting
Trial
moved.
prep. So thanks, Coco, for the emoji. I prefer this style too. Your case, and I don't know it. Marion says, wasn't it Tully and Cosgrove that made the claim against TurtleBoy on behalf of Lindsay Gattani? And she said it wasn't her. So why is this judge saying this out loud? She said that she didn't want to press. I don't know. That question is confusing me.
Because you've been lying. You see how something like that would be confusing? It's because you've been lying about how this all originated. This is nuts. Lana is distorting facts and evidence. Love it. Take the link. Lana's not distorting shit. Lana is fucking showing that your little cultish life that you've been living and what you've been putting in your ears has all been complete, pure fiction. Fiction.
Okay, TurtleBoy tweeted that. All right. We're clear. We're clear now. Let's take a look again, because this is what we need to do. We need to take a look at Lindsay Gattani's answer to the original
Yeah. Go take a
complaint
look.
of Aidan Carney.
Go
And
take
this
a
is
look.
in
I
what
would
county
treat
is it?
that
Worcester.
mega
Hold on a
motion
second.
again.
I have a new system, so none of my documents transferred over. Let's take a look. Wait, did you see shorts of mine?
I was wondering what she was reading.
What had happened was, hold please. Okay. Lindsay's counterclaim.
Lindsay's counterclaim.
Talk about my children in chat. Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it. A lot of crazy people on the internet. Okay.
A lot of fucking dreamers.
Here we go. Happy birthday, SR Locker. Happy birthday. Oh, happy birthday. Thank you so much for your 20. In the north of Ireland. Thank you, Barry Region. Lindsay Gattani's and defendant counterclaim plaintiff Lindsay Gattani pursuant to Massachusetts additional counter defendants, Medfield Police Detective and Jason Broyles. And here we go. Let's look at,
What are we going to look at?
that's her answer to Aidan's complaint. And so let's look at her causes of action against the counterclaim defendants. And these are people that she intended to implead into this action, but it seems it's error. And these are jurisdictional things.
Facts common. Here it is. Facts common to all counts. Here we go. Go ahead, read it.
Redact some things. Here's the facts. She says on October 14th, 2023, Carney S.A. Gattani began at McMorgan's Bar in Norwood, non-consensual contact in a public area.
Wait. Facts. On October 14th, Carney assaulted Gattani. Oh, wait. Maybe we shouldn't read that. What?
Oops.
While driving Gattani from her bar or from the bar to home in Medfield, Carney attempted to force Gattani to perform oral what on him? Roadhead.
But these two have discontinued their claims against each other. So let's see where she gets.
Now she's like, oh my God, I could not read this. This is hilarious. Whoops. Meredith is fighting and I'm 100% behind. Hell yeah. We support. Hey, Melanie Linnell is so deep in the trenches with this bullcrap, isn't she? I don't think she's gonna say. I think it's gonna ruin her. It's absolutely gonna ruin her, unless TurtleBoy doesn't go to trial. If TurtleBoy goes to trial, she's done. Her channel is gonna be defunct. Can you imagine her covering TurtleBoy's case and making absolutely no sense? Melanie, it's okay. We all make mistakes in life. Just admit it.
into Tully. Okay,
I
here.
mean, why would you ever be? How could somebody like Melanie, who claims all these standards, be cool with someone like the Glare? Think about it. It doesn't. That's an oxymoron.
Here it is. On December 14th of 2023, during an interview with Lieutenant Brian Tully and a private investigator, Nelson D. Gouveia, regarding Gattani's knowledge of Carney and another matter. Right. That other matter was the witness intimidation charges.
No, it wasn't. On December 14th, during an interview with Lieutenant Brian Tully and a private investigator regarding Gattani's knowledge of Carney and another matter, Gattani first reported the assault. Hello, comma. What? Gattani first reported the assault. Lieutenant Tully urged her to file an official report, but Gattani declined out of fear of retaliation from TurtleBoy. These are her words. Now let's see how Melanie's going to try to switch this up. She's like, no, it's the other matter is about the House defendants. The fuck it is. It's not about them at all.
Right. That other matter was the witness intimidation charges for the alleged victims of Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe.
If that's the case, Melanie, then why didn't she testify at the grand jury before December 20th, you fucking bimbo? Oh, you're right, Leanna. She got served on December 22nd. Yeah, and what'd she get served for? Karen Reed. The other matter is the conspiracy between Aidan Carney and Karen Reed. Get it right, bimbo. That's my new nickname for her.
Proctor, Buchanan, the Alberts. So during that interview with Tully and that private investigator, Gattani first reported the assault. Tully urged her to file an official report, but Gattani declined out of fear of retaliation.
From who? TurtleBoy.
claims she didn't want to report it. I think she since says that.
Who would be retaliating on her? These are her words. Who's she speaking about, Melanie? TurtleBoy retaliating on her.
She didn't want to
Why?
report it.
Why?
December 22nd of 2020.
Who's going to retaliate? Who is she afraid of? Who? The Commonwealth? Tully? TurtleBoy. Say it. Turtle tits.
Lieutenant Tully and the investigator.
Look at on December 22nd, Lieutenant Tully and the investigator served Gaetani with a grand jury subpoena unannounced. Right here, Melanie should be like, wait, December 22nd? Wait, what? Huh? That's after he was indicted. What the fuck? Oh my God. Let's see if she just fucking realizes it. Like light bulb go off here. Let's see.
Said she didn't want to report it. On December 22nd of 2023, Lieutenant Tully and the investigator served Gaetani with a grand jury subpoena unannounced. Right. And that grand jury subpoena was for the exact charges that Aidan is still going to stand trial about.
You dumb bitch! Unbelievable. Oh my God. It's right in front of her face. She knows that he was already indicted on the 20th of December. This has nothing to do about the House defendants. It's Karen Reed and conspiracy. And he's not facing anything with Karen Reed and conspiracy, is he? God, this girl is just blowing my spot up, but I'm the YouTuber that fucking has a law degree, and I've been reading these documents for 2 years and just saying lies? Wow, look at her.
Footnote 7 says the Exhibit D. Let's look at Exhibit D.
Let's just do it. Fuck it. Let's look at the exhibit.
Because this is the grand jury subpoena that they served her with. So I can have the receipt to show you that it was for that particular case.
She's so full of shit. She's just digging herself deeper. I can show you it's for that case.
I mean, it's going to be kind of hard for
What is it for?
it's going to be hard for them to walk that back when clearly the subpoena says what the subpoena says. Hold please 1 second. So just let me redact something.
Oh my God. Is she on crack? Is she cracked out? Dude, what is going on? Is she what's
All right,
going
here
on?
is the grand jury subpoena that Tully served upon Lindsay Gaetani on that date.
Okay, let's take a look.
This purports to be a subpoena for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts served on Lindsay Gaetani. And it says right here, you are hereby commanded to appear. You're hereby commanded in the name of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts to appear before the grand jury for the County of Norfolk, 649 High Street, second floor datum on December 27th, 2023 at 9.
December 27th. He was already indicted. Do you not get it yet? I mean, how many examples do you need to see that? Oh my God, he was already indicted for that. So what could this possibly be about?
a.m. and from day to day thereafter until the action hereinafter named is heard by said court to give evidence of what you know relating to the case of in re the investigation into Canton witness intimidation. That's exactly what it was for.
Canton witness intimidation with Karen Reed, conspiracy to commit witness intimidation because they had a separate grand jury for that, which was for him and Karen. You fuck. And now do you realize it, or are you still going to peddle your shit?
That's exactly what it was for. We have seen in one of the mega motions or one of the million filings in this case that we have.
The mega motion, yeah, the lies that you couldn't sniff out. I read it once. You read it every day.
Been over together that
We've been over it together, guys. Come on now.
the grand jury was told on the date before December 27th, oh, you may have to come back on December 27th for another day.
The grand jury indicted on December 20th. She is now lying. Oh my God, this is crazy.
And so this is
So
supposed to
bullshit.
be allegedly a legit grand jury subpoena for specifically that particular case. I don't know
Lies.
if it's fake. I don't know if it's real.
Why,
That-
why would you think it's fake? Did the dates not line? Dates seem a little off to you? Maybe it's because your conclusion is wrong. That's all. Your conclusions are wrong. The shit that you've been swallowing whole from TurtleBoy has been lies, and Mark Betterout lies. And then you've been here peddling it like they knew that you would for 2 fucking full years. We're just going to feed this to Melanie Little and she can just spread this to the masses. You're part of the problem, Melanie.
Remains to be seen.
How do you like to be used? Nobody will ever use me. Melanie, how does it feel to be used? They used you.
But
Why
wasn't
do
the
you
subpoena
think you get the copies? You don't have to go hunting for them.
aroused to get Aidan to her apartment so they could arrest him right before Christmas? That's what I'm talking about. The bump. Knowing how he was going to react
Oh my God. No, the bump. Oh yeah. Oh my God.
to this when she inevitably called him would get them in the same location, in my opinion, and perhaps bump him into doing something that they could use to then revoke his bail conditions. That's what happened. I don't know if this was real. I don't know if they really intended to have a grand jury, the grand jury that was already investigating this, because I thought they already had concluded and the grand jury on any other cases had not started yet. They had not been convened. And so this is what I'm calling a bump. Let me know if you agree that this.
You're wrong. He was already indicted. This isn't a bump. There was a completely separate grand jury that was going to be established due to what Lindsay starts bringing up on December 14th is completely separate because she wants to get Aidan in trouble. That's what she says, that they think that she's lying. I'm just trying to get Karen in trouble is actually that because he's already in trouble. Okay. He's already been arrested. He just got indicted on December 20th. She wasn't served her shit right here. Okay. Until December 22nd. And then she's not going to be coming until December 27th, but they didn't actually even start doing anything. They pushed all these dates back to like January or something.
Could potentially be a bump, a trigger, a way to have him violate his bail conditions so that they can make up some bogus thing that he did when he got into the same location as Lindsay and say that he pushed her onto the couch and he violated his bail condition. And she has said since then, he never pushed her on the couch. They said that. And so I don't know. But this is how it gets fugazi. It gets fugazi.
No, it does
Because
not.
here it is. Tully subpoenaed her to testify at a grand jury in that case.
No, he did not. How are you wrong? So wrong about this. You cannot ask somebody to testify in a case that's already been there's already an indictment, you fucking idiot.
Cosgrove doesn't now get to come in and say, well, we wouldn't really need her to testify in his case. But you did when you subpoenaed her to come and testify in front of a grand jury. That never happened.
No, for a different case that there was no indictment on. That was the conspiracy between him and Karen Reed. It was never indicted on, you fucking idiot. When her phones were seized in fucking January of 2024, where do you think that's from, you fucking idiot? Lindsay Gaetani, you fuck. God, I cannot stand this. Ooh.
Okay. It also says that it's signed by the witness, Michael Ricciuti, at Dedham on December 22nd, 2023. I wonder what he's got to say about it.
Yeah, he's laughing.
And it's got a stamped signature of Michael Marcy.
Look at this. Oh, great. Oh, you just look like a clown. I expected a full apology, Melanie.
On December 22nd, 2023, Lieutenant Tully and
I expect a complete full 2-year redaction or retraction. I want 2 years of retractions, Melanie. And then I'll let you play in the same playground as me.
Investigator served Gaetani with a grand jury subpoena unannounced. It's coming back to me now.
It's coming back to me now. I'm dead.
When Lindsay went there, because she has been speaking out a lot, and I haven't watched it all, so I'm not really sure what she said. But when Lindsay went to meet with them on December,
You guys, it's coming back to her now. The lies. Oh my God, I'm fucking dead. Oh my God, wait, what? It's all coming back to me now.
December 14th of 2023, there were text messages between Lindsay and Kate Peter, and didn't they look at her phone or something, and they found something in her phone, and they tried to convince her that it was an essay and that she should report, right, and that she should prosecute. What? Scott McGinnis is here. I know he knows all the details about everything. She had a lot of stuff in her phone. That's the way I kind of remember it. Yes. Amber says yes. She didn't want to do anything about it. She didn't think it was an essay, but that's what they did. All right. I mean, maybe one of these days the truth. Tully called the cops for yes. Okay, moving on. On December 22nd, 2023, Carney was invited to Gaetani's home after Gaetani received that grand jury subpoena related to Carney and Karen Reed. Carney declined that invitation. During that day and into the morning of December 23rd, 2023, Carney began a series of harassing communications towards Gaetani. Carney sent Gaetani highly sensitive judicial documents and made other.
Yeah. How did he get these documents that were the probate shit. Yeah.
Applied threats until Gattani provided information to Carney. He said he would visit her the
I can't believe that she's actually going through this. Like, wow. She doesn't even realize that she's burying TurtleBoy up right here.
next day. Asked her to install Signal. We've been over this whole thing before, and it's 87 pages.
What's wrong? Is it not?
December 24th, 2023, Gattani reported assault and battery and witness intimidation to Lieutenant Brian Tully.
This is her words. Her words.
Tully then called
Do you understand that this is Lindsay Gaetani saying, I reported assault and battery and witness intimidation to Lieutenant Brian Tully. That's Lindsay Gaetani's words. Do you see why Aidan's over here? Why you should all be wondering, wait, yeah. So wait, what's going on here? She conspired? No, this was the counterclaim. That's why it doesn't make any sense with what you're peddling.
Medfield Police. Medfield Police then called Gattani and informed her they would be visiting her apartment. At that point, the Medfield Police took a police report. A BOLO was issued for Carney, and an emergency restraining order was sought by Gattani and granted on Gattani's behalf against Carney. But here, it even says right here, she thought, according to this document, this complaint,
what?
She thought she was served with a grand jury subpoena related to Carney and Karen Reed.
Yeah, Carney and Karen Reed. And that's exactly what she was served with, not the House defendants, because he was already indicted.
We know that it wasn't.
We know that it wasn't. Melanie, you don't know shit.
It was against the Haas defendants.
Melanie, dude, you've been lying. You've been confused for 2 years. You a joke, girl. A full-on joke. She is pathetic. Can't believe people watch her.
A BOLO was issued for Carney, and an emergency restraining order was sought by Gattani and granted on Gattani's behalf against Carney. So yeah, he did not have a restraining order on her at that time. Somebody asked about that earlier. On December 26, 2023, Carney turned himself in and was sentenced to 90 days in jail due to a sustained finding of Carney violating his existing bail conditions on the December 2023 felony charges. On January 8th of 2024, the original restraining order was extended for a further term of 1 year. Gattani testified before the grand jury on February 1st and February 22nd of 2024. But wasn't that a different grand jury? Refresh my recollection. Refresh my recollection on what that grand jury was. That the Karen and Aidan grand jury that they did not indict the ham sandwich?
Oh my God, she doesn't even know. It's the one that you're. Oh my God.
Yes, the civil stuff between him and Lindsay has all been dropped, but the counterclaims of Lindsay against other defendants is the reason why Judge Belizos has declined to take Cosgrove off the case. And so that's why we have to go back and look at this. But yes, you are correct.
Oh my God, what an idiot.
She has not discontinued. Lindsay has not discontinued her claims against Haldeman, Tully, and
yeah, her claims that TurtleBoy put out information on her that Cosgrove gave to the defense that they weren't. I mean, they went and did that.
The DA's office,
and the judge saw through that, and he actually talked about it. And then the order that he just put out was just, hey, this is how I'm leaning, and this is how I see everything. You know, I'll take your stuff under advisement, but this is where this is headed. Same thing with the Mega Motion. It's all fucking. That's the Fugazi.
Aidan's got a show tonight. He can explain this to you better than I can because nobody knows the fact.
Aidan's got a show tonight. Listen to her. She's totally confused. She's like, oh my God, what have I been saying for 2 years? Oh my God. Oh my God. I think, oh my God. Oh my God, for 2 years, I've thought that Lindsay Gaetani, oh my God, and it's not been that way. Oh my God. Aidan has a show tonight. Aidan has a show tonight. Because he tells the truth.
Aidan's got a show tonight. He can explain this to you better than I can because nobody knows the facts of his own case.
Oh my God, because nobody knows the facts of his own case. What are you talking about, Melanie? You've been reading the documents for 2 years. Nice try. Make.
At his fingertips than I do. So watch that tonight at 9 p.m.
At 9 p.m. Look at her. Then she's just plugging TV. Go watch him.
On February 23rd of 2024, Carney was released after 60 days instead of his initial 90-day term due to statutory
Go watch his lies.
limitations and indicted for witness intimidation and illegal interception of oral communications. Okay, so that was for the wiretapping. In February 2024, Carney violated the restraining order and was charged accordingly. Around February 28th of 2024, Gattani was summoned to Medfield Police regarding a false accusation by Carney that Gattani wiretapped him by recording
Sex.
relations
without consent via home security camera. During the interview, police demanded to view all intimate videos and photos on her phone of Gaetani and Kearney, which she provided under duress. In explaining examples of Kearney's own secret recordings, Gaetani described the October 14th, 2023 assault, along with 2 other occasions on which Kearney had recorded Gaetani during a sexual encounter. Gaetani mentioned that the recording from October 14th, 2023 stood out due to the events of that night. Gaetani then described the events of the night of October 14th, 2023 to the Medfield police officers. At that point, police paused the interview and informed Gaetani that what she had just described was a SA. Gaetani begged them to pursue charges. You see that? Her words.
Without consent via home security camera.
Begged them to pursue charges at that time due to fear, or begged them not to pursue charges at that time due to fear of retaliation. From who, Melanie? TurtleBoy. You see the fear he puts in? Hey, if you do this, wait till you see what the fuck's about to happen. I will drag you like nobody's business. And you support this, you sick pig.
During the interview, police demanded to view all intimate videos and photos on her phone of Gaetani and Kearney, which she provided under duress. In explaining examples of Kearney's own secret recordings, Gaetani described this assault in October, along with 2 other occasions on which he had recorded her during an act. She then described the events of the night of October 14th, 2023 to the Medfield police officers. At that point, police paused the interview and informed Gaetani that what she had just described was an SA. I was a little ahead of myself, but yeah, there it is. That was during her meeting with Medfield police.
Unbelievable.
Kearney's wiretapping. Then she gets into Jason and Broyles.
On August 8th, 2024, an individual using the alias Haley, later revealed as Jason Broyles acting on Kearney's behalf, posted Gaetani
Using the alias Haley Walbrecht.
Unredacted
Posted
police report.
Lindsay Gaetani's unredacted confidential police report of her assault allegations.
These people are sick.
Online. It was a multi-part blog series created by Broyles for the purpose of targeting Gaetani on behalf of Kearney.
What do you think about that? What do you think about that, Melanie? What do you think about that? What do you think he did with the discovery in a case? What do you think?
And she says, the post was explicit and graphic in nature and contained lies about Gaetani, mischaracterized the events, and falsely claimed police had concluded no grape had occurred. This was the first time Gaetani had been exposed to the details of her own grape report.
Yeah, falsely claimed the police concluded that. This was the first time that Gaetani had been...
because of the things that Broyles posted.
What? Had been exposed to the details of her own report. She didn't even know.
Because of the things that Broyles posted, there was large-scale harassment against her.
Oh, you're just going to keep on going? You don't care? Because the things that Broyles posted, tons of harassment against her. What do you think about that? That's fine? Like, this is who you support.
Causing emotional distress, further reputational damage.
This is what he does to everybody. And all you care about is making sure that this just gets edited, because God forbid you don't make money off of this.
And there's a lot of salacious allegations in here.
Salacious allegations, huh? Look at this shit. There's a lot of good shit in here. Look at this timeline in here. On November 15, 2024, Gaetani emailed Lieutenant Tully again, forwarding screenshots from a woman named Christina, who had been a former acquaintance of Kearney, showing Kearney's messages falsely describing the assault video and threatening this person for believing Gaetani, threatening her. Kearney defamed this person in a blog and threatened her that she should delete her social media accounts. This girl, Christina, has not been heard from since. Kearney has similarly harassed others who have defended Gaetani. Medfield police informed Gaetani that all future reports from Gaetani regarding Kearney were to be directed to Tully. At that point, Gaetani expressed to Tully fear for her safety due to escalating harassment, death threats. No response was provided by Tully.
Which you can go. I'll put the original show in which we went over this whole 87-page complaint.
Yeah. Because why? Now it's just like, wow, this is really bad, huh?
Linked in the show notes later.
Kearney falsely told a Boston Magazine reporter accompanying him to Medfield police that Gaetani illegally recorded him without consent, leading to his bogus wiretapping complaint. Kearney reported this lie in blogs and YouTube, claiming she hid cameras and shared videos. Gaetani repeatedly contacted police about the assault investigation, providing witness names. Police confirmed it was active as late as January of 2025, but refused her formal request for the report due to the open investigation. The status of that investigation, to Ms. Gaetani's best knowledge and belief, is still open. As of the date of this filing, September 4th, 2025.
Because
And then
this is
what
very
happened?
long, very deep.
And then what happened? What happened? Oh, then now they're just, what? What happened? What's happened? It's just a big fucking misunderstanding? No. This is disgusting. Melanie's insane. Melanie needs help.
And somebody she filed a pro se, but whoever wrote this did a decent job.
Whoever wrote this did a decent job. He filed it pro se, though. As a direct result of Broyles' conduct, Gaetani has incurred additional medical expenses, therapy, suffered reputational harm, public ridicules as fake victim in Massachusetts communities, endured pain and suffering, and incurred legal expenses. Aidan Kearney operates a large media platform, including a YouTube channel and a TurtleBoy Daily News blog, with thousands of subscribers and viewers, reaching a wide audience across Massachusetts, which is 1 million people. Kearney's posts and videos, including those defaming Gaetani and disclosing her private information, have been viewed by tens of thousands, amplifying the harm to her reputation and personal safety. As a direct result of Kearney's defamatory statements and disclosures through his platform, Gaetani's reputation has been severely damaged in the community and beyond, to the extent that she's reasonably fears that she will not be believed if she reports serious crimes to the police, undermining her ability to seek protection or justice. That's exactly what he does. He muddies you up. He attempts to muddy you up. You're okay with this, Melanie? You're okay with somebody weaponizing and this is disgusting. And now Melanie's over here peddling this shit on even bigger platforms.
All right, so let's get to the claims against Cosgrove. All right, negligent infliction of emotional distress against all the counter defendants. The counter defendants, specifically Tully, Haldeman, and Cosgrove, owed Gaetani a duty of care to protect her confidentiality and well-being as an SA victim under common law and Massachusetts General Law 97D and other statutes. YouTube doesn't like some of these words, so I just have to words and improper handling of sensitive information. This breach approximately caused Gaetani severe emotional distress with objective symptoms. As a direct result, Gaetani incurred medical expenses, pain and suffering, reputational damage, and legal expenses.
Cosgrove didn't do any of this. He provided in a defense he has to give Aidan Kearney his discovery that he's been asking for, right? He provides it. Then Aidan Kearney did what he did with it.
So here's one question. If
What?
Lindsay dismissed her claims against Aidan Kearney, does this claim for a negligent infliction of emotional distress survive against Cosgrove?
No, and it does not, because, I know in California it does not, because you cannot let one person out of something and not let everybody out. Ta-da!
Specifically for purposes of this motion only and his disqualification. I would submit to you that it would, if it was filed correctly.
Exactly. It's bye-bye.
And there may be some curative ways to do that if she never filed proof of service, but does Cosgrove, Haldeman, and Tully owe Gaetani a duty of care
No.
to protect her confidentiality and well-being as an SA victim under the common law and Massachusetts law? Yes, they do. And if they release that unredacted report and she can prove it, she can prove that she sustained damages as a result of that.
That's not what happened, though. They have to release the phone unredacted. What report? The report of what? Her actually reporting the crime? The phone? The
In
phone?
my opinion.
The phone.
She also has a claim against this Jason Broyles for breaching his duty through negligent or reckless acts.
Yeah,
But for purposes of this discussion and disqualifying Cosgrove, we don't need to get into that right now.
exactly. But it's what? Yeah,
Libel and slander against Kearney and Broyles.
come on, Melanie. This is ridiculous.
Invasion of privacy against all defendants. And this is interesting because I want to talk to you about Afro Man in a little while after this, because there's a
Yeah, let's
topic
talk
going on
about
right now
it.
that I think is very interesting that maybe we should
Afro
cover.
Man.
Count 7 is invasion of privacy against all counter defendants. The counter defendants invaded Gattani's privacy by disclosing private facts about her SA. For example, the unredacted reports details to Kearney without consent, portraying her in a false light and intruding upon her
Right there, enabling Kearney's fake victim narrative.
seclusion, leaks against her wishes. These acts were unreasonable, highly offensive, and violated confidentiality laws. As a direct result, Gattani incurred medical expenses, pain and suffering, reputational damages, and legal expenses.
All he has to do is refile. 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 Separately.
The counter defendants invaded Gattani's privacy by disclosing private facts about her SA, portraying her in a false life, intruding upon her seclusion, violated confidentiality laws, and as a result, she sustained damages.
She wasn't lying about anything. Do you see how nowhere in here she's saying that, like, it didn't happen? It happened. She's not claiming that didn't happen, right?
Count 8 is abuse of process against Cosgrove and Haldeman. These are the two municipal defendants, but Cosgrove is specifically named here, so let's focus on him. Kearney, Cosgrove, and Haldeman initiated or facilitated legal processes. For example, discovery release, wiretapping complaint with ulterior motives, intimidation, enabling public disclosure, and without proper cause or safeguards. I mean, that is potentially a cause of action against Cosgrove that could be sustained. Maybe he's entitled to immunity, maybe not.
He's totally entitled to
But I don't think
immunity.
it gets you out of a conflict of interest to say it's probably going to be dismissed on immunity grounds. She didn't file her affidavit of service, and therefore Cosgrove doesn't have a conflict. That seems to me to be a great stretch.
She's insane. Well, every time she would say that in the Karen Reed case, what ended up happening? The opposite.
And then she's also alleging violations of the Massachusetts Civil Rights Act against Haldeman, Tully, and Cosgrove, saying that they acted under color of law, interfered with Gattani's rights under the Massachusetts Declaration of Rights by threats, intimidation, or coercion, including improper disclosure of confidential information and failure to protect from harassment. And she's asking for damages from all of them, including Cosgrove. Breach of statutory duty and negligence per se against Cosgrove, also, all the defendants, by failing to maintain the confidentiality of the SA report. The total billings for 2025 are $89,143. And remember, he was only hired at this point to prosecute Aidan Kearney. August 13th, he was paid $16,000 and change. July 21st, he was paid $11,000 and change. June 5th, he was paid $23,000 and change. And also on June 5th, he was paid $25,000 and change.
Ask him to show. Why don't we ask 89? Why don't we ask my TurtleBoy to show how much he's paid Mark Betterow?
Those are the payments we just read. And then as of 2026, this was early in the year, he had already been paid $33,000. But then here's another payment, December 17th, 2025. He paid $21,000. September 25th, 2025, almost $12,000. This is why Howie Carr calls him triple dip Cosgrove. Triple dip, because he's getting a pension. I forget what his first job was, but his second job was as a judge. Maybe his first job was as a prosecutor. Mikazi G said he's here. Yeah, I wanted to meet him that day, but they ushered him out the Kazi staircase. He was paid all that money to watch TurtleBoy episodes. That's right, not a Haas defendant. You are correct. This is your money. These are your tax dollars. Ipsy Dixit, because I said so. Thank you, big old dog, for coming to play today. Thank you to Glamassus for sending me these documents a very long time ago, all the way back. When was this? You sent this to me. Oh, I guess it was only in January. It feels like a long time ago. It's only March. Let's take a look at the contracts between the Commonwealth and Cosgrove. This is the contract between the Norfolk DA's office and Robert Cosgrove for 2025. Follow the money. Well, this is interesting. I mean, you know about all the misspellings that we commonly see, right? Look what it says. Contractor legal name, Robert C. Cosgrove, Cosgrive.
And that's where I'm going to
It's
end.
between Robert Cosgrove and the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, as you can see, at the top. That's my cursor, not a fly on your screen. Oh, thanks for your 5, little good dog. Any other Irish step dancers in the chat? That's 14. Thank you, Makazi G. Oh, Makazi G, you're actually on top of your calendar.
Oh, because
so for those of-
guess what? This person just fucking comes in and just writes the most ridiculous shit. Didn't realize they were sucking up. Now, no wonder why Makazi G is so confused. There it is.
You who were intending to go to Suffolk Superior Court on the 27th of March to support a potential conflict in Kelsey Fitzsimmons' case. May 14th at 9 a.m. All right. We will cover that. Tomorrow, there's also another hearing on Kelsey Fitzsimmons. I can't cover it live, but I can cover it on the replay tomorrow. I'm not sure. Kelly Dever, reason for resigning. I want to. You want to resign? Kelly Dever? Is that new information or is that old information about her resigning? Oh, did I see Dever's resignation? No, but I guess I need to find it. So, hold please.
All right, guys. I love when Bettero was at a football game with Aidan's money and Aidan was home in basement watching the same game, right? If that would have never happened with Karen Reed's team. Anyways, we're all TB's defense donations gone. Follow the money. Yeah, it's ridiculous. You guys, it's ridiculous. For Melanie Little to seriously say what she's been saying is unbelievable. I cannot believe that I've just watched and Melanie thinks that Lindsay Gaetani was about the House defendants. Unbelievable. That's all we have here. I have a mock trial for the I'm doing the 911 call that I'm going to get into right now. And then I'll be back later. This is crazy. It's so boring to continue to talk about her. To talk about who? This is the first time I've ever mentioned Melanie's coverage. I had no idea that it was this bad. None. Unbelievable. Thank you guys for being here. Appreciate you. I'm surprised she didn't blame Mary. This is just crazy. You guys, I'm just like, holy shit. Someone's talk about drinking Kool-Aid. Melanie Little drank the Kool-Aid and is still drinking the Kool-Aid. Wow. Peace out. Thank you. I appreciate that. Peace out, guys. You guys rock. Keep it moving. Much love. Love all of you guys. This is my birthday eve. Tomorrow we're going wild. All right. Join me back here. 911 mock. Check it out.